Hello there, good morning and welcome. Welcome to a brand new day here at Sewing Street, and I'm really pleased to be spending the day with you, or the morning at least. We have got so much ahead of us and you know how things work around here. So I'm going to kick things off with a early bird and more news as the hour goes on, because we've actually got two fabulous deals for you. First of all, your traditional early bird, but we're going to sneak another one in. This one's kind of a Hannah special, so this is one that Hannah has chosen. But the first hour, we've got loads and loads of deals for you. Now, you've probably noticed already we've got deals under a tenner, which fills my heart with joy. So this bundle is already under £10. It's just £7.98. But we've got another early bird. So a little bit later on, we're going to bring you something else. But before we do that, the deal is on your screen, just looking at £5.98. And I am going to give this one a little bit of a move around, because I'm going to make it sparkle. Make it sparkle. And this is beautiful. Now, don't forget, this could be your first purchase of the day, which will mean that your post and packing is taken care of. Beautiful 100% cotton, and you've got your dark and your light, as you can see, with this beautiful kind of mottled effect. But interspersed with that, you've got that gorgeous glitter content. Now, please don't think it's sitting on the surface. It's actually woven into the fabric there, where it's going to give you that beautiful shimmer and sparkle. Now, you've got ½ metre pieces, so very useful with regards to a project. So ½ metre if you need a project. But you know what? I think these are crying out for a little bit of a plique as well. If you're doing something with a night sky, let's face it, we're doing our Christmas makes now, aren't we? Getting ahead of ourselves. Then this would make a fabulous night sky. And you will see when I actually show you this on the camera, oh my goodness. Absolutely beautiful. So maybe you're doing that nativity scene, maybe you're doing a moon with Santa appliqued over the top going through the night sky. Brilliant one for those night scenes. And of course, the other that you've got is almost got like a moon-like surface with it. So you could be very easily cutting out your circles and having that appliqued in the centre there. So these two coming together, marriage made in heaven in my book. I think they're going to be very useful to work with alongside each other, but equally so fabulous if you want to use them on a lining of a project. We've got Emma coming up later on with loads of bag ideas. We've got lovely Yvonne coming up later on as well with the applique ideas, so definitely one to go for. But you could do all sorts, so maybe create a pictorial quilt, lining of bags. Too pretty to be on the inside though, isn't it? Almost like a feature fabric as well. If I turn this one over and give you a little bit of an idea, maybe you fancy something a little bit better than, not a bit better, but a bit different to your traditional edging, maybe your bias tape and things like that, then it just gives it that little finishing touch as well. Something very different. Obviously, I mean, we have got the right and wrong, but who says right and who says wrong, to be fair? You decide. So if you want, it's almost like a camouflage look, isn't it, the reverse of it? So yeah, kind of like that. I mean, that is technically the right side, but who decides? Who decides? Of course, yeah, as Hannah's saying, Janet Clare, she sometimes does that look, doesn't she? And if it's good enough for Janet Clare, then I think we should all follow. All follow suit. Absolutely fabulous. So there you go. Beautiful fabric, ½ metre of each of those. So the fact that you are getting a full metre equivalent of fabric for just £5.98, I think that is a brilliant deal. It's all pre-cut though, so if you are going for multiples, do bear that in mind. But technically, we tend to cut it up and sew it back together, don't we? It's what we do. Absolutely brilliant. And of course, it's a fabulous product, the kind of the bundle of the two together to open up your basket for the day. And we're going to have some amazing deals. So this hour we are concentrating on under a tenner, less than a tenner. It's not often you can get fabrics for that, is it? So that is opening it up, literally opening it up the hour with our early bird. Now I will mention as well, now that I've introduced you to your early bird, you might not have expected to see me here this morning. Well, Stuart, as I know that many of you were giving him loads of advice earlier in the week, he's a little bit poorly sick with his throat, a bit of a cough, I believe. So yeah, he was getting rather husky, I believe, earlier in the week. So he's away for a couple of days. So if you are watching, Stuart, hurry back. We're missing you. And I know you fabulous viewers are missing you as well. So yeah, you might be tuning in. They might have other things to do. I don't know. I have no idea what he's up to, but there you go. Or he might be just tucked up in his bed, making himself well again. But early bird, if you want to get hold of that, as many of you are doing, very, very busy for that one. JE6624. Now, I will warn you that we have fewer than 20 opportunities, should I say, for you to get involved with this one. So if you do like the look of it and you want to take advantage of that shimmer and sparkle that you're getting, absolutely beautiful. I love it. Night sky, absolutely. In a fabric, you couldn't choose a better one, really, could you? So yeah, and of course moon as well, maybe, as I say, a plique. You could almost imagine a Santa going across there with the sleigh and all the reindeers, or whatever you're wanting to choose. It's your fabric. You decide. But you have decided on spending less than £6 on both of those together. So there you go. Good decision made, and we're down to single figures with those. So I told you a little bit about this morning, but should I tell you more? Rather than just this hour, what else have we got going on? Well, after our hour concentration on £10 fabric bundles, we're looking at some fabulous village fabrics with, well, from Village Fabrics, should I say, with lovely Yvonne. And it's such a pleasure to catch up with Yvonne. It's years since I've seen her, bless her. And we're talking block of the month, and it's month 7. So if you are involved with that already, definitely worth tuning in. And if you are new to the block of the month, then do have a little look. We've also got blocks 5 and 6 as well, if you fancy getting hold of those. Then a brand new Caddy bag with Emma. Very much looking forward to that. Brilliant idea she always brings to us here at Sewing Street. So divide and go Caddy bag. Every sewing room should have one. Then Yvonne is back, and she's going to be bringing Halloween into the studio with a little touch of Christmas as well. Quick and easy makes as well. So if you're thinking Halloween is quite close by, then don't worry. Yvonne has got that covered in that hour. And then we're turning our attention to kind of going on our travels with backpacks and beach bags. And that's when Emma is going to be back. The most amazing ideas. Backpack, love the concept of that one, and some beautiful fabrics to share with you throughout. So that's kind of how the day pans out. Now, last time I was here, I learned that we had a little bit of an issue with regards to the tablets. I bought my own. Well, I bought my own, and I'm hoping that it is picking everything up. But I'll keep an eye on it. I might need to press a few buttons and play around with it, but I think we're all right. If it suddenly starts talking, then I know that I've actually need to turn the volume down. But I'll keep my eye on that. So if you do want to keep in touch, please do so. And Hannah is in the gallery. So if I miss anything, she can pass it on to me. So get involved. That's the key thing. So where are we going to go first? Ooh, no. We're looking for tuliping. I'm looking for lions. Rawr. Tigers and lions and bears. Oh, no, those... The other part, bright yellow. Oh, top corner. Oh, I don't know. I've got a bright yellow. I can't. Oh, I can see the lions now. I was looking for the lions. So how many fabrics are we looking at in this bundle? Yeah, we're looking at the lion and the yellow. So is that, oh, then no, they're not next to each other. So those two? No. Yeah, and that one. Oh, I see. Right, so we've got 2 separate bundles. So where should we go first, yellow or orange? Yellow. I love it. The thing is, we've got so many things to share with you. Now, these are beautiful. Now, this is a new fabric to me. I mean, Tula Pink. Obviously, we know the brand Tula Pink. But this is beautiful. The range is called Everglow. Absolutely, I love it. Isn't that gorgeous? That fabric is brilliant. I love it. I mean, if you're into your motifs, that is absolutely perfect, isn't it? And it's a good size motif that you've got there with multiples, but beautiful artwork in there. Absolutely gorgeous. Teaming up with that one, and I think this is a brilliant combination, the two together. Look at that, picking out that beautiful tone from the florals there. Those are a brilliant combination. Brilliant combination, very clever idea, like those together. Obviously, you're going to get your ½ metre of each of those, pre-cut at £9.99. And if you do go for multiples, then just to warn you, they will be pre-cut. So as I say, every single time, we kind of cut it up and sew it back together anyway, don't we? And it makes sense. So Beautiful. 100% cotton. Obviously you've got your designer fabric in here, and also your designer fabric is made up of multiple different colours in there. So you've got different tones of your pink. So if you're using other contrasts with this and you've got something that's got a bright cerise pink, then that would work because you've got those pinks in there. You've got berry tones in there. You've got blues and greens and yellows. Whole myriad of different colours. Now usually if you're shopping for your Tula, you're looking at what is it, £8 for your half metre pieces. So when you're considering you're only paying an extra couple of pounds and you're getting your half metre of your contrast, and it's a regular contrast. So if you've gone for our solids previously, then you know the quality that we've got with this, and that is something that we do so well, isn't it? Those kind of supportive fabrics. So I like this because it's almost like a project bundle, and you decide on the project. So it could be that you're taking ideas and inspiration from Emma later on, or you might have another project in your kind of pipeline that you're thinking of, or you might have no idea what you're going to do with it, which is the way that I shop for most of my fabrics, but I just know I love it and I need it, and this is the kind of combination. Now I will warn you though, if you are thinking about going for this one and you're yet to pop it into your basket, if everybody completes their purchase with regards to this one, we've not got many left at all. So it's kind of decision time. Incidentally as well, I don't know if you can jump ahead and have a little look at what else we've got. I don't know if everything's on what we call pre-order, but yes, some of these bundles we haven't got huge quantities of, so get involved as you can. In fact, shall we show you? Yeah, why not? Let's not just talk about it. So if you go to sewingstreet.com, all the W's as they say, you'll find our website and you'll find a whole host of beautiful things on there to have a little look at. Now you can watch us live simply by clicking on there, and there's me. And you can keep in touch via the message box that you will have on your screen as well. But it also shows you what we've got coming up. So this is a sneaky peek. It takes us a while to get through everything. So if you want to kind of jump the gun and get everything sooner rather than later, then you can have a look. And we've got some amazing designer fabrics turned together, should I say, bundled up together with some absolutely incredible solids and supportive fabrics. And as the title of the show says, you're paying less than a tenner for those, and you've usually got 2 half meters in there, giving you a full meter for less than a tenner. I think that is brilliant in anybody's book. So yeah, go for it. I'm just keeping an eye on our tab. I might need somebody to do something with this because I can see the website, but I can't see any messages. So I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure at all. I don't know. We might have to do it in the break. Right. So I'm online. I just can't see any messages, but it's logged in on my own personal login. So that might be why. I don't know. These are Levi's hands. Yeah. It's very good. It's very good. Beautiful hands. So now I did tease this one a few moments ago when I was showing you the yellow version. Now this one, oh, again, that print, how beautiful is it? Absolutely gorgeous. Now this time we've kind of got a nod towards the green tones, but again, what a clever combination, picking out that gorgeous kind of orangey red that we've got there from the beautiful flowers. They're almost like poppy-like flowers, aren't they? But have a look at those together. Beautiful, beautiful combination. Equally so, maybe, I mean, we've got another, we've got other colours coming up during the course of the show. I'll just bring this one in just maybe to just give you an idea. So it could be that you're wanting to pick out more of that purple tones in there. So other solids that you've got in your stash may well work with this one as well. But those two together instantly for less than a tenner, having a metre's worth of fabric, brilliant. And as I said, half metre of your Tula pink, that would normally be £8, wouldn't it? So for a couple of pounds extra, you're going to get those beautiful orange tone there. And it's not a bright, garish orange, just a beautiful kind of muted orange. I mean, can you call orange muted? I mean, it's quite a bright colour, isn't it? But it is on this occasion. Again, half metre piece. So again, lots of repeats, lots of motif pieces. Whether you're cutting those out to applique them onto a pocket, using it as a feature. I would have this on the outside of a project without a shadow of a doubt because it looks beautiful. And again, a brilliant combination. So edging it with that orange, perfect. Really good combination. So if you're wanting that one, again, it's a very popular bundle. So again, you need to be quick. Quick, quick, quick. Speedy is the word of the day, I think, today. So I'm going to move those ones back over there because that's where they came from, wasn't it? And we're looking for, what are we looking for next? Oh, we're going all tapestry. These are fabulous. Now, if you're into your bag fabrics, then oh my goodness, these are brilliant. So we've got Emma coming up with a beach bag pattern later on, and I think this would be a fabulous fabric to use. Now, the weight of this is beautiful. It's your tapestry weight. Oh, I got it the wrong way round. Let me just turn. Oh, actually, I like that's the wrong side. Wrong? You say wrong? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, look at this. This is beautiful. So alongside this, I'm just going to move that one out of the vision just for a few moments. You're going to get, is it 1/2 metre of the calico as well? Oh, it's not calico. I do apologise. It's a seeded cotton, isn't it? That is beautiful. That is beautiful. So, right, both of these coming together. Now your tapestry, just to let you know, you've got a mix with this one. So 80% cotton. Got beautiful weight to it. 20% polyester, which is going to help with its durability, but it's perfect for creating your bags as well. Now, I will let you know as well, it's actually 140 centimetres wide, so extra wide. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to show you. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely. I mean, it's nice if you're wanting to kind of cut it and make it into cushion panels as well, isn't it? So, right, here we go. How long are my arms? So that is 1/2 metre, obviously, from top down to bottom, which is beautiful, but you're extra wide, so absolutely beautiful, as you can see. Can I come out yet? Okay, so we've got all of that, and then you've got your natural seeded cotton, which absolutely perfect. Oh, thank you. He's not quite sure how. You fixed it. I can see comments, so if anybody wants to comment, like Adele has, thank you. See, you want to do anything technical? In my book, you ask a young person and they'll do it for you. Now, look at those two together. Now, you will see this seeded cotton coming up with a variety of different William Morris tapestry fabrics that we've got. But again, it's perfect to work alongside it. But you're looking at less than £10 for these. That's what we said. That's what we said at the top of the show. So the price has dropped down. Isn't it beautiful? £9.90. William Morris tapestry fabrics. 1/2 metre of your natural seeded cotton there, complementing it beautifully, giving you the opportunity to get an absolutely wonderful combination for a fabulous price. Such a lovely weight. I always think of kind of Mary Poppins and the carpet bag and all of those goodies coming out of that bag. But I mean, if you're making a bag, if you're making a cushion, I mean, personally, this is the way, I know a lot of people don't do this. And with William Morris, you might want to have the fabric on the front as well as the back because it's prestige, isn't it? But I don't always do that. I often will have the fabric on the front, the main feature fabric, obviously, and then have a complementary fabric on the back of the cushion, because you don't always see the back of it, do you? Makes you go that bit further. But if you do want to go for this fabric, I would say if you're looking at a cushion cover that's going to be, let's say, well, it's 1/2 metre, isn't it? So if you're looking at a cushion cover, 50 centimetres square, so to speak, you've got enough there to make one cushion cover front and back, with some extra fabric left over. But you might do them slightly smaller than that, go for 2 bundles, and then you could actually make 3 cushions, really, couldn't you? If you, well, actually, no, 2 cushions, should I say, because that would be 1 and 2, no, 3, because, yeah, you'd make 2 cushions and another one with your bits left over. Oh, got a message on the screen. That would make a fabulous shopping bag, wouldn't it, just? Like a designer shopping bag. And that's come from Tracy. That's a really good idea. Again, it's up to you. Go for extras if you're wanting to make your straps in this as well. Depends on the size that you're looking at. Oh, I can't stop stroking it. Love it. Now, we've got more of these, as I did mention to you, that we have got more of the William Morris bundles that we've been speaking of. So similar sort of blue colours with this one. So I'm going to bring this one in. Slightly smaller repeat, I think, particularly with this one. You've got more of a red tone in this one. And this is beautiful. Now we're going to match that price. Again, the width of this one is a similar width. You've got obviously your ½ metre cut piece. Salvage to salvage, we were looking at, did we say 110? I forgot what we said. Oh, where did I get 110 from? 140. Oh, because it's extra wide. They're normally 110, aren't they? That's why. And again, I'm having an argument with myself there. I do apologise. Again, you've got your natural seeded cotton. Again, picking out those lighter tones. Again, maybe you've got other fabric you're wanting to work with it. We've got other fabrics coming up later, so maybe you're going to introduce something of a deeper tone from your stash, or maybe take advantage of some of these coming up as well. It just because it's in the bundle doesn't mean you have to use them together. I mean, they instantly do work together, but equally so, you might have other ideas as well. So if you fancy getting hold of this one, then please do so. Just bought this to cover a footstool. That is a brilliant idea, and that has come in from Terry. Yes, of course. And the weight of this being that tapestry, I mean, it's instantly home furnishings. No, we were talking about cushions, but yeah, oh, can you imagine that? Have you got Queen Anne legs? Just asking, on your footstool. Not you personally, Terry, but they could be, couldn't they? I mean, you've got that antique look, haven't you? Because obviously we're talking William Morris, beautiful. Again, the motifs on this is gorgeous. Quality phenomenal. And if you have just joined us, in this hour we're talking less than a tenner for the bundles that we are bringing to you. This one is a bundle of your William Morris tapestry. It's the second one that I've shown you. We've got another one to show you in a few moments. And it is coming with a ½ metre of your seeded cotton as well in that natural tone. So yeah, beautiful. I don't know how you choose, to be honest. But your last William Morris bundle is, now if you have got those kind of denim blues as one of your favourites, then this is beautiful. And a lot of you have already checked out with this one. You know, I mean, we've revealed the ending before the beginning, haven't we, with this one, saying everything's less than a tenner. So even if it's on the website and it's looking at more than a tenner, you know it's going to drop down, which is why so many of you have gone for this already as well. So these are beautiful. Now the cotton is brilliant. It's not meant to be kind of almost like piecing your fabrics together. It's meant as your lining, so it could be a lining of a bag. It just kind of gives you something ready to get started with. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same fabric on the on both sides. You could if you wanted to, but it's too pretty to be on the inside of a project. And sometimes it's not really a patchwork fabric. It's more home interiors, like Terry with her footstool, cushion covers, that kind of idea. It could be a bag lining that you're creating with this. Quite often you kind of, sometimes if you've got a heavier weight fabric, you need to complement it with a lighter weight fabric to not make it too bulky, if that makes sense. But equally so, if you want to bulk it up and have something of a similar weight, might be that you've got something in your stash from that as well. So like it. And to be honest, going for a couple of these, you could quite easily go for two of them, couldn't you? And get your full metre across the two bundles and then line one with the other, if that's your choice. Or if you're making something reversible, maybe go for one and then go for this one and kind of, well, it's your fabric. You can decide whatever you choose. So there you go, another fabulous bundle, details on your screen, and again, less than a tenner for those as well. Now we're only 10 minutes away from our next early bird, which I know we don't often bring you more than one, but I'll let you into a bit of a secret. Hannah wanted to squeeze an extra one in, and we hadn't actually got this next bundle, or the next early bird. It was flying, but it wasn't flying quick enough, so it didn't arrive for the top of the show. So extra treats, like extra treats. So there we go. We have kind of completed our William Morris section of the show. May well come back to that one, but we've got some fabulous utility fabrics. Now, look at that. Now, is it either or? Both of these together. See, this is the thing, because it's quite, well, not a bulky fabric, because it's got a sponginess to it, so to speak. When you look at that and you think, I'm paying less than a tenner for all of that, that's a lot of fabric, isn't it? So you've got your rose, which is that beautiful pink tone, dusky pink. Again, inside bags, outside bags, you decide. Nice if you're going to be doing things like the beach bag that Emma's coming to show us later on. because you're going to have a base with regards to these. So yes, definitely worth going for. Oh, we've got a tape measure, fabulous, because we haven't got a width on this one. So let's have a little look. So we'll fold it halfway, and I'm going to go right from the selvage. So if we are going centimetres, whoops, I'm looking at this. Am I the only one that's thinking ABBA? Look at that one. Fancy dress, if maybe as well. So we're looking at 77. So we're looking at 142 plus 14. So yeah, what's 77 times 2? My maths is atrocious. 152? 154. So close. So close. So 60 inches if you want your inches. So yeah. Nice wide fabrics. Shall I hold it up so as you can see, if you're wanting to see? I'm not quite sure how long my arms are, but there you go. It's got a stretch to it as well, so if you are using it in garments, nice. As I say, fancy dress outfits, useful one to have. Sometimes it's nice to have kind of what I call speciality fabrics in your stash, just in case you need them. Again, you might not have a project ready for them yet. But saying that, when you see the fabulous bag pattern, the beach bag pattern coming up in our last hour this morning, then this would be perfect for the base panel if you wanted to. And it's softly quilted already, as you can see, but we only have a handful of these left. We've only got 5 of these bundles left, and it's got a good stretch to it. So if you are using it in any garments, then you can do as well. So 95% polyester, and that 5% is that spandex. And look at that, my goodness, springability, it is there. Is that an actual word, springability? It is now, it is now. £8.98, absolutely beautiful. Don't shy away from stitching with speciality fabrics. Obviously, many of them you can just use your regular techniques with, to be fair. Depends on what you're creating. But isn't that lovely? I like that. Absolutely beautiful. So moving on, move that one over to the side there. So are we looking at the red fabric, that this one here, the solid red by itself? Now, these aren't bundles, but these are full meters. So you're still getting the meter worth of fabric, it's just in one. And these are pre-cut. So again, if you do decide to go for multiples, you can do. But it will be pre-cut, so you'll end up with 2 pieces. So, and this we said it was under £10, and this one's starting off at £7.58. So does that mean that that's where we're staying? Of course not. Hannah's driving this bus this hour. Yeah, we're picking up some speed. We're looking at £6.58. And it's beautiful. I mean, so many, that's what the solid that we've got. We've got a little bit later on bringing in, I mean, using it with any fabric that's got that touch of red in there, instantly it's going to make that fabric pop. We will show you that in a little while. I've taken that out of the pile. I hope I don't take it out of order. So, brilliant value for money. Always a popular colour, that one. If you're looking at applique, Christmas makes, things like that. It's just a good one to have in your stash, isn't it? Just in case you need it. Whether it's a little bit of edging that you wanted to make, whether it's a pocket you want to add to a project, by knowing you've got that metre of that beautiful red in there, you're good to go. So there you go, £6.58. I like that one a lot. We've got others as well, but we have got, is this an official thing? An unexpected half price early bird. Have we got a picture for that? Well, we've got early bird. We need like a pow saying unexpected. Surprise! Now, this is brilliant. Such a clever idea. Millwood straight away quality. And of course, Millwood are renowned for sewing tools and getting us organised. And this is brilliant because you've got your Perspex box, as you can see, clear. You can go straight through that, see through that. But you've got all of your prongs featuring in here. Now, I don't think we've got a finished sample of this one, have we? Shall I do it? Oh, I've done it. I've done it. If I'm not back tomorrow, you know I've got my P45. So, oh gosh, sorry, that's very crinkly. Let's get that out of the way. This is brilliant. First of all, these are stackable, so if you want to go for multiples, obviously they're going to stack on top, but this is brilliant. They're going to take your regular size spools in there, so if you use things like your Gutermans, Orifil, your Madeira threads I think would fit in there. Obviously you need to be mindful of the size of the spool, because if you've gone for a wider spool, then you might have to use alternatives with those, but the narrow, skinny ones, I think you'll have, you won't have an issue with. I haven't got a spool to put on there, have I? So it's an early bird, it's kind of like an early bird and a bit. So with this one, looking at $4.99. Nah, of course you're not. It's an unexpected early bird and it's a half price deal. So there you go, but not nearly half price. So $2.99. You're going to be able to store 27 spools in there because of the pins that you've got in there, and they're just brilliant for organising your threads. Now you might have a series of different threads that you sometimes when you look at a thread, because of the quality of threads nowadays, they're almost unknown origin when you look at them. So it could be a cotton, it could be a polyester mix. There's so many different variations. But you could have a box, and if you've got a lovely labelling system, you could actually put on there that they're rayon threads or the particular brand of the threads. And that means, obviously, when you take the spool, you'll know from looking at the label on there. Excuse me. But if they're sitting on your shelf, can I pretend I've got a shelf? So if I pretend I've got a shelf, and that's on my shelf there, and I've got titled on there what threads I've got on there, then straight away it's a case you can pull that whole caddy out and you've got that almost thread department, so to speak. Could be that it's going to be your bobbin thread. Oh, look at these. Guterman. Lovely. So we've got Gutermans going in there at the moment. The Orifil, 'cause I've not tried the Orifil. Okay, so obviously at the moment, if I show you on the side, you can see that it is standing out from the top, but you've actually got the depth of the lid as well. So there you go. And look at that. It's not shaking around. I'm not going to lose that if it's in transit. So yeah, like that. So we've got Gutermans. I'm going to put Gutermans down this end. So they're going to fit in nice and neatly, as you can see. We've got a mixture here. What have we got here? Orifil. So yeah, similar sort of size, yeah. They're very similar, so, but we don't like to presume anything here. You cannot presume. Sometimes presumption can get you into trouble, can't it? So there you go. So you can see they fit in there beautifully as well. But instantly, when they are, I mean, they're going to look beautiful on your shelf as well, aren't they? That rainbow of colours. But again, that could have all of my Gutermans in there, and I could literally just take that off the shelf, and I know that because I've got a label on there. So yeah, brilliant value, multi-buying with these, and they are brilliant to give as a gift as well. So if you're looking at Secret Santas for your crafty groups, and by all means, go for multiples of these. The spools are fixed into the bottom. I know sometimes you can pull a tray out, but with these they are literally fixed into the bottom there, so incredibly sturdy and brilliant for all your threads. So definitely worth popping in there as well. Now, are you an empty gifter or are you going to fill it with threads? Oh, it depends who it's going to. And it depends what it's going alongside, isn't it? But it would be a nice idea. Or you could put a thread. I mean, is it like a purse where you have to put something in it for good luck? So you have to put one spool in it for good luck? It could be. But then again, you've got to take the packaging off then, haven't you? So sometimes it's nice to leave it kind of all sealed. But can I make a suggestion? If you are thinking about buying this as a gift, please do not just buy one. Because when it arrives, you won't want to part with it. You won't want to pass it on to somebody, you want to keep it for yourself. So it's incredibly useful. Nice for things like your metallic threads as well, maybe. So yeah, $2.99. I mean, that is brilliant. We'll come back to that at a later stage if we have stock available. At the moment, we're okay. So if you're looking at going for multiples, you can do. I'm just going to look after that there. Now, where are we? Oh, over here. I think this is the Liberty. I think I gave you a little sneaky peek of these earlier on. Oh, taking a tablet. So we're going for, let's pop those over there. And we've got, are these in two sets? Two sets. Oh, now. How often can you get Liberty fabric and pay less than a tenner? Very, very rarely indeed. In fact, if ever. Now, this has been teamed up. You've got a beautiful natural calico, as you can see with this one. But It's all about the liberty, really, isn't it? So this is beautiful. It's from the Heirloom collection, and it's also a quilting weight. So if you are looking at quilting with it, you can do. And there you go. You're going to keep that selvage edge, aren't you? Because that's just beautiful for your labels. So many projects use those selvage edges. $9.99. So I promised you less than a tenner, and there you go. The proof of the pudding is on your screen. This is a beautiful one. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, Liberty fabric. We love it. And it's a nice one because you've got a small repeat of your fabric. So if you are working with smaller pieces with your patches, then yes, you're still going to see that pattern. You're not going to lose that at all. Obviously, you've got your calico, and I shouldn't disregard the calico because our calico is of a brilliant quality. And it might not necessarily be a combination that you would put together in a project, but it's not necessarily about the project, it's about the price on this occasion. And that's what it's all about. So I love it. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, now I'm being asked. Hannah wants to know, do we want to do something even more special? I feel yes is the right answer, to be honest. So to qualify for the show, it needs to be less than a tenner, which is where we're at the moment, $9.99. Ooh. So, okay, we've put it together as a bundle, and you might be thinking, well, why would you put your calico with your Liberty? Which is fair enough, but what about if we were giving you the calico? What if we were giving you the calico? You're not paying anything for that, and you will use that on other projects, wouldn't you, quite easily as well? So your half metre of calico, it's not fat quarter, it's full half metre. It's a full half metre. You know what I mean. Half metre of your calico, that's your Billy bonus in this one. What you are investing in for your £8.49 is your half metre of your Liberty. And this is something that you will definitely be going for, but you will get both of those. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, yes, I'll use the Liberty, but I'm not going to use the calico, that's fine. That is a bonus. As we say, it's put in there just in case you do need your calico in your project. Also gives you an opportunity to see your Sewing Street calico. You might have not shopped for it before. So this is almost like a try before you buy those larger pieces. And the quality is absolutely beautiful. You will come back for more than that, more of that, so definitely. £8.49, that's the price you'd normally pay for your Liberty. Calico coming as a bit of a bonus. But we are kind of getting oversubscribed with regards to this one. So we've got more in baskets than we have availability. Are you waiting for the other one? Because we have got a couple. So these are the only two Liberty bundles we have. And I would forgive you wholeheartedly for going for both of them. So similar sort of idea, we're going to match the price that we saw previously because of course it's one of those situations. Less than a tenner, that's all that we need to bring this price down to qualify for this hour. But the price that you've got on your screen is the price that you were paying for your half metre of your Liberty fabric, £8.49. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous as I open that up. But then you have got that fabulous calico coming alongside it as well. So yeah, that's a Billy bonus as we mentioned before. So if you're wanting to get hold of that one, you can do. Just going to move that Liberty out of the way because we might come back to that one being your second option. But absolutely beautiful. Let's put that over there actually out of the way. So if you've been waiting to see what the second Liberty fabric would be, well, it's this one. It's decision time, but am I really going to put a fly in the ointment if I bring the previous one back? The reason being is I don't think those two are too far apart to work together. I think you could get away with that. Same weight, same collection, would make sense to use them together. So do you go for both? Well, they're both on the screen now, but we don't have huge quantities of those, either of them actually now. So we've only got 20 minutes left of this less than a tenner show. So yeah, that's the one that's over on those details there. That is the one that's the details over on that side. So good point. I've been practicing my pointing. I got all the pointing going on. Quite often you'll see me kind of do this to figure out where my little finger is. Is it on the left or on the right side of the screen? So, oh, we've had a question come through. Oh, is this referring back to the tapestry that we had earlier on? Oh, this is for the calico. Right, sorry. So 2 cushions if you use the calico for the back. I bought a bolt of the calico. It's really great. And that was from Carol. You're so right, because calico, I mean, sometimes we think of calico and we think of it being kind of almost like a lesser, well, not lesser quality fabric, but it's got that starchiness to it, hasn't it? Which is great, but you've kind of got different levels. You might have your tote bag, your kind of shop bought tote bags that they often will print on and use that grade of calico. Or you've got the calico that we bring to you, which is beautiful. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely. We love a bit of calico here, especially when it's that kind of quality. I mean, look at the fluidity of that. I mean, that is beautiful. Beautiful. Anyway, step away from the calico. Step away. Beautiful. Right. Now, we better get a move on, actually, because I've got more to share with you. And I don't know about you, but I love poppy fabrics. I love poppies in general. They're beautiful. But these, again, what a fabulous combination. Absolutely perfect. Have you put these together, Hannah? Oh, I can hear her just flicking her fringe away. Yes, yes, it was me. She's certainly got an eye for it, hasn't she? Absolutely. Now, this is beautiful. So you've got that gorgeous poppy. You've got your seed heads in the backdrop with that lovely soft green. And you've got this beautiful contrast of green fabric, which is, again, I hope you can pick that up from the camera. You've kind of got your deep and your light in there. So almost like a mottled finish with that one. Absolutely beautiful, like that one. So you've got your beautiful solid per se. With regard to that one's a good word, isn't it? Per se, at this time in the morning. I hope I haven't peaked too soon. And your poppy, your beautiful poppy. Absolutely gorgeous. So £9.98, it qualifies for that £10 hour. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. It was less than a tenner. We didn't need to touch that price at all. It qualified for the hour because it was less than a tenner. But these two together, ½ metre of both of them, that is a project bundle, isn't it? Any project where you're just needing your 2½ metres of fabric, away you go. Absolutely perfect. Equally so, it could be that you're using that in maybe a quilting style project. Dare I mention the red, which we've got available as a metre? I mean, add that into the mix as well. And you've almost got a quilt project there, haven't you? You could use those very easily. The red we touched on a little bit earlier on. You're actually getting a metre of that fabric. We're going to pop the details up. Will it come up that side? Beep, 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 beep. There it is. That is beautiful. Do pop that one in. I love it. Beautiful, beautiful red. Perfect to work with those poppies. I'll move it to the side just I don't want to confuse the issue, but these two coming together as a bundle, £7.49. Add in that metre if you can do for less than a tenner, and there you go. You've got a large project you could be working on very easily. That is beautiful. I do hope you invest in that one because I don't think you'll be disappointed in the slightest. Really pretty. Like that one. So, working on that kind of floral theme, but modern twist. I like this. So, this is proper retro, isn't it? That look. I love it. The seed heads again. It's kind of like the poppy seed heads after the petals have gone, isn't it? Beautiful. But look at these gorgeous, almost acid greens appearing in here. Almost looks fluorescent. Love it. So again, 2½ metres. So £9.89. Again, absolutely beautiful. I'm going to put these side by side lengthways because of the direction of the pattern. So, yeah, beautiful combination. Love it. You've got that mottled effect. You can see even more so on this one, can't you? Being a little bit lighter. Again, the mottled tone, picking out the deeper and the lighter within the seed heads there. But we only have single figures available with this one. Now, another fabric that we've got, which we haven't actually come to, I mean, this might be another one you might want to consider, because this echoes the backdrop of this gorgeous seed head that we've got. Similar sort of cut to the red that we looked at, so a metre of that one, I believe. And is this one ½ metre? Oh, that one's ½ metre. Oh, that's part of a bundle. So those two, no, not that one? Oh, no, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I haven't got it with an Art Deco. It's just on its own. We'll have a look in a bit. But I just saw my eyes migrated towards that purple. Anyway, this is what we're talking about at the moment. So £9.89, ½ metre of both. That is on its way to selling out. So I'm not going to spend any more time on that because we've only got 15 minutes left. That is beautiful. Like that one? We're going Scandi. Scandi. I saw that one a minute ago. Oh, there we go. It's underneath. Oh, look at that. That's not what we're looking at the moment. But I got distracted. So is this the Scandi by itself? Oh, it's got the light blue with it. There we go. See, that light blue goes with that floral as well. That was with that. Anyway, we digress. I do that a lot. Now, this is a nice one. This is a lovely. See, I'm looking at this. It's a good width to this one. It's almost, I mean, I don't know whether it's classed as a canvas. Are we calling it a canvas? I don't know. I'd call it a half Panama, to be fair, because it's kind of like a nice weight bag making cushions. A really fun feel. I mean, it's got a Scandi look to it, and it is kind of like one that you could use for bag making cushions. Loads of little woodland characters in there, which I think is lovely. We've teamed it up with a blue, which you might choose to use with it, or you might not. It's entirely up to you. It's a bit of a bonus. It's a nice blue, very pretty blue. Yeah, if you fancy using them together, then you can do. Then yeah, or you can use them independently. But it's all about that less than a tenner price, isn't it, in this? It's a good width, that one. Can I hold this up? Can I hold this one up? Because it is a good size. Good size again. And it's very cute. A plique, fussy cut, maybe. You could do. Quite a modern print, that one as well. It's very much an autumnal feel with the kind of, that's autumnal, the universal sign for you, autumnal. And it's got those gorgeous reds in there. You've got your hare, you've got your deer, your little foxes with these as well. Squirrels, beautiful. So, $9.99 qualifies for our less than a tenner hour. But we're tickling that price down to £7.99. So both of those coming together in that price, less than £8 this time, half a metre of your beautiful woven print that you've got kind of like a, like I say, a half Panama feel to that one. So nice weight to it, not a difficult one to sew with, not too bulky. And then you've got your half metre of your pale blue alongside it. Brilliant combination, brilliant price, and a very popular one as well. So nice combo. There we go, those two together. So I'm going to put those to one side again. I hope you're keeping track of this because I've just moved everything around. So 2.5 meters of blues together. They're the paler blues, the darker blues. It's always the other one, isn't it? It's always the other one. Look at these. See now, and you know, we were looking a few moments ago at that lighter blue. So there you go. You've got your trio of colours. So you might not be using it with your Scandi print that we were looking at, but you could certainly use it alongside these. Now, £6.58 for a half metre of each of these, so full metre overall. But it's about having the different colour tones. And this is the beauty by having these. I'm just going to grab another fabric that can see that we've got coming up, and it's actually teamed up with a pink. But pop that with it and you're bringing out the blues. Bring out that paler blue with it. Again, you get a different look to it. So when you've got a fabric that's got lots of different colours in there, then the blues are just really useful to have. Could be, is that true? Is that a fact? Oh, blue is the kind of international favourite colour. Well, it is in my house. I love my blues. Love a blue toe. So yeah, I don't know. There you go. Do your own research. Ask everybody in the world what their favourite colour is. Might take you a while. But you can see here £6.58. Both of those. Again, perfect if you're just getting started, practising things like your log cabin. Bring in a lighter tone alongside it if you're wanting to for your different projects. Quite close together those, but a subtle difference. And sometimes that's all that you need, isn't it? That subtle difference between those. £6.58. But if you are going for those, can I suggest you hold fire checking out your baskets before I show you this next two, because this one has got that beautiful colour in there. So 2 different bundles. That one is the one that we've just been speaking of, so I'm going to move that one out of the way. But we're bringing in these two. So Colour-wise, we have got Cloud and Chambray, but it's not Chambray weight. It's not kind of your lightweight denim. It's the colour fabric, the colour tone. It works from our colour chart. And I know the Cloud because the Cloud is going to be coming up with some panels that I'm bringing to you on the 6th of October. So that's why I recognise the Cloud. So these two together, £6.58, half metre of each. Again, your blue combo, if you want to go for multiples, go for those blue we were looking at a few moments ago. Again, the blue that we saw earlier on, not out of place with it, I don't think. And again, using it with other fabrics, we saw the fabulous, was this one? No, this wasn't the Liberty one. No. Yes, it was the Liberty earlier, wasn't it? That one again, if you've gone for that one and you want an alternative to your calico, why not? £6.58, stash builders those, aren't they? But useful to have, so as when you need them, you've got them and you've not got to go off and find them. So absolutely beautiful. So, oh, now I'm going to move those to the side. We've got the mottled jade. Oh, this one here. Oh, now. Oh, I like these. These are proper festival kind of colours, aren't they? You've got that beautiful mystic vine. Why is it mystical? I don't know what the mystery is about it, but it's beautiful. And you've almost got, it's almost like a bold in there, and then almost, when we're looking at paper crafting, and sometimes we're stamping, we'll say a second and third generation as the colour gets paler and paler. And that's what you've got here. You've got that deep cerise on the top, and that lovely paler pink underneath, and then you've got that lovely kind of mottled background with it as well. Really nice. Nice alternative to a solid. It's kind of solid with personality, as I like to call it sometimes. And I do love it with that gorgeous kind of a teal. Now this one, beautiful combination, half metre of your pink, half metre of your teal, £6.99. That's all you're looking at with this one. £6.99, absolute bargain. And again, stash builders, half metre is just the right amount of fabric to enhance other fabrics, isn't it? But saying that, projects, quite often you'll get half metre projects, won't you? People write books about half metre projects, fat quarter projects as well. So there you go. Like those, brilliant. If you fancy getting hold of those, £6.99. Quarter of the stock of that one has gone. I mean, they're colour combinations that we love, aren't they? They're gorgeous too. Love that as well. Now, we've got some ripstock bundles. So which one should we go for first? We've got 3 of these. So planets with green. Is that what? That one? Oh. Got space. Oh. Ripstock, ripstock, ripstock. I've done that one, that one. Don't know, I've got 1 ripstock, 2 ripstocks, 3 ripstocks. There must be another one somewhere. I can't see a fabric with planets on. I can't see anything with planets on. Let's do the one with the pink just while we have a little look. I can't see anything with planets on unless I've gone and put something on top of it. Right, okay. We'll have a little look for that one. So, this one, nice combination. So you've got your beautiful kind of folksy style animals with these. Turning it round to find the direction, it's actually non-directional. So when you look at them, you can see the birds are kind of a different way around. So yeah, you've got your foxes. You've also got your little rabbits featuring in there as well. And they're little motifs with these. So really, really pretty fabric. A lovely pale green with that, quite minty green, which is lovely. Comes with its ripstock alongside it, picking out the pink of the little birds that you've got in there and the pink of the inside of the birds. So again, ripstock nice if you're wanting to use this in any projects where you're wanting to kind of almost have, it's not waterproof, but it's kind of water resistant, is that the right phrase? So nice if you're thinking doing little makeup bags and things like that, you can wipe it down quite easily. Nice one for a lining, so things like swimming bags maybe where you've got something that is damp. Yeah, like it. Nice combination, those two together. And £6.98. That is brilliant. That is a really good price. So that one is that one. It's an unusual fabric ripstock, isn't it? But so again, it's a useful one to have in your stash. So yeah, like that one. So another ripstop bundle that we've got is a real fun one. So if we're talking about swim bags for school and things like this. So with these, you've got your fabulous alphabets, again, non-directional, white base with this one, but picking out the yellow of some of the elements in there to give you yellow ripstop with that one as well. So nice little combination. You might find a third combination on the website. I haven't got it here in the studio to show you, but £7.98 for to apologise for the one that we're not able to bring you, just £5.99. So that's a good combination, a fun combination as well. Time-wise, we're really running out of time, and I've got so much more that I wanted to show you. Can I quickly show the rainbow fabric? Have we got time to show the rainbow? Because this is a lovely one, and this one, is this a trio, this one? See, you're going to get your 2 fat quarters. I love my denims, and denim for bag making is a brilliant base. It's not a heavyweight denim, so please don't think of it being like sewing through your jeans or anything like that. It's not. So it's a nice, easy one to sew with, but I just love the look of that one alongside the rainbows that we've got, and those gorgeous rainbow flowers. I mean, those are so happy. 2 fat quarters. You're also going to get, is it a ½ metre of your... Yes, I mean, that's perfect. You don't need a lot, do you? I mean, those for pencil cases or book covers or little projects. And the fat quarters, loose and Irene, so quality through and through again. £9.99, absolutely brilliant. Very quickly, I'm going to get sharp for this, but I'm bringing it in as well. There's so many beautiful fabrics in this. This beautiful, it's like almost anemones that you've got in here, this floral combination, teamed up with your pale pink. But do you remember that blue that we saw with the Scandi earlier on? That would work with it. The blue bundles that we were looking at earlier on, where you got your different colour combinations, they would work with it as well. Even that ½ metre of that purple that we were talking at earlier on. On the website, you'll see all the different combinations. We're not going to have time to go through everything. But these two together, £9.78. Less than a tenner. And it is beautiful. Really pretty. Non-directional. Easy as well, because you've got your roses in there as the backdrop, little anemones. I'm not very good with my flowers, to be honest, but team it up with that pink, it's going to extend it. So a nice combination, but equally so, if you wanted to team that up with a darker tone, maybe you've gone for the denim. That alongside the denim would look nice as well. So yeah, brilliant bundle, £9.78. But we are going to end the hour with, oh, sorry, what was that, Hannah? Oh, the thread box, yes, sorry. So, sneaky little look at the end of the hour of our kind of unexpected bonus early bird. So this is, I'm going to take the threads out because you're not going to get the threads. I don't want to confuse the issue, but that's just to illustrate the size of the spools that will fit in. So, Millward was originally £4.99, but we crashed that price down to just £2.99. Now it's brilliant because you've got the depth with the kind of space that you've got on the lid as well. So when you take your spools, and we've got Gutermann and we've got Orifil that are fitting in these very, very easily. Obviously they are going to stand proud because that's the nature of the spools, but when you actually put the lid on that has got that depth to it as well, then you can see you're going to be able to store those absolutely perfectly. Lots of you going for multi-buys of these, don't blame you. It means that you can divide up your threads. Maybe put a sticky label on the end there, so when it's sitting on your shelf and you've got multiples of them, as you will have, you can easily go to that collection of threads. And obviously when you look at your threads, you've got in kind of more detail about the mix of your thread, but you might want to separate them up into your bobbin fills, or you might want to put your, I don't know, your rayons, things that you can easily just grab the box and then look through them at a later stage. Keeps them all neat and tidy, and I'm sure that you'll agree at £2.99, absolute bargain. It was an unexpected early bird deal. Brought it to you about halfway through the show, and lots of you have been taking advantage of it during the course of the hour, and lots of you do still have them in baskets. So if you are looking at completing your purchase, probably a good idea for you to do so on the break between the shows, because we won't be referencing it again during the course of the day, and I don't want you to miss out. So details on your screen, still available if you're wanting it, and again, not limited. Go for multiples, whether it's for yourself, whether you're gift buying, or maybe it's just because you don't know why, but you know it's a bargain, so you need it. Sometimes we shop like that, don't we? Talking about shopping for amazing deals, I will see you the other side of the break with the lovely Yvonne, and I'm very much looking forward to that hour. Hope we can count on your company. See you after this.
Back by popular demand, introducing the one, the only Gemporia Festive Ball. Party with your favourite presenters from Gems TV, Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. We're all together for a night that's gonna be the talk of the town. Situated at the fabulous Stratford Manor, close to the world-famous Stratford-upon-Avon. Tickets are just £99 per person, including a welcome drink, a 3-course dinner, half a bottle of wine and music that'll have you dancing all night long. There'll also be a shop at the party and even a tombola if you're feeling lucky. Numbers are limited, so order your tickets today to avoid disappointment. Let's make it a night to remember at the Gemporia Festive Ball on Saturday the 25th of November. See you there.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamny. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello there and welcome back to an hour I've been very much looking forward to, because I am teaming up with the lovely Yvonne that I've not seen in too long a time. How are you doing, my lovely?
Well, as I just said, I'm hanging together reasonably well today.
That's
as good as I could say.
That's all we can ever hope for, isn't it? I think on a day-to-day basis. So no, it's very good to have you here.
And you, it's been too long.
It has been too long, but it's been nice to have that catch-up. And during that catch-up, I've learned all about this beautiful quilt behind you that is a block-by-block project.
Yeah, we started this back in, February time. And this is Pemberley Garden, and we have a mixture of quite precise piecing as well as all of the delicate applique, which of course you can do either by hand or do it by machine. There's some embroidery on here, so anyone who likes to sit and do a little bit of hand sewing. But equally there's some little learning pieces. There's some quite small pieces down through the centre here, which was month 1. I had to have a lie down in a darkened room for month 4. Month 4 had all of the, I think it was this block, which of course has
components,
which has the pieced setting triangles, and we did some applique, and as I say, I just went and lay down in a darkened room after that. So it all went very well. It got easier after month 4, so now we're on month 7.
Now point out to us where block 7 is on the quilt.
It's this one.
Okay.
And we make, like in most months, we make more than one.
Okay.
So for month 7, we're making 2 of the same.
Perfect.
Because this is the last month where we're doing blocks. Next month is the final month of the block of the month, whenever we will be doing assembly and the frame and the border.
Beautiful. And I have to say, it's absolutely gorgeous.
The colours are lovely, aren't they? They're so fresh.
Beautiful. I mean, there's so many different elements and so many different skills that you're going to learn in the construction of the blocks, and then obviously putting it all together, which we'll learn at a later date. Now, block 7, I know lots of you have been getting involved with this one already. This is where we are going to be turning our attention to for the majority of the show. And you can see there the beautiful block that you can be creating. This is month 7. We do have month 6 and 5 available. So if you're thinking of maybe making cushions to complement your quilt and you want extras, then you can go for those. But we are going to be concentrating on block 7, the details of which are on your screen. So I think it's probably best if we come straight over to you, Yvonne.
Okay, you're going to have an easy hour then,
are you?
You're just going to have a sit and a bit of a.
You've got me. Got me to a tea.
Oh, you might as well enjoy it. So, as always, the first thing that I always say to you is please read through the instructions before you begin, and do as I tell you, not perhaps as I do today. The cutting instructions on page 1 are for the 2 patchwork blocks. But then I would suggest you make 1 block at a time. And looking at your front sheet, you have a colour reference, and on page 2 of the instructions, you have an assembly diagram. So if I just pull that a little bit forward.
Incredibly clear.
Well, we do try, because we design, then we write the instructions, so we know what it is we are trying to achieve and what we need to be able to make the block. We have some lovely fabrics this month. This blue one is a Liberty fabric.
Beautiful.
So that sometimes these fabrics, you may need to stabilize them a little bit. So some of the best press or whatever your favourite, but just put a little bit of body back into it. They don't need interlining or anything like that, so just go for it. The smallish triangle, so I generally suggest that whenever you're cutting triangles, you cut triangles and then use them.
Okay.
Don't cut them, put them in a bag and pull them out and expect them to be the same sizes whenever you put them in. So let's make a start. Now, as I always suggest to you, please look on your diagram and lay the pieces out as per the diagram.
Lovely. Yvonne, I'm feeling lonely over here. Can I come and join you?
Well, of course you can.
Let's come over and have a little look.
Mind you, if you come over here, you probably get ironing duties.
Oh,
you know.
I'm going back again.
Yeah,
Then.
yeah. I thought. So we have diagram, and because I have a limited period of time to show you what to do, I have made the top row, and I've made a little bit of the bottom row. And I have also made those sides. But this, I hope, shows you what you are actually, the units that you're making. So you are going to make a square with triangles around it. And you make 4 of those in one colorway. And we will make the center one just now. And it's the one that is different. It's going to have this lovely floral little pop of colour in the middle. Beautiful. There. Yeah. There we go. So that's going to look like that. Lovely. And the other unit that you make is relatively straightforward.
Okay.
You're going to have a square. You're going to have a square. And this is where you double check that you have the correct side of the white on white.
Need some good light. Make
you
sure.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and that goes, the white is always in the corner. Then you are going to make, and have I got that the right way round?
Yeah, I think you have.
Oh, I don't know. I might have. And then we have one to make in the corner here. Because the thing that you do have to remember is that you are making mirror images. Okay.
And this is the first time I've seen your block of the month, but one of the things that I love about, and you'll see this on the camera here, so clever. The W represents the white, G for green, B for blue. Even without reading the instructions, it's a logical way of seeing it put together. I like that.
And for some people where this maybe isn't as easy to follow, you've got the colour picture.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is, for some people, words are more difficult.
Yes,
and pictures are easier.
Absolutely.
So we do
it's
it
a good size image as well. You're not kind of having to get your magnifying glass out. I like it.
Just put your glasses on, etc. So these are the only 2 units that you have to make. You have to make a square with triangles round. You have to do a half square, some half square triangles, and then it's all about joining this together. So we're going to start, and how I do these is I fold and I finger press the halfway mark.
Okay.
This is where it's best for the gel nails. It comes in quite useful. And I do the same with the triangles because I want to put that triangle bang on top of that little crease there.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and then I should have a 1/4 of an inch overlapping it on both sides.
Fabulous.
And I'm going to put 1 pin in there, hold that, do the same on the other edge. So if you do one so that it is sitting proud and the other one so that it's a little valley, they should just nestle quite nicely in together there.
Perfect. And of course, I mean, you could invest in this because you're going for the overall look of the quilt, which I know many of you have been. But if you're only getting involved at this stage, I'm looking at this thinking that if you're a novice sewer, then this is very achievable, this particular block that you've got here.
It's not too big, and it is a repetition
for the units. And of course, you know, the more you do something, the better you get at it.
I will mention though, if you are a novice sewer, you might look at those pieces that Yvonne's just lined up there and think, well, hang on, those bits are overhanging. There is a reason for that.
Yeah.
So trust in the instructions and trust in the measurements, because it will all come together when you start sewing it.
Absolutely, because the first line on our instructions always is a 1/4 inch seam is stitched. A 1/4 inch seam allowance is used throughout and has been included in all of the cutting instructions. So just as Hayley says, trust me. It's not what doctors say. That's a bit, okay.
Or as often I used to say as a mum, do as I say, not do as I do.
Oh, how often do we have to say that? So I have set the sewing machine to a 1/4 inch. I'm using a 2.4 stitch length. I am just putting 2 pieces of fabric together. There is no need for it to be any longer. Okay, Hayley, you're in business.
Oh, it's me cue, Hayley.
Yeah, afraid so. So if
Lovely.
you could press those heading out the way, please.
That way for you, yeah?
Yeah, please.
That's lovely.
That will do nicely.
Beautiful. Of course, these fabrics pressing absolutely beautifully, as you would expect. I mean, the quality of the fabrics that you've chosen, Yvonne, I have to say.
Well,
That looks gorgeous just by itself.
we make our samples up. These are our fabrics, and we don't want to work with anything that we don't like. So,
It's true, yeah.
so we don't. So again, I'm going to just do as I did before. Going to line those up, and I think I'm going to make a little bit of a mess, and I'm going to cut those ears off now.
Sometimes they can be a bit frustrating seeing them there, can't they?
Well,
getting yourself ready for the next bit.
It becomes too bulky
Yes,
behind
yeah.
whenever you come to press.
And it's
the-
not a bad thing to kind of trim them off as you go, because it can make all the difference, can't it? And especially if you wanting that pristine stitch out throughout.
Well, you don't want bulk building up. That's
Exactly.
the thing,
Yes.
and because you'll only find it gets in the way. Perhaps not at this stage, but if you are going to quilt this yourself, you will find that the positioning of the seam allowances does actually become a bit of an issue whenever if you're stitching in the ditch. You want to know where that ditch is
That's
as
a
you
good
go
point.
as you go through. Now this particular quilt we haven't quilted, and because it would actually have gotten quite heavy for coming backwards and forwards too.
And I kind of like it because it's almost at the raw essence of stage, almost stage by stage, although it has been completed, because obviously you need to see the overall look. And I can't wait to see your versions of these when they start coming together.
Yeah, that's always the fun
But
bit.
this is the last block per se, so the last block as in looking at square blocks. It's the outer parameter that we're going to be looking at the next time that Yvonne is...
Yeah, the end of whatever next month is. October next month?
It will be October, yes, at that stage, yeah. I don't know where the year's going. It's beautiful, I mean the fabrics and everything about it's gorgeous.
Now, a little double check is whenever you are sewing your 1/4 of an inch seam, that 1/4 of an inch should be from there to the edge.
Right,
Yeah.
okey-doke, yeah.
So that if that's not happening, then something is just a
It's a
little
good way of
bit
regulating everything. It's a good tip, thank you.
off. Well, you just have to. Whenever you have so many component parts, it's really good to check as you go along that
Yes.
everything is to the size that you are hoping.
And I suppose there's nothing stopping you using fabrics from your stash to do a practice block beforehand.
And many people do.
Because I mean, it's a very attractive block in its own right, so yeah.
Okay, over to you again, please. And in the meanwhile, I will sew these 2 half square triangles together.
Can I compliment you on your sewing? That's absolutely perfect, that square block there.
Don't tempt fate, because
Oh yes, I shouldn't have said it out
you
loud,
shouldn't.
should I?
Because
That's beautiful.
I have sewn 3/4 of this block on my sewing machine at home.
Oh, I see. And that you can vary.
Oh, 1/4 of an inch
Yeah.
seam varies tremendously from
Yes,
machine to machine.
That's true.
I have done my best to have a proper measure here this morning, but
We'll go soft focus if it doesn't look
oh,
right.
oh, thank you. Yes, please, guys. So you're going to be pressing this to the darker side.
Lovely. Which obviously a phrase that we hear over and
Won't
over.
forget,
to
yeah.
the dark side.
Absolutely. And you know, the Royal Mint is doing a series of Star Wars coins at the
Are they
minute.
really? Okay.
Yeah, I have a son-in-law and a grandson who are very much into Star Wars, so I know this kind of thing.
Very exciting.
So we're popping that in there.
There you go.
This is the right. This is where you need a little bin at the side of.
Shall I take care of those?
Thank you.
I've got a bin over here. I'll go and
Have
get my
you
bin
got
and
a
I'll bring
bin?
it back. I don't know why I've got a bin because I'm not likely to use in it, am I really? But I will bring it back with me, Yvonne, and then we've got one.
I have one of those little
There we go.
bamboo.
I'll pop it under there so we don't
Thank
trip
you.
over it.
I've gotten a little bamboo basket thing that just sits
Okay.
by.
If you want to... Oh, there you go. You've got one there.
Oh, it's amazing what you find in below whenever you look.
That's okay.
Okay, so we now have our 3, well, no, we're not quite finished with this unit yet, so let's proceed with this one. So we've double checked that we have the right sides facing.
Now,
And
any tips? Because quite often I will pick up pieces and I somehow manage to rotate them and end up sewing in the wrong place.
me too. So you pick it up and you stitch it
Straight away.
and then you put it back down. Oh yes, many new designs have emerged.
I like that. Happy accidents.
Oh, there's no such thing as an accident. It's just a design choice, isn't that? But what you need to do here, and it's a double checkpoint really, is that whenever you put your cut white square on top of your triangle square, they should be the same size. If they're not the same size, you have a problem.
Okay.
So there's these little checkpoints. So that one's
Lovely,
over
thank
to you.
And I suppose naturally when you're cutting your fabrics on the diagonal, just handle them with care because you don't want to kind of
and
warp
that
anything,
is
do we?
probably where you want to be putting some best press on
Okay.
to just stop any stretch on that diagonal.
Fabulous. Just to give you a time check, we've got about 20 minutes or so left in this section.
Oh, that's great. I don't actually have to rush for once.
Oh, I'm having a lovely time. Incidentally, if you guys want to get in touch, use that message system if you wanted to. Are you involved with this block? I know lots of people invested in the block before we even went live today. They're just waiting for the next one to come along. She's lovely. Everybody's getting excited.
Right, have I got that going the right way round? I asked myself. Let's see what happens whenever I put that one there.
There we go.
Looks okay, doesn't it? Because I've got the 2 points
That
coming
looks
to
the same.
either
Yeah,
side.
that matches there.
So this is what it's all about. It's just double checking each time.
And you've got a variety of reference points because obviously you've got
Yeah.
your full colour illustration there. If you prefer to work with a chart, then you have got your patch by patch illustrations there as well. And I love this. Simplicity is key sometimes, isn't it? So the G representing your green fabric, W representing your white, and of course that other block that Yvonne worked on featuring your blue fabric there as well.
With the orange
with
on
the
the
orange
corners.
there, yes, yeah.
Right.
Gorgeous.
So whenever it comes to creating this corner block, what I've done is nested these 2 seams together. So I've just run those down along each other, one seam going in one direction, the other going in the other direction.
Lovely.
And I have then popped 2 pins in there holding that, and that should be the same as that, and that should be all lined up there.
And this is where it's worth taking that extra moment of time, isn't it?
Otherwise, you become very good friends with the quick unpick.
You do, and it's never a good situation, because when you come to unpick, first of all, it's like, oh, you don't really want to be unpicking, but it can have a little bit of an effect on your fabric as well. If you can get it right first time, which is by checking and double checking, sometimes triple checking before you actually stitch, then you can kind of safeguard those fabrics and minimise the stretch.
Okay, so if you could just
Lovely.
give me a little, I think I've got a thread, and that's just a thread, that's fine.
Going towards the dark again? Well, it's hardly dark really, is it?
Yeah,
but yes,
there's a bit more dark than there is light. So we now are ready to put that central row together.
Lovely.
Going
I'm always victim of the same thing. Try not to move your iron around too much. We're not pressing clothes, are we?
No, you are pressing, not ironing.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, so that is going to go on there. We're just
Lovely.
going to stretch that a little bit. You know, I hadn't realised what an art there is in pressing things until I was working with someone, family member, who had never done it before.
Okay.
And she was ironing. And
Yes.
I'm saying, no, don't do it like that. Just give it a little tug there and make sure that you're not getting a ridge.
Yes.
Which is why, of course, you should always press from the front.
Okay.
Don't press from the back, because then you can see that you do or you don't have a little ridge there, because that does impact on the measurement.
And that's the thing, sometimes you do, because you can have a little bit of gain with your stitching, the way that your machine operates, the combination of your threads and the needle and everything all add to that seam. So yeah, sometimes that little bit of tweaking.
Oh, sometimes you need a little bit of steam, and sometimes you need a little bit of wriggle room, I would call it. Yeah, I can't remember when, but there was one occasion I was actually putting a block together that'd been sewn on 3 different sewing machines.
Oh my goodness.
And
so you wouldn't think it'd make a difference, but it does.
Would you
like me to press that one for you?
I think so. I think I've gotten, yeah.
Okay.
Press towards the middle for me.
Oh,
No, hang on.
there you go. I'll let you do it.
Let me,
That's
because I
okay.
just want to go like that.
That's fine.
So that I'm making sure I'm flat, and I have given, looks as though I have a little bit of looks as though I've missed that point a little bit, but let's not complain.
My goodness, it's almost a scientific look at that. Wow.
Oh yeah, this is
It's got to be right, hasn't it?
It has to be as right as you can make it.
It's a fair point.
It doesn't need to be an anxiety crisis, you know. All you want to do is to enjoy what you're doing and to work to the best of your ability.
That's true. That is true. Now, just as you're getting that one ready to sew, I'm just going to mention, if you have just joined us, we are here celebrating this beautiful quilt behind us, and we are working on, I say we, I'm just a dear talking about it, but it's a block by block project, and we are looking at month 7. Now, month 7 will enable you to create these 2 blocks that we've got just either side, almost of the it is the centre point. So you're going to make 2 blocks from this kit, as is often the case with the different blocks as you work your way around, but it's the last traditional block, when I say traditional, square block that you've got within this particular quilt. Block 8, or should I say month 8 rather than block 8, is going to be taking care of the finishing of your quilt. So that's the next time that we'll see Yvonne with regards to this one. But month 7, I know many of you have been shopping for this one and taking advantage. Many of you got involved before we even went live, because you don't want to miss out on it if you've been collecting those blocks. I keep saying blocks, those months, should I say. We do have month 5 and 6 available, so if you are new to the concept, then you can get hold of those, which are going to be brilliant if you're wanting to create things like cushion covers to complement the overall quilt, potentially, if you're already investing in that system. So yeah, like that one. And hopefully we're going to see a new one next year. It starts all again.
Well, there are ideas in the pipeline.
Fabulous. takes a lot of work behind the scenes with regards to getting these kits together.
It really is a complete team effort. From the design into the instruction, right into the cutting of the fabric to the taking the pictures
and the availability as well. That is the key thing. That's why whenever we bring the months to you, we do suggest that you get them there and then, because there's no guarantee that we'll be able to get them at a later stage.
Whenever you are working with the quantities, people are very kindly buying this, so the number that I've been supplying to Sewing Street has gone up twice in the period of time that it's been running to date. So it is important that we don't run out of fabric, which is my worst nightmare.
Oh yes, it's a difficult one to gauge, because like you say, you know how much fabric goes into one quilt, but you don't know how many times the kind of complete quilts can be sold. So,
because of the pulling the whole quilt together, you are reusing fabrics. So fabrics that were in month 1 are also in month 7 today. So we haven't necessarily, you can do the sums for here because there's not very much of it, but then you realise you're using it here and here. So suddenly your half metre has become a metre. Times however many. So it all. You need to be good at maths to do patchwork, don't you?
That's why it's easier to buy them in the kit form, in my book anyway. I have to say the fabrics press beautifully.
They do, don't they?
You've chosen well.
Well, sometimes they are a little bit softer, which that green one is a little softer, so I do recommend a little bit of some kind of finishing, a little bit of spray starch or best press, whatever is your...
That's it. And as I said before, it might be that you're looking at the quilt and you're thinking, I'm not ready to do the whole quilt. You don't have to do the whole quilt. We've got blocks 5, 6 and 7, which make a beautiful collection of, if you want to do a runner with these, if you wanted to do cushions, maybe to complement the quilt as you're working alongside it, or just independently. It doesn't have to be that you're investing in the whole quilt. If you just like the fabrics and the layout. And as we mentioned, this is a lovely way, if you're a novice quilter and you just love the fabrics, that you can potentially get involved, because we're talking half square triangles and squares, really, aren't we?
We are. There is not. There is nothing particularly difficult about this. You do just need to take your time and step by step. And what I was just thinking there, last month we did these big long applique panels, so you could put those round the side of one of those, couldn't you? You would have to fiddle a little bit, but if you didn't want to undertake the whole project, then those months you do 2 of those, so that would sit really well with the 2 blocks that we're making today.
Incidentally, I don't know how long we can look back at previous shows on the website. I'm not entirely sure how long it lets us go back. I think they're on YouTube though, aren't they? I think.
It's a technical question.
No, I just watch live.
Well, I try not to watch myself ever.
Do you not?
No. I move on quickly. I
notice you're using pins rather than clips. Is that a personal preference or something you would advise people to go down the route of?
I think this is much more accurate.
Okay.
I find pins much easier on my hands than I do clips. I don't like clips. I don't possess any.
Okay.
I do tend to be I'm not a gadget girl in any shape or form. So I find that I stick with the more basic, which of course is what I was brought up with.
Well, I suppose in the traditional sense, when quilting started, we didn't have all the paraphernalia.
The only time that I've used clips was whenever I was stitching some cork.
Okay.
But whenever I can put this in and even basically leave it in,
Yes.
I can't with a clip.
Yes. That's true.
You
That's
know,
true.
they're just not for me.
No, in fact, I always find it interesting when we chat about these things. 'Cause,
You know, everyone has their own way of doing it. And of course,
Absolutely.
it's, you know, how were you shown to do it initially?
That's it.
Though there are all, you know, once you gain some confidence, then you do it the way that you are happiest with and that gets you the best result.
This is true. It's all about enjoying the process, isn't
Absolutely. And, you know, as we move into the winter months, whenever things are a little bit darker and you just need to keep your mind, your creativity going, then, you know, enjoy it. Do what you want to do to enjoy it. Now, I'm taking pins out as I go along here. I will sew over some of them, which I know gives some people nightmares, but it's...
I think on the sly we all do it when people aren't looking.
Well, I know some of the machines are a little temperamental. They're too sensitive to let you do it regularly. But I find that whenever I have to stand on one leg to sew here, then they have to.
Yes, we do get you to perform in peculiar ways. Don't we?
I'm feeling a bit flamingo-like here. My little granddaughter has just started a ballet lesson, so she is learning to stand on one leg like a flamingo, like a flamingo, Grandma.
Oh, bless her. What age is she?
4.
Oh,
Just turned 4.
beautiful.
Okay, so that is 2 of the rows. Having constructed a row, we then stitch rows together.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's not looking too bad, all things
Beautiful.
considered. Yeah, and then I will continue on here.
Yvonne, I think we've just about got time to add this final seam in place to finishing everything off. Now, of course, just as Yvonne's pinning that in place, let me just refresh your memory what we're talking about. And we are talking about month 7. Now, month 7 has got all of the components that you need in there. Not only your pattern, not only the templates in there, not only all of the measurements, but also the beautiful fabrics that Yvonne is working with. Now, these are depicted as your white, your blue, your green, and your orange when you come to the template. And you've got the simple initial letter there to help you with the template, but equally so you've got that full colour image there. So if you do want to reference that, you can do. Good size image as well, so nice and easy for you to work out exactly where those fabrics need to be placed, and of course of all the cut lines, all the measurements included within there. Now this is month 7 of this growing quilt. It's the last month that you're going to be looking at the kind of main body of the quilt. In month 8, which will be in October, you will learn the construction and kind of finishing off your quilt, if you will. But of course, if you've just got involved at this stage, we have got some of the blocks available, not all of the blocks, but we have got month 7, which is this particular block. We've got month 5, and we've also got month 6. They're all on the website if you want to look at them, and they're a lovely way for you to maybe just create a block that you're going to use in a cushion, or maybe use them all, because they are all the same fabrics. You could have a project of your own that you're going to be creating with these, which is fine. Check them out on the website. But if you are continuing your journey of your block by block project, then you'll certainly need month number 7, and you'll need it sooner rather than later, because we have lots of people that get involved before we even bring it live on the show. So if you are growing with your quilt, you do not want to miss out on any of those months, because it will look a little bit odd if you suddenly just put a big block of any other colour of fabric in there. It kind of goes together when you've got them all there. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, $34.99 for those beautiful fabrics. And it's nice as well, because each time Yvonne figures out the fabrics that you need for that particular area. It could be quite easy for her to say right at the beginning, this is how much fabric you need, and leave you to get on with it. But she doesn't do it that way. She makes it so as that it's almost like a journey and education, not only that you're learning how to kind of create and put those pieces together, but it's all part of the journey, isn't it? All part of the process.
Yeah, whenever we're designing a block of the month, we try and give you something of interest to do each month, and we aim to give you maybe 2 days work in the month.
Yes, yeah.
Because we always suggest that you want to do your cutting out during the day.
Yes, no, that's fine. You go for it.
I need to just get to the iron. And then you have some repetition so that you are learning, but equally something of interest to achieve, yeah?
There we go. And then we'll have one final look at this.
Yeah, and this is block 1 of 2 that you will make. And when you sit, having cut the pieces, whenever you sit down to stitch this, you will probably, if you had no interruptions, you could have it done in an hour.
Beautiful, gorgeous,
I
and the pleasure of creating something as beautiful as
And
this.
that, I'm happy with that, all things considered.
Beautiful, and then we just pop that away until next month.
Till
Just it all comes together.
If you have a pizza box,
Oh,
you know,
yes, yeah.
because they'll fit into that. But do try and keep them flat.
Yeah, and
That's
don't
all I would
use
say.
a previously used pizza box.
No, not a good
Not a good
plan.
idea. Yvonne, thank you.
Oh, you're most welcome. Be
now,
my pleasure.
We've got more from Yvonne later on. We're going seasonal makes next time, which is going to be at 11 o'clock.
That's me.
Love it. So make sure you tune in for that. But for the time being, thank you. Don't forget your month 7, details of which are on your screen. But I'm going to be spending the next rest of the hour, should I say, telling you about some amazing, the next hour, the rest of this hour, telling you about some beautiful extra wide fabrics. So I'm going to say goodbye just for the time
I'll
being.
see you shortly.
You can take your time, don't worry. I'm going to go for a walk. You're going to come with me? Because what we've actually got over at the other desk is a beautiful array of fabrics which I'm going to be sharing with you. We've got tools if you do need your tools as well, because obviously with your cutting out it's good to have pristine tools that are going to help you with those. We've got all sorts, but extra wide is what we're looking at the moment. So we've got a variety. Can I bring them all in? Because these are beautiful. So I'm going to place those in the middle there. We will look at them individually, but have a look at these. I mean, these, we're calling them backing fabrics, but sometimes when you look at the fabrics, it's like, do you really just want to keep that on the back of my fabric? Absolutely beautiful. Now, they've each got their own individual item number. So just as I turn the pages of these ones, if you will, you can see the beautiful fabrics that we have got for you. I am looking at these and thinking dresses and all sorts, although they are quilting weight. Obviously, we're not going to send the quilting police around if you're not using them in that manner. They're 108 inches wide, so perfect if you're wanting to use them in other projects as well. Maybe garment making, you can go for multiples if you want, but they are all pre-cut, so do bear that in mind to start with. Now, I'm going to start off with this beautiful green that we've got here. I'm going to move those to the side and we will look at those in a little while. So these are beautiful. Now, I'm going to need a little bit of help when I open these up because, as we saw earlier, my arms were long enough for 1/2 metre pieces, but when we're actually looking at these beautiful kind of double width that we've got with these, yes, I'm going to need a little bit of help. Now, I'm just going to open it out for you to start with as Hannah comes into the studio to help me, but what a beautiful fabric that is. Gorgeous greens, as you can see, they're classic tones with these. Beautiful hot pink feature in there as well. Hannah, my lovely, there you go. If I can give you that corner there, and I'm going to take a wander off this side. It's huge, this piece, isn't it? Look at that. Now, if we hold it up, you can see the beautiful design that you've got. Now, obviously, the price and the details on your screen are for your 1/2 metre piece, as you can see. But go for your multiples with regard to this one. And that's Hannah. So Hannah, with regards to these, if people shop for multiples, I know you haven't got a microphone on, it comes joined, so it's cut to order. If you're wanting to go for a 1/2 metre piece because you've got a project that you're wanting to go for, then you can do. But if you do fancy going for multiples, then that might give you the opportunity to make a garment with these. But beautiful fabric. What sort of width are we talking with these then, Hannah? 108 inches, so huge. I love it. Is that my hand? See, when there's me and Hannah, I couldn't figure out if that's my hand or not, but it is. I love it. Hannah, thank you. So beautiful fabric. I know you're not going to be disappointed with that one when you get it home. Absolutely gorgeous. And as I say, perfect for your quilt backing. To be honest, they're just so beautiful. But I suppose quilts, if you're using your quilts, you're wanting to have them as pretty on one side as they are on the other. So it does make sense. But as you can see there, I'm just going to bring the selvage in, because your selvage on this particular fabric, your fabric goes right to the edge on one of the selvages, but if we turn it over, you will have your traditional band that is there, that I know so many of you use. I'm going to turn that around so you can see it the right way up, and this is lovely. It's always a useful reference point, because some people I know do actually use these on the reverse of their quilts as well, because it gives you a reference point, so at a later stage, if you want to come back and get more fabrics because you wanted to make cushions or things like that, then you've got your reference point there. But I just think they look really stylish anyway, and there's lots of projects out there allowing you to use those selvage edges. So Liberty, I mean, that if you were making a garment out of this, you would be cutting that out and popping it into the nape of the neck, wouldn't you? Because it's like an official labour. They're not lawn weight, but they're 100% cotton, so they are designed to work with quilts. But I use fabrics in all sorts of different ways. I know other people will keep the lawn for the garments and so on, but I just love fabric, and if I like the colour of it, then I use it in a different way. So yeah, 100% cotton. As you can see, peacock dance there, made in Italy, beautiful quality. You know, Liberty fabrics are beautiful quality, but as I say, your cotton quilting weight if you're wanting to go for that as well. Now, if you prefer your centimetres, because obviously we're talking half a metre, 50 centimetres, but the actual width of it, you're looking at in excess of 2 metres with this one. So it's actually 274, so it's actually 2 metres 75 wide, isn't it? So that's beautiful, beautiful fabric, absolutely gorgeous. Now, these extra wides have only been launched this year with us here at Sewing Street. And some places you can't even get hold of it, I think, in certain areas. Certain areas have kind of pre-ordered it, but they've not had yet to have their delivery. And they're ready to go. We've got them in our warehouse, cut to order. To be honest, I mean, Charlie's just come up with a brilliant idea. If you've got a dress or a garment that maybe you've got a wedding coming up or something like that, and your dress is of a certain colour featuring here, and you wanted to make yourself a little wrap, then you could very easily do that with this, couldn't you? Line it with another fabric, but yeah, beautiful. Got a tropical feel to it actually, hasn't it, with those beautiful leaves? So there you go. Absolutely beautiful. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, we have got other colourways with this one. So if you like the print but not too sure about those colours and you fancy an alternative, then do bear with us because we'll be able to show you those. In fact, we're going to go to the blue straight away. So excuse me if I take that away. Now, I don't know if we're going to be opening every single one up because I know Hannah's trying to get her steps in, but coming backwards and forwards. And she's giving me all the guidance in my ear as well. And she can't do both at the same time. So the blue. Oh, see the blue. The blue's doing it for me, I must admit. Absolutely beautiful. So obviously we opened up one of these previously. You're looking at 2 metres 75, was it 74 centimetres with regards to these? So 274, 108 if you're wanting the inch equivalent, but the beautiful blue and that gorgeous peacock coming through. Of course, you could use, if you wanted to, on your quilt top. They're extra wide, so we tend to think of them going on the back of our quilts, and you might be thinking, well, hang on, it's a ½ metre piece. That's not going to fit on the back of my quilt. If you go for multiples of these, so measure up your quilt and go for multiples of these, they will come as a complete piece. So it could potentially be a complete piece to go on the back of a quilt that you have in progress. Equally so, if you're wanting to, you could actually utilise this on your quilt top if you wanted to, and you've got a lot of fabric, maybe going for the green and another version that we've got in a few moments as well. So it's absolutely beautiful. Now, obviously, when it comes to fabrics, sometimes it's one of those situations that when you go searching for, we all do our research when we're shopping, don't we? And you might go off and try and find this elsewhere, which by all means you can do, but you might find yourself greeted with kind of a response like the one that we're going to show you here, because as you can see, it mentions the wide back, the wide width collection there as well. Expected late November. So we're at the end of September now, but you're looking at 2 months' time. We have got this on our shelves in our warehouse ready to go. So if you're placing your order with us today, it's a weekday, so of course we're going to get those orders processed, should I say, not progressed. Well, again, progressed, both of which, and on their way to you as soon as we possibly can. So it's ready to go. So you potentially could have your quilt made up before the end of November, which if you're shopping somewhere else, you've had to wait that length of time to just get your hands on the fabric. And this is beautiful. So yes, you can pre-order elsewhere, but you're often parting with your money but not getting your fabric. With us, if you part with your fabric, part with your pennies, your money, then it is shipped to you straight away. And don't forget, go for those multiples. With these, we're looking at 1/2 metre length, which by all means you can shop for. But if you're looking at backing your quilt, obviously measure your quilt and then you know how many multiples you need to go for, but absolutely beautiful either way. That's why we do the 1/2 metre measurement, because it can be so many different variations on the size of the quilt that you're working with. So it's only right and proper that we let you make that decision, but we help you by cutting it to order. Now the last one that we've got in this beautiful range is this one, much more muted tones. So it might be that you're working on a quilt and you want something a little bit more subdued potentially on the back with regards to this one. So if you're working maybe with greys, it is big. Let me turn that over, because it almost looks like there's a big black mark going across it then, didn't it? So that's why I'm going to turn that over. But look at that, beautiful. Softer tones with this one. So again, if you want the front of your quilt to do the talking and you don't want the back to be too bold, then this would be a lovely alternative maybe to a solid that you're working with. All the colours that we love with quilting. You've got those softer muted tones, you've got that grey in there, which of course we love greys when it comes to quilting, because it's almost like, I always call it the sandalwood of fabrics, because I studied aromatherapy for a couple of years, and sandalwood was an oil that you used to use to bring things together. So if you've got a blend that you weren't quite right about the fragrance it was portraying, you'd add a drop of sandalwood and it would bring everything together. So that's a bit like grey in quilting, brings everything together. Beautiful fabric. Beautiful fabric. And again, you still got the essence of the peacock in there, but not as bold as the previous ones that we brought in. But again, another option to go for. Extra wide, so again, we were looking at 108 inches, 274 centimetres, and as you can see, they're peacock dance featuring on your selvage edge, just to reassure you with regards to that one. Beautiful. Whichever you go for, to be honest, you're going to love. You really are, they're gorgeous. Beautiful. So that's kind of our peacock department done. So now we're going down the route of this one. Is this one here? Oh, hold on. Let me bring these three in. So these, it's a similar pattern across. Oh, it's one tucked away. There you go. So we've actually got all of these. We're going to look at them individually, but they're all from the same kind of pattern, as you can see, with regards to those. So I'm going to move that one. It's always the last one, isn't it? I do like that one. That one also looks vintage, doesn't it, that one? Love it. Right, anyway. So back in the room. This one is beautiful. Now, with this one, again, designed for your backing because of the wider feature. Hannah is going to come and join me to open this one out in just a few moments. But this is beautiful. Now, we've got 4 different colourways of this one, as you just saw. So very much personal preference. But again, quilting weight. But if you're a bit like me and you buy a fabric because you like it and use it in dressmaking, even though it's not particularly designed for dressmaking, then yeah, by all means, that's what I'm all about. Just enjoy the fabrics. So I'm going to pass that salvage edge to my glamorous assistant. Thank you, Hannah. Not at all. And have a look at this. I mean, this is beautiful. Again, go for multiples. 1/2 metre is your cut that's on the screen, but that's not limiting you to that 1/2 metre. Increase the quantities, we will cut to order. So measure up your quilt if you're planning to use this on the back of your quilt. But again, if you want to use it for garment making, again, just check out what your pattern needs. I'd love a dress in this, I have to say. I think, look at it. Oh, jumpsuit. Oh, good call. Good call, Hannah. Isn't it beautiful? But it's huge. It's pretty much 2 3/4 metres wide. It's actually 274 officially. But yeah, it's a lot of fabric, isn't it, in that cut for £17.99. Beautiful. So we've got 4 different colourways with this one. So we're going to fold this one back up. Hannah, thank you very much, my darling. Yeah. So if you fancy getting hold of these, that is your beautiful. Are we calling that red? I don't know what we're calling it. Calling it red. but it's a vintage red. This is beautiful. So if you're making to sell, I mean, with this, obviously it's a Liberty fabric. So if you're making to sell, then yeah, you can depict that and you can actually label it up that it's Liberty because you've made it with Liberty fabrics. And again, I mean, it's a good cut, a 1/2 metre piece. So again, if you like the print, you're not entirely sure what you're going to do with it, then 1/2 metre is a substantial amount when you've got that width. Pretty much 2 3/4 metres wide, 274 centimetres. So yeah, a lot of fun. You can always tell when I'm thinking about a project in my head because I'm talking, but I suddenly have little pauses and little quiet moments in there as I'm shopping for myself. So yeah, I think I might be placing a staff order later on. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, love it. So that one is gorgeous. So that one's very much your pinks, your berry tones, your red in there per se as well. So really, really pretty. But we're going to turn our attention to the one. It just screamed vintage to me, and I think it's the colour choices in this particular one. It is. You'd look at this, wouldn't you, and you would think it was a vintage fabric. And it's a timeless classic. Timeless classic, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful fabrics. I love it. Oh yes, Charlie, I think you're right there. John Scott would have a fabulous shirt in this, wouldn't he? But equally, it doesn't have to be a garment in its entirety. I mean, the shirt that I've got has got multiple kind of prints in there, so that you could utilise that maybe with a denim jacket or shirt and you just wanted to change the pocket. Quite often I've seen jeans that have got a feature pocket as well. So again, you're only using the tiniest amounts. I love this phrase. I've been told that there's a message on my bottom and there's me, and I'm thinking, hang on, oh no, the bottom of the screen. The extra wide fabric is fab. 1/2 metre is plenty for several matching cushion backs. That's a really good point. That is a really good point. And that's come in from Collector. Collector, is that, it's an unusual name, Collector. I don't know, but beautiful. Good advice, good advice. Beautiful. Again, you've got your Liberty on the selvage edge there. The other selvage will take you right to the edge of the fabric. And again, I kind of like that fluffiness that you get on the selvage sometimes. Quite often that is used as a feature on different projects, isn't it? But beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Again, if you just want to use a little bit of it alongside a solid, you can do. So for instance, if you wanted to fold that over and just have it as an edge of something, if I just turn that there, you can see you don't need a huge amount of it for it to make a statement, but equally so in its entirety. Beautiful. So again, it might be that you've got a room that you're looking at doing a little bit of a makeover, but you can't stretch to changing the wallpaper or painting, or see, that's the bit I don't like, the painting, but changing the kind of the look, or maybe you change your room seasonally. Maybe it's you kind of change your soft furnishings, then yeah, it could be that you're just utilising this again just to change the essence and the feel of a room. But beautiful. Love that kind of almost it's like a kitsch vintage look, isn't it? Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. And these fabrics, they just take to really stretch out to fold it back up again because of the width. But yeah, you get a lot of fabric in there. Absolutely beautiful. So, oh, time is upon us. I need to show you the other colourways with this one as well. So we've coloured 2 so far. We've got one that's got that beautiful kind of berry in there. Now this one, you're loving this one. I'm not surprised. It's got that lovely kind of deep magenta purple in the backdrop and those gorgeous flowers on top. They're all Liberty. It's all beautiful. It's called backing, not because of the quality of the fabric. So please don't think it's a lesser quality because it's been called quilt backing. It's purely down to the width. And if you have just joined us, the width 108 inches, 274 centimetres. So really good width with this one. That's got a lovely kind of cottage garden look to it, hasn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Again, it's personal choice. That's all that I can advise you on, whether it's a quilt that you've already got in progress or you're thinking. I mean, if you are a novice quilter and you just wanted to make almost like a duvet cover from this without kind of piecing a quilt together, then you could do. or maybe if you're wanting to make projects that you want to have different elements working together. So Hannah's made a really good point there. Maybe a sewing machine cover, but then you're wanting to make little accessory boxes and caddies in your sewing room as well. Talking of which, make sure you stay tuned, because we've got some fabulous little projects coming up from Emma in the, is it the next hour she's up? Yeah, 10 through to 11, isn't it? I'm forgetting, I'm just spoilt with my guests today. So it's one of the most popular ones that we've got. Absolutely beautiful. More and more of you checking this out as we're looking at, and you can understand why. I mean, it's gorgeous. That regal purple in the backdrop. And there's so many colours that you could pick out from this, because you've almost got, it's almost like a soft mustard tone in this. Beautiful, absolutely. Right, I need to move on because I need to show you the last one as well. I love all of them. I can't decide which one I like the most. And I think potentially you'll be waiting to see the last one. Now this one is beautiful as well. They all are. So this one, and I like this because you kind of got the softer print with your flowers, but then you've got that deep, almost like a French navy in the backdrop. So again, paler potentially to go on the back of a quilt. Too pretty though. All of these are too pretty to go on the back of a quilt in my humble opinion. But it is your fabric, you decide. You can decide what you're wanting to do. Again, 180 inches wide, 274 centimetres, and a half metre cut is the price on your screen, but it's cut to order. So if you want to increase your quantity, want a full metre, double the quantity, quadruple, 4 times. I don't know what it's is it quadruple 4 times? It is quadruple. Is it triple? Yeah. So single, double, triple, quadruple, or 5. It's up to you. So beautiful, absolutely gorgeous fabric. And I think that's another lovely one that would be a fabulous cushion cover. And you get a lot of those out of there, whether it's a cushion back or a front. You decide. All reversible, put your zip in the bottom, you could actually flip it over. Some days you might have like a solid navy, or French navy should I say, as another cushion, maybe with a bit of a plique on it, and then actually have complementary cushions with all of the pattern on there. Oh, so many ideas, so little time. We're all guilty of that one, haven't we? Never got enough time when it comes to sewing. So those are all the fabrics. Now, obviously, on the website, you can go back, and of course, this hour, we started the hour with the lovely Yvonne and month 7 of her beautiful quilt. She's going to be back a little bit later on with seasonal projects, but you can still shop for that month block if you're wanting to. Then we finish the hour with those fabulous backing fabrics there. So all you need to do now is check out your basket to confirm your orders, but do not go very far at all, because we've got the lovely Emma coming with the most incredible range of products, fabulous patterns and accessories to go with them. I'll see you the other side of this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello there and welcome back, or welcome to Sewing Street if you have just joined us. And I have to say, for the record, I'm having a lovely time. I've really enjoyed myself. We've had bargains earlier on, fabrics at less than a tenner, and then we've spent a lovely hour with Yvonne and saw some beautiful backing fabrics. And this hour I'm working with somebody who's completely new to me, but I feel I have a new friend because our lovely Emma is joining us in the studio for the next hour. Emma, hello and welcome.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
I have to say, I love your style of projects that you've brought to us. We've got 2 hours with you and we're looking at different things over the different hours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm excited to bring a brand new Divide and Go to the channel, which I'm excited about. Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is ingenious. I mean, everybody needs, I say one of these in their lives. I've got a feeling you'll be making several of them. Now, this is an example of the project, and we've got a project kit, the details of which are up on your screen. And this will include your pattern, all the information, the guidelines of how you bring it together, and also your 2 contrasting fabrics. So on this one, you've got these beautiful funky flowers, as you can see, and you've got that gorgeous purple that's sitting on the inside. And it's called the Divide and Go bag, which I think is ingenious because that's exactly what it allows you to do.
Yeah, and you can take out the divider sections if you want to as well.
So that's it. Get yourself some hook and loop. In fact, I'm going to take them out completely because it's quite a sizable caddy in its own right when you take those out. But you're giving me some interesting facts on what you can actually fit into those different compartments when it goes back in. But look at that. It's huge. Lovely project. The pattern, obviously, with the fabric, as I've mentioned, we have got some of the additional haberdashery, things like zips are available, got hook and loop. We know that lots of you do have that already, which is why we kind of stripped it back to create a beautiful project with those fabrics If you need the additional things you can, like the webbing, we've got that as well, and we will go through everything as the hour progresses. But it's brand new today, this colourway with these beautiful funky flowers in there as well, which I will pop back in a situ in just a few moments. The pattern, incidentally, and this is brilliant because you're going to get everything that you need to know within your pattern. So full colour illustration on there, your pattern to size with this one, and you've got all of your step-by-step tuition. But we will be learning more about how it all comes together in a wee while with our fabulous Emma. And I have to say, this is a brilliant idea, Emma. And the fun facts you were telling me about what will fit in these little kind of compartments. Coffee cups, you were saying.
Yeah. So I actually had somebody reach out to me and say, I really need a pattern that can carry lots of coffee cups or water bottles. You know, sometimes you're a mum and you're taking a few kids out with you. You might need a little carrier to hold all those water bottles or coffee cups. You know, you do your work coffee run or something like that.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
And so I was actually making this as she messaged me, and I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to have a little try. And I sent her a picture of 6 coffee cups.
I love it.
Yeah.
Now, comprehensive instructions, which we'll be talking about in just a little while, but also as well, when our viewers get the kit home, there's actually a video that's in progress at the moment that they'll have a link to in the pattern.
Yeah, so the video is up unlisted at the minute. So as soon as you get the pattern, you'll get a link to that within the pattern, but also it's going to be live on my YouTube channel at Studio 7T7, and that will be next Friday. It's coming out.
I love that. And it's 77. I know that you guys know it, but it was an education for me. So it's the letter 7, the number 7, the letter T, and then a 7. I love that. It's a really funky way of putting it together. So 77. Love it. So there you go. If you fancy getting involved with your fabulous pattern and fabric, now I'm going to move that to the side just for a few moments, just to show you what you are getting in your bundle. So if I just move these just to the side, you're going to get your 2 beautiful fabrics and that pattern. And I have to say, everything I've seen from the pattern, brilliant illustration, step by step, and obviously you've got your patterns, the right size patterns. We haven't got to enlarge these or anything at all like that.
No, they're exactly the right size. You just need to cut them out.
That's it. Simple as.
Yeah.
And I have to say, good choice of fabrics. Funky fabrics, that gorgeous purple in the centre of the flower there, with your solid Kaffe fabrics, I believe, with this one as well. Yeah, sometimes I don't recognise them when they're in different colourways, because sometimes they look totally different, don't they, as well? So beautiful. And of course, diverse designs from Kaffe, which are beautiful. If you are using it with this project, let me just bring that in just to show you exactly how it's going to look. There's a lot of storage within this project, not just on the inside of it.
Yeah, so there's the option to do either one long slip pocket along one side, or you can divide it up like I have on each side of that sample.
Yeah, with those stitches.
And then it tells you as well how to make it so that it's sort of puffs out the pocket,
yes,
so you get a bit more space inside. So it's great for like thread spools. I did design it as a sewing caddy, but like I say, people have used it for makeup, for hair accessories, all kinds of things. In the car as well, for bits and bobs in the back seat for the kids.
Love it. I love the zip panels on the ends as well. This is a clever idea.
Yeah, so you can put your bobbins in there, your needles, that kind of thing. Yeah.
And I will warn you, if you do like the look of this mesh, we do have this available on the show. We don't have a bountiful supply, and it is already limited in stock. So we've got that in a couple of different colourways. We've got that gorgeous kind of bluey purple. We've also got a nice cerise pink. So do find that before we get to it, because it will not last the full hour. I can pretty much guarantee that. So if you're shopping for your kit, details are on your screen. Obviously the outer fabric, the lining fabric, and your pattern taken care of. And then if you haven't got the additional bits and pieces, we'll be going through some of those as well. So absolutely beautiful. So if you're looking at those flowers and you're thinking, I like the look of that, but are there any alternatives? Well, indeed they are. So we're going for, is it the pink flowers at the front here? That one? Pink and pink, pink and pink. So these are lovely, quite a modern style with this one. It almost looks like clouds that you've got in this in a funky way, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Oh, it's called cloud as well. So there you go. Didn't realise that. Again, a lovely colour, lovely complementary pink alongside it as well. So gorgeous, and it's coming with the pattern as well. So there you go. If that is your choice, then you can do. We'll got a suggestion from Hannah for using it if you're going camping as well. I suppose
great.
There's no limitation, to be honest.
No.
I like the idea that it comes with the handles, although you don't have to put the handles on, I guess, but it's kind of called divide and go, and I think that makes sense if you're at home and maybe in your sewing room and you've got all your bits and pieces in there, going off to a class, or you just literally just off you go.
I've brought mine here because I use it at home. You know, I have all my sewing tools in it. In fact, I shall bring it out and show you. It's not very tidy, but you'll see it in a working
look
stage.
At that. Gosh, you've got
It's a bit of
loads in there.
Yes, yeah, filled to the brim. I've got my scissors in one, I've got rotary cutters, pens, my measuring tapes, usually have my pins in one. Yeah, so as you can see, and this is with the long divider pocket on one side, so you can put your rulers in.
Nice idea.
Yeah, and then on the other side I've done those split pockets as it tells you in the pattern, and I've got my threads in there, and I've got my needles in the end.
Love it.
And I haven't got anything in the other end, but I do sometimes have bobbins in there as well.
I love it. Brilliant idea. Very useful. And as I say, if you're a sewer, you definitely need to make yourself one of these. I've got a feeling you'll be making them for friends and family as well, because it's not just for your sewing bits and pieces. You can use it for anything if you're wanting to as well. So if you like the idea of creating using that gorgeous pink cloud and the pale pink, then we have that as an option. But we do have another option for you, and this is beautiful. It's almost like a classic look, this particular one. So maybe it's been a bit too fun and funky up until this stage. Well, here we have got a beautiful combination of fabrics. Beautiful, almost like a watercolour fabric, this one. Beautiful artwork on there. That classic grey in the backdrop as well. This one's a little bit weightier, the fabric with this one, but again, okay for working with that pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just, when you're using that kind of a canvas, then you don't need to have your interfacing. So it's quite good in a way because you can skip a step.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
And I do like that combination coming together. I mean, that's beautiful, isn't it, those two? So there you go, another option, 3 different ways for you to get hold of not only your pattern but your fabrics. Have got the pattern available by itself as well, so if you do just want to shop for it by itself, then you can do, because sometimes we have a bountiful supply of fabric. Rumour has it. I couldn't possibly comment on that. So if you do want to go for the pattern by itself, then let me bring those details, or let Hannah bring those details up for you. Yeah, perfect way for you to get hold of the pattern by itself. So if you want the pattern, details on the screen, looking at £9.99. Full illustration, all perfect size. You just cut the pattern out, lay it out on your fabric, and away you go. And we were looking at 2.5 meters of fabric. So that's the requirement, is it, if you're using from your own stash?
Yeah.
Perfect. There you go. So we'll learn more about how it all comes together in the rest of the show, but pattern by itself, the details on the screen, and lots of you are going for that by itself. With regards, because I've never worked with you before, Emma, with regards to making and selling projects that you've completed, is that okay? Angel policy?
Yeah. You can make and sell up to 100 from any of my patterns, and I just ask if that you are going to make more than 100, you just get in touch and let me know.
Perfect, there you go, easy, and all the contact details are on there, so and that's easy enough to do as well. And of course, when you do buy the pattern is for your own use personally, or if you are making up to 100, as Emma just said there, they're just for you to use, so obviously that's the way. And at £9.99, I mean, it's such an affordable price. Spread the word and get your friends to buy their patterns as well. In fact, we're very busy for those patterns, so I'm just going to open it up now. I'm going to am I going over there to open it? Is that all right?
Yeah, of course it is. I was going to say as well, that's a bargain, because normally they're £12, so put it on at a bargain price today.
Absolutely.
So.
Now, I'm going to open this up and we're going to have a little chat about this. It's very quick, and I love this because we were talking about packaging earlier on, and these, did you say they were compostable?
I know, they're really crinkly for TV, and John always tells me off. But they are compostable, so yeah, trying to do a little bit.
Lovely.
Yeah.
So let's talk around what we've got here. So straight away, we've got a fabulous booklet here. Do you want to take us through it? Because I feel like I'm taking over here. It's your pattern. You carry on.
It's totally fine. Yeah. So I go through. I'm going to skip the measurement page for obvious reasons, but there is a full page with all the measurements. So some people prefer, especially in the bag making community, to not have the templates. They prefer to just cut with their ruler. Maybe you're a quilter that's got into bag making, and that's your kind of way that you've learned learnt.
Okay.
So there's that option as well. But like I say, obviously I'm not going to show you that page.
And sometimes if you've got a mishmash of different fabrics,
yeah,
from your kind of your scraps, then you could do that
yeah,
quite easily.
You may not like to have the templates, but if you do, I'm a template person, so I always like to include the templates. Just find it easier, and I find if I do go not quite so straight, it's not as imperative as it is with your quilting, that kind of thing, that you have to be really precise. Yeah, it's fairly forgiving, and as long as you can sew a straight line, if you cut it out wonky, and then you're all good. I like to use I'll show you how I'm using my machine for that in a little bit. But yeah, so you've got all the templates. I don't believe there might be a couple that you have to cut on the fold. I can't remember. I think I managed to get them all out. Yeah. So all of these are full size.
So you use them as they are.
Yeah, use them as they are. You just need to cut them out, and then you would obviously transfer your notch marks to your fabric.
Perfect. And of course, it's showing you your dotted line there, I'm guessing, is your stitch line with your selvage edge there, and lots of direction showing you the top and the bottom. Because sometimes when you buy a pattern, if it doesn't tell you that, then you don't know where to place it with the direction of your fabric. So it's good to have that in there.
I think this is my 23rd pattern that I've written, and so I've learned along the way things that people prefer, like things that my testers ask for as well, and that was one of the things quite early on that they asked for.
Absolutely.
To have top.
I love it. Also down here as well, you've got a little kind of like what else you will need, so a little reference there to things like your Decaville, which we have got on the show as well. And we will go through everything, but we are so incredibly busy for the pattern. I think it's a good idea for us to talk through, not necessarily talk through the pattern. I think we've done that really in that little chat there, but the actual project itself that you're going to be creating, keep checking those baskets out, please, because you could potentially miss out. Details on the screen for the pattern by itself, although we do have kits if you're wanting fabric alongside your pattern as well. Such a brilliant idea. I mean, talk us around the design itself.
Yeah, so one of the reasons why I wanted this, I did see, there are some other patterns out there which have binding.
Okay.
And some people like binding, but sometimes you need to have binding because it gives you the bones, especially with bag making, it gives you sort of the bones and the structure to the bag. But with a project like this, I wanted to do it, obviously I'm always looking for new ways. This was actually born from one of my members. I have a membership, and one of my members requested a sewing caddy. So I do try and listen to my members when they ask for things. And so this was thanks to Hilary, one of my members, and she asked for this. And I thought, what a brilliant idea. And I had been using one of my other patterns, the Bronte case, which I believe is up on the Sewing Street channel shopping website as well.
Okay.
Thank you, can't get my words out.
That's okay.
I was using that, and that's great if you're just going from home to away and you want to keep everything completely enclosed, maybe it's raining, that kind of thing. But for this is great because I don't have to decant anything. I keep this at home, like I showed you. That's literally my working divide and go. And then I just grab the whole thing. I go, right, I'm on Sewing Street tomorrow, grab the whole thing, pop it. It actually fits perfectly in the Sonia bag, which we're showing later, which was a happy accident. Just pop it in there and away I go and I'm done. I don't need to think, don't need to worry about missing out, like forgotten something, which I was doing before a couple of times, embarrassingly. So yeah, it just means you've got everything ready to hand.
I love that idea. We've got a motorhome, and quite often I'll kind of almost frantically grab things to take with me, and you always leave something behind, don't you? It's always the thing that you need when you get there. But something like this, I mean, even if it was sitting on your dressing table with the pots with your makeup in and brushes and things, you just take the whole thing with you. I love it.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, I'm like most sewers, I've got a lot of tools.
Absolutely.
So this isn't the extent, this is my kind of everyday. I'm using this, I can take it from my cutting table to my machine, to here, to retreats, that kind of thing.
Brilliant idea.
And then, I wanted somewhere to have like different sections as well. So that's why we've got the zippers on the end. We've got those little pocket compartments so that they sort of billow out. So you can put, you can happily fit, let me find, what did I have? I have like my needle case that will happily go in there, and it will tuck in and it will stay in there because you sort of do the little holding stitches at the top.
Reinforcing it, isn't it?
It's reinforced, and it means that it's still kind of, you've got that give. That give, without it being stretchy.
And you guys are loving it as well. Lots of you shopping for the pattern. We will go through the additional bits and pieces that are going to be useful, just as Emma's getting herself ready for her demo. So I'm going to walk away as well. I think I better hit the pattern with me because I've got a feeling that I'm going to have to reference that as well and see how it goes on. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
So if you fancy getting hold of your pattern, you are going to be in very good company. Lots of you shopping for the pattern by itself, but of course the details on your screen showing that fabulous caddy is featuring the beautiful fabrics that we've got available for you as well. So if you're wanting to get hold of your fabrics with the pattern, then we have got 3 different options, one of which including this fabulous funky flowers that you can see here, that cave fabric, as well as the gorgeous lining that complements it. Things like the webbing, things like the zips, things like the mesh we have got available on the show, but not bountiful supplies in all of these. So if you see them and you like the look of them, please get them in your basket and check your basket out as soon as you can do. Now, something that you will need to give that bag that stability, depending on the fabric that you're working with, will be your interfacing. Now, you've got obviously you pack here from hemline of your iron-on interfacing, so perfect for your cuffs, collars, facing, and you've got divide and go bag as well. So yeah, perfect. They will add that on over time. You watch, Emma, it'll appear on there at some point. This is a useful one to have. And is there enough in there, a metre square? Will that be enough for one of the caddies?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
There you go. So if you've not got that already, then get hold of that. Medium weight, metre square, and only $3.99. So definitely worth going for that one as well. So there you go. You're going to need some of that. Now, bring in the Decaville in as well. This is on a roll, as you can see here. It's going to spring open. I'm not going to open it completely because it'll be like letting a lifeboat go. So you're going to get half a metre by 90 centimetres on this one. So where would we use this in the project, Emma?
So this is to give it the structure and the rigidity, because it's not sort of floppy. Even with nothing in there, you can see it's not pulling in at the sides. It's really strong and rigid, and that's what you need with the Decaville. That gives it that structure, yeah.
Wonderful. And we'll chat about how to sew with this in a little while.
Yep.
Perfect. Because it might be new to you and you might be looking at it thinking, I really don't know how to sew with that. I've heard of it, but I'm not sure what to do. We'll go through that in a little while. But the key thing is make sure you've got it, then you're ready to work with that as well. So if you fancy getting hold of that, then you can do. Now, I promised you the mesh. Now, the mesh, we have got a couple of colours with these. So different item numbers depending on whether it's the blue or the pink that you're going for. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of the blue, then you can do. We do not have huge quantities of these. So if you like the look of it, and of course, this is where you're using it on the ends potentially to create those pockets. You don't use a huge amount of it, but we don't have a huge quantity of these. So has it gone? Yeah, I'm surprised that we even had an opportunity to come to it. The pink, if you're wanting to go for the pink, I think we still have a handful of the pink left. So if you missed out on that, then you can get hold of this one. We will chat about alternatives though, because we haven't got huge quantities of these ones either. And we know that some of you will want to know how you can work with that as well. So that one is about to go as well. So we'll say goodbye to that one for the time being as well. Now handles, very quickly, I'm going to go and have a little chat with Emma in a while. We have got 4 different versions of webbing, so lots of different ways: pinks, blues, berry tones, and the grey as well. So I'm going to pull the grey out of the packet to start with. They've got different kind of compositions, lengths, widths. Some of these are wider than the others, so these are pre-cut into a metre length. So you can see some of them are slightly wider than others, but all woven, and $1.99, very affordable. Nice way of adding the handles to your project, Emma, these, without having to make the handles yourself.
Yes, exactly, yeah. And you do need 2 lengths of, I think it's around 65 centimetres, so you'd probably need 2 packs.
Okay, just to be on the safe
project,
side.
yeah.
Really good sturdy webbing as well. So if you are cramming your divide and go bag with lots of goodies and it's quite weighty, which it could be, then it's good to know you've got handles that are going to be able to cope with it. So that one is your grey.
I will, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
I will just add, if you just wanted to get 1 pack, of course you can totally do that. You would just have shorter handles. So.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay. But if you do want the longer, I think the light pink is 1.5 meters. So this would be enough.
Yep.
To follow the pattern per se, yeah. So $1.99. You're going to get, keep going. Good length of that. This one is more like 1 inch wide, I'd say, with this one. If I'm doing the old thumb measurement, 25 millimeters. So there you go. That's your metric version, isn't it? So yeah, pink, lovely soft pink, like that. Beautiful, perfect if you're going for any of the fabric combinations we've got here. So there you go. details on your screen. We are going down the blue route next. I'm going to pop that over there. So same width that we saw with the pink. So I've no idea the logic behind these. So this particular one is actually exactly the same as the pale pink, but for some reason £1.49. Doesn't make any logic whatsoever. But can I just mention, if you've gone for, I know what I'd be doing to save those pennies, if you've gone for the combination with the fabrics and getting your pattern that way, then this really makes the centre of those flowers pop out. So yeah. So I'd save myself 50p, to be honest, by going for the blue. The pink would work well, but I think the blue stands out, and that's a nice one. So £1.49 for that. Details have popped up on your screen with regards to the bundle. So if you're wanting your fabric and your pattern bundle, then the details that you want are over there. Damn, didn't get it right that time. I should have wiggled my finger. So yeah, that is the most popular bundle with regards to the fabric and the pattern coming together, but pattern by itself is flying out as well. So yeah, lots of different combinations. I'll just show you the last one, which is kind of, we're calling it red. It's actually a berry, and this one, talking about different personalities of webbing, this one's cut to order. So we're giving you the price for a 1/2 metre piece, but one handle isn't much good, is it really? So it will come joined up, it won't be pre-cut. So if you go for a quantity increase of 2, 3, 4 or however many, then that will be what you will be getting in your 1/2 metre quantities. So yeah, continual run, very useful, and it's 69p per 1/2 metre, very affordable, and that lovely berry tone as you can see there as well. So I love that idea. So there we go. So different ways that you're going to be able to work with that. But of course, fundamentally, it's about the pattern. And I'm going to take the pattern with me as I wander over to Emma, because we're going to see the demonstration of this. The pattern by itself, 1/3 of the stock has gone. So I'm warning you with that one. Keep my eye on social media. If you have problems with social media today, a couple of people have mentioned they've switched over to the app, which of course you can do. But we're going to chat about this pattern as we go. And Emma, I have to say, the quality of your patterns, I mean, you take a lot of pride in your patterns, I can tell.
Yeah, I do. I try and get nice quality paper. It's not quite card,
yes, yeah,
but it feels nice, doesn't
Absolutely.
it? And it's, you know, designed to be used again and again. So yeah,
you need it in
want it to last.
I'm going to pop that to one side as we chat about the construction. Now,
sure.
We won't have enough time to make the whole of the bag during this, and I can see you've got kind of different segments of different elements with these.
Yeah. So I thought we'd go over that end zipper panel,
okay.
Because you know that's a really nice part of the bag, and also I was going to show you a slightly different technique that I don't talk about in the pattern or on the video. So this is exclusive to this tutorial,
you
this
might
demo.
Want to hit record now.
So I just wanted to talk about, you know, in the pattern and on the video, I talk about the mesh fabric, and I know that that's very limited or almost gone. So I thought I'd show you another option. The good thing about the mesh fabric is it does have this kind of give, or like a little stretch. Hopefully you can see that there. And I wanted to point out that there's give and stretch one way, but not the other. And that is important when you're cutting it out, that you go from left to right or right to left and not up to down or up and down with your cutting, okay? So that's the mesh fabric. But we're not going to talk about the mesh fabric today. I'm going to put that to one side, and we are going to cut it with regular fabric. And I'm going to show you how we do that if we don't have the mesh. Okay, so like I say, this is not in the pattern, but hopefully you can watch this back on YouTube you know, when you come to it, if you want to do this method.
Okay.
So we've got our outer, make sure it's the right way up, and we've got our lining. I'm going to place them wrong sides together. So I'm going to treat them as if they are one piece of fabric, okay? And I'm actually going to baste around. Actually, I'm going to baste all the way around, just to keep them secure together.
So use a long stitch?
A long stitch, and I'm going to make sure this top edge is 1/4 inch seam allowance. It does show that on the pattern. So it's worth you know, bearing that in mind, that you want to make sure you're within the seam allowance on that top edge for the basting stitch, so it's not seen.
So potentially nudge it over just a little bit, or just do it on the quarter-inch line.
Yeah, you can nudge it over, or you can either nudge the needle over, or you can just kind of how I've done it, move the fabric over. Eyeball it, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm right on that edge, yeah.
Combination of fabrics that Emma is working with is one of the options that you've got when you're shopping for the pattern. So if you do want to get hold of that, you can do. We have the details of just the pattern on the screen, but this is a lovely fabric combination. So if you fancy going for your instructions or your booklet almost that you've got with this one, you're going to get your instructions, you're going to get your 1/2 metre of your pattern, 1/2 metre of your lining, and do keep an eye open because you will have a link to the YouTube tutorial as well that will take you through the demonstration in full. Sadly, we don't have the benefit of the time for that, so we're just doing segments, which I like.
Yeah. So I've nearly done that. Now, if you, of course, like I say, if you're doing the mesh fabric, you don't need to do this bit.
Okay.
Because obviously you're treating it as one fabric and it's kind of double-sided, so you don't need to worry about seeing the back. Whereas obviously, if you're using an outer fabric, you don't want to just have the plain back on the inside.
Okay.
You could, but you know, it's a bit fancier to have it lined, isn't it? Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to grab some bias tape. Now this is bias tape that I have made out of the lining fabric. So you can make that with a bias tape maker. I know that we're going to talk about that later, aren't we?
Yeah, we've got one on the show.
Got one on the show. So then what you're going to do, and also it's worth noting that you don't have to cut this on the bias. It's always called bias tape, but actually a lot of the times in bag making, it doesn't need to be cut on the diagonal.
And we always refer to it as bias when, it doesn't have to be.
Bias binding, isn't it? So it's binding tape, I guess. And then I'm just going to encapsulate that piece that I've just done. So you do exactly the same with the mesh, and I'm just going to encapsulate it on the edge. You could, if you wanted to, you could do it the regular way of making a zipper pocket and not treat it as one fabric, but I wanted to sort of keep it along the same paths and have it with the same look as the, as the main pattern.
Okay, lovely. And I'm guessing that potentially after you've made your first version following the instructions, you may find that you adapt it. So it might be that you put another little pocket on the side rather than a zip pocket. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, you could put a slip pocket on there, or slip pocket on one end and zipper on the other. That's the brilliant thing about making your own things, isn't it? You can change it.
And sometimes it adapts to the contents that you're planning on putting in it. So
yeah. So I'm doing a stitch just towards the edge, just to keep that bias binding. Actually, you know what? I won't do that.
Okay.
I will do it the same way that I've done it in the pattern to keep it the same.
Okay.
Reverse that stitch. Nobody saw that.
We'll edit that bit out.
Yeah. Oh dear. Right, so what you want to do is you can get your zipper tape.
Okay.
And I'm going to grab some double-sided sewing tape. So this is double-sided sewing tape. Do not use regular double-sided.
That's it.
Always say that because...
your needle is going to stitch through this, and it's got to be the right kind of manufacture for your basting tape, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
You can play havoc with your machine if you're not careful.
Yes, indeed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go crazy with my double-sided.
Okay.
Because it makes your life so much easier, and I'm all for making life easier
100%.
if you can. So we're going to undo one of the pieces there, and that's going to keep it in place onto that bottom panel. So I'm going to place that bottom panel up against that fold of the tape. Don't want to say bias tape now that I've talked about that.
We do it though because it's a habit that you get into, isn't it?
I know. And then I'm going to put another one. I'm going to make it a little bit closer to that edge. I'm going to put another strip onto the zipper tape.
Okie dokie.
And it's easier to sort of tear the tape, no matter what your brand is. It's easier to tear it because then it's easier to peel the backing tape off.
Oh, good tip.
Yeah, and also it stops you reaching for your fabric scissors, which you should never use.
True, actually, yeah.
So if you get into that habit, it's not a bad thing.
Sometimes we think, it's only one little snip that we're doing with these. It doesn't really matter. But
it does.
lots of little snips amount to big snips.
Yeah. I cry a little bit inside when I see people using their fabric scissors and their snips for anything other than fabric or thread.
Very popular item, that basting tape as well. So yeah, useful to have. Brilliant if you're a little bit nervous about putting zips in place as well.
Yeah, exactly. So now I can let go, and that is secure with that double-sided. So it's just that top layer. So now I'm going to stitch along this bottom edge. Now what you can do is you can stitch along both edges, which is what I'm going to do, and it just gives it a nice little bit of an extra feature.
Do we have to worry about the fact that the tape is stitched into the actual project? I mean, it's not adding any bulk or anything like that, is it?
No, you'll never know it's there.
Okay.
And I'm going to do a top stitch, so I'm doing a number 3. You could do a 3.5 if you want to. That's totally your prerogative. And I'm just going to sew along. I've got my walking foot there. I don't need to worry too much because it's clear of the zipper on this kind of lower edge.
Fabulous zipper that you use there.
Thank you.
It's got that gorgeous kind of rainbow look on it. Incidentally, we do have some zips. They're a nice combination of different zips actually, with lovely metal teeth on that Emma has brought to us as well. They're in. I'm not having a bag of crisps. It might sound like I'm having a mid-show snack. I'm not. But again, it's that eco packaging, which I think is just so important. I'm just going to move that just to one side as I get these out as well, because I think you'll want to get hold of these. So they're not specifically for the project that we're chatting about, but I have to say they are brilliant. They've got the most attractive pullers on them as well. So I'm just going to get them set up for you so you can have a little look at them here. So you've got your little zip pullers, which are brilliant, good size. Different styles of these, as you can see as you work through. They've got, can you see they've got little hearts in there as well. Absolutely adorable. But I got distracted by the hearts. We've got one that says handmade. Does that one say handmade as well? That one's just a smooth one. Handmade on that one. In fact, you've got 2 handmaids. Oh, you've got 2 of each by the look of it. Oh, no, you haven't. You've got, oh, wow. Oh, hang on a minute. So you've got the 2 hearts there, but these are lovely, Emma. Oh, look at that. That's a fancy pants one, isn't it?
Just a little extra for your project.
Gorgeous. Now the beauty is, because you're kind of making a feature of that pocket, having zips like this really do make the difference. And you've got your zip that comes alongside it. Obviously you choose which puller you're going to put on though, but different combinations with your different colours that you've got there as well.
Shall I show you how to put the pulls on?
Go on then. Again, this is one of the ones that people get a little bit nervous of, so yeah, you're being brave.
They go, oh, it's zipper tape and they're pulls, but how do the 2 go together? So what you do, I've done this a few times and so far we haven't gone wrong, but we'll see.
I'll channel good energy.
Because they can be a couple times. Sometimes you have to redo it a couple times. So you put it, you're going to put, I should say, there's 2 holes on one side of the zipper, of the pull, I should say, and 1 on the other, okay? So you're going to split your zipper tape like I have, and you're going to put one side into one of the 2 holes on that one side, and then you're going to peel it up, the zipper tape.
Just open it a little bit.
Open it a little bit, and you're going to push the other side in. I don't know if you can hear that. There.
Oh, it makes a tiny click. I don't know
it's
whether
really,
you'll know it, and you'll feel it actually when you do it at home.
Yes.
And they're good metal teeth there. It's quite a solid spiral that you've got there.
Yeah, well, they're not actually metal, they're nylon.
Oh, really?
But they look metal.
Oh, okay.
So you can sew through them with no issue with your machine.
Okay, right.
Yeah, I actually avoid metal zips. I don't like them.
I'm impressed. I am impressed. Less than 20 of these available now, so yeah, popular item.
And we're talking about recycling and things. These are all made out of plastic bottles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which when my supplier showed me, I was so happy about. So as you can see, I went through that rather quick and didn't explain it, did I?
Oh, sorry, that's me chatting.
Me too. So you put it on the table, you just put your fingers either side and then you just pull it along. And what you'll see is that it's gone kind of jagged at the end.
Yeah.
The 2 ends are not the same as when we started. Not a problem. You can see it looks a bit funny there and you may think, oh no, what's that? All you do is pull it all the way to the other end, not all the way, not the way
off the end.
And then you open up the end of the zipper, and then you're going to have it even, because now that's evenly on the teeth. It doesn't matter that it's kind of not,
it's kind
equal.
Of millimetres, isn't it, that you
yeah,
got as a gap.
You just want to make sure that the pull is even on the teeth, that it's so that you can sew it properly. And then what I like to do is because you can do this with nylon, you cannot do this with metal. You can feed the teeth back into each other, she says.
They kind of grip to each other.
They kind of grip, It's hard to see probably because it's so minute, but the teeth kind of go like a little rectangle with a little bobble on the end, if you like, and it's those kind of bobbles that stick into each other. And so you can kind of push that in, and then what I like to do is on a project, I don't know if you saw, well, I've done it there actually.
Okay.
I like to feed the teeth in so that end I know I'm going to get a really smart seam line.
Yeah.
Because if it's open like that when you sew, and then even if they're placed together and then you sew along, it's not going to be as neat as if it's closed.
Even the tiniest amount of movement will show, won't it?
Yeah, and it's easier when you're sewing if it's like this and not closed for it to kind of go a bit funny as you're sewing that seam line.
Oh, top tips, like zip school.
There you go. Yeah, so they're not as hard to put on. Oh, and also I'll just show you while we're here as well, because this kind of goes into when we're talking about the lunar backpack, is you might want to have two pulls on.
Okay.
Facing each other. So you've done that one going up the other end, from the other end, like I showed you, pulled it all the way up, and then you're going to get another pull. I quite like to do a fancy pull and a plain pull if it's double zippered.
Okay.
And then you just do the same thing, but the benefit is that this end, it's already jagged.
Right.
So that's worth pointing out, because another way to put your zipper pull on is to actually cut off a little bit of your tape on one end and then feed it on, so you've got that sort of ahead of time. But I don't bother with that because I don't like losing that, that little bit. So you do the same thing. So you put it in that one side, and then you get the other one, you put that in the other side. Did you hear that click?
Yes, did again.
And then you put it on the table. I'm not actually going to do this bit because I can already see that this bit is bigger than this bit.
Yes, it's bellowed a little bit,
And if I was to continue with that, I'm going to have a little bit of a blip. So this is a bit trickier to get it right, but it just takes a few moments, a few times sometimes. There you go. That's fine, I think. So I'm going to put that on the table, fingers either side, and pull it along, and it meets that zipper.
That is fabulous. I love those pulls that you've got there. They're brilliant.
And this was one of the things when I started bag making that I just could not find. I was like, how do you get a double zipper pull?
Yes, yeah.
Until I discovered, meters, zipper by the meter. And then that's how you get that look on your bags.
We have actually sold out of that now. So we've kind of had a bit of a jiggle round. So I'm going to move that. I'm going to put them away neatly in a minute. But let me pop that over there just for a moment. But obviously, if you're shopping for zips, we don't want you to miss out. And these have been brought forward. They're due to be in the show 12 through till 1 o'clock. But we've brought them forward because, we haven't got any other zips to share with you that are like these. And these are beautiful. I mean, they're absolutely gorgeous. Now I'm going to let you talk us through what you've got there as I get one of these out, because you're actually going to get two of these.
Yeah, so this and the pack that's just sold out are exclusive to me at Studio 77, and I brought them onto the show because they're really unique. I've never seen this pattern in the UK. And I have a subscription box, and they went in there as a special kind of thing, and then I brought them onto the show because they were so popular. So you get your two pulls that match the zipper tape, and then you have your matching webbing. So this is great if you're making a crossbody bag, any pattern, it doesn't have to be one of mine. If you've got a pattern at home that you just need a strap for that's a little bit nice, a little bit extra, then this is perfect. And what's great about this is it's actually got your black and your navy, which may sound a bit weird, like it wouldn't go, but it means that you can match it to either black or navy, or of course pink.
Nice.
So, or blue.
There's loads of colours in there.
Green,
and like you say, it's nice if you've got a solid colour, and this is the kind of almost like the personality bit, isn't it?
Yeah. So, or it's good if you've got a bag at home. Maybe you want to use a zipper for the Divide and Go or another project, and you want to use your you could use this webbing for the Divide and Go as well. It would just be a thicker particular webbing. But yeah, it just gives it a little bit of extra, doesn't it?
2 little pulleys as well, but half the stock has gone, so I can't see this lasting for the full hour either as well. Did you say the length that we've got with the webbing? I didn't
It's a
catch
metre and a
that.
half.
Metre and a half, lovely.
Yeah.
So apologies if I missed that, but brilliant. It's flying out as well. Now, if you do like the kind of additional bits that Emma has been bringing, we've actually got some additional bits that we're going to share with you at 12. So we're not bringing, I don't think we're bringing anything else forward into this hour because we'll have nothing to show you at 12. But at 12 we'll have vinyl, which you could be using for your pockets as well.
Yeah.
Shall I take that away from you?
Sorry, I was
Pineapple
trying to wind
vinyl,
it
would you believe? So look at Right, so sorry,
I'll
we
carry
kind
on.
of stepped
That's all
away
right.
from that, didn't we?
That's
Carry
all
on
right.
though.
So then we're going to go onto the top of that pocket, okay? So this is the kind of more traditional way of doing a zipper pocket. So this is a little bit different if you've got a see-through vinyl or your mesh, like that you'd want to add on some binding along the top. But like I say, I just wanted to show you that technique if you don't have and you wanted to keep that same look.
Beautifully neat.
Oh, thank you. So we're going to go on to the top. So this is your kind of more traditional way, like I say. So we're going to put some double-sided along. Actually, I'm going to do my lining first. So I'm going to flip it over so it's wrong side up. I've got a little bit of a
we've still got the tape available. We have details popping up for you.
Get that pull. The only thing with that pull is it's quite a long one, which can be a bit tricky. Okay, so I've got my zipper tape. My double-sided tape and my zipper tape. Pull off the back of the double-sided tape and I'm laying my lining for the top section, so it's zipper pocket top, pattern piece 4, and I'm laying it right sides down to the back of the zipper.
Okay, and have you
Putting
put a
that
little
in
bit of
place.
stabiliser on the back there?
Yes, yeah, there's interfacing on all of the pattern pieces, yeah. Apart from, because I'm using canvas, I haven't actually. But
it's almost built in, isn't it, really?
It's almost built in because it's a bit thicker. However, you can totally use interfacing on it because I find that actually Decaville isn't so much, but if you're using a fusible foam or fleece, it sticks a lot better to the back of interfacing than it does to the back of like non-interfaced fabric.
Another top tip.
Little tip there.
Details up on the screen if you're wanting that interfacing. It's iron-on and you've got 1 metre square.
Okay, so I'm going to base that in place.
Lovely.
So I've got that lining there.
I love how this is all coming together. Now, don't forget, you get full instructions with your pattern or kit, whichever way you're choosing to get hold of your kit or your pattern, should I say. If you have just joined us, this is what Emma is constructing. She's working on the pocket, which is one of the ends that you've got to your fabulous bag, and it's a divide and go. The concept being you've got these fabulous dividers which are attached by hook and loop, and which we've got on the show as well, and then you literally can fill it with whatever you like. Could be makeup, could be toys, could be coffee cups, because you can actually fit 6 of those in there. So if you're doing the coffee run, aren't you going to be popular bringing 6 back in one go? Useful as well in your sewing room, and I think for many of us that will be the first project that you make with this, because you'll have room there for pots that you might have things like your quilt clips in there, might be your rotary cutter, your scissors. But the beauty is, because that attaches with hook and loop, you can actually remove that and utilise it without that. That's the kind of additional bit on the inside, but you've got a huge area within there, and lots of you have been shopping for this not only as the pattern but also as a bundle with fabrics, which we have got for you too.
And also something we haven't talked about, is something one of my members did, is I'll just show you.
Yeah,
so with the
please do.
divider section, what she actually likes to do is she puts, I believe it's a project she puts in one side. Lovely Stacey. She moves 2 of the dividers like so.
Okay, yes.
And then with everything in there, that sort of pushes those sides up against there. And then you've got 1 long section
That's
and
good,
3
isn't it? Yeah.
smaller ones. Yeah.
Clever.
So you can put a notebook in there. I think she puts a notebook in there. Yeah, a notebook in
or
there.
Or if you've got a
and
larger rule or something like that you wanted to put in there.
So you can put your notebook in there, and then
Good idea.
All your
I love it.
pens and things.
I think there'll be all sorts of adaptations going on with this as well. But the pattern is available by itself. Details are on your screen, and it's been one of the most popular ways to get hold of those instructions. So yeah, like that. Right,
Brilliant.
How are we doing?
Okay, so we've got that lining basted on. I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to get some more trusty double-sided, and I'm going to put that on the top of the zipper, and then I'm going to get my outer fabric and stitch that on.
I think you're taking away the fear of working with zippers, to be honest, because there's a lot of people that...
Yeah, don't be afraid of zippers.
Yeah.
Go for it. What's the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is that you could break a needle, so you just go slow.
That's it. And also as well, it's worth mentioning that a lot of the zippers that we're seeing have got a good width tape to them as well, so that's worth considering too.
Yeah, and I'm going to need to, speaking of which, just change over my foot to a zipper foot.
Wonderful.
So I can get a bit closer.
And that's the thing, you may already have a zipper foot with your sewing machine that you've never used. Well, perfect project for you to give it a go with. So yeah, by all means, please do. So if you like the look of, what are we looking at, the fabrics? Oh, no, the fabrics. These come together. I've not got them here to show you in the flesh, but I know we have got images of these as well, and I'll probably get to show you maybe towards the end of the show as well. So with this, you're going to get 2.5 meters worth of fabric, one for your outer, which is this beautiful watercolor fabric, as you can see with this one. Really pretty fabric. So yeah, it's going to come with that lovely kind of dusky pink that you've got alongside it. So you don't have to worry about your lining, and that will come with that too. And we've got other combinations. We're not going to go through all the different colour combinations, but if you want something more funky, then we can help you with a nice cafe bundle, and then you've got the clouds as well. The cafe has proved to be very popular as well. So yeah, details are up on the screen because that's the finished sample I showed you earlier. Right, pop those over there.
Okay, so now we're gonna, I'm just sorry about the bleeping, I must say. It's when I'm moving the needle over, it bleeps every single millimetre. So I'm just gonna stitch that in place now, and I'm using 1/4 inch seam. I will just double check that. Where's my tape measure? Just check that that is 1/4 inch, because obviously
we can kind of alter the makeup, can't it? So yeah, it's a good idea to check.
Yeah, and obviously it's not my machine.
Oh, excuse me, got a little tickle.
No worries. Right, so I want to make sure I'm going down to a 2.5 for my, or 2.6.
Oh yes, because of course the basting earlier on, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I was on the basting stitch, and now I'm going back to a 2.6 for the structural stitch. And then when you get up to the zipper, what you can do is, sometimes if you're not sort of used to using zips, what you can do is just baste over each end of the zip, and that stops you pulling it off. And I'll show you what can well, I won't actually do it, but I'll show you what I mean by that. So when you get to near your zip, you're going to lift up your foot, and you're just going to push your zipper out the way, and it's quite easy to just go whoop, and it comes off the end. Yeah. And even though I've showed you how to put it on, it's still a lot harder to put it on when it's in your project. And another top tip as well, because I see this probably almost daily, if not weekly, someone's forgotten to put their zipper on their zipper tape, and they've completed the project,
and there's no
pull. So always at the beginning, I put the zipper pulls onto the zipper tape, and then you haven't got that.
And I love the little pulleys that we've got. I know that we've sold out of some of the I don't know if we've sold out of the floral version that's come with the webbing. Yeah, it has gone as well. But fabulous long pulls on these, which I think are brilliant.
Oh, thank you. So I've just sewn that seam. I'm then going to flip it over so that it is wrong sides together, like so. I'm going to pop a couple of clips in that top edge to keep them together. And then I'm going to top stitch along that edge.
Don't forget, if you need these additional bits and pieces that Emma's referencing, things like your quilt clips, we've got a whole range of different elements that you can find on the website. You can just search for them and add them into your basket at the same time. Even though they're not attached to the show, you can pop them into your basket. And if you've shopped for anything already today, your post and packing is taken care of. If you're a new viewer to us here at Sewing Street, that's how things work around here. When you shop for an item, your first item, your post and packing of £3.95 is generated, but that the way that our system works here is everything is batched up at midnight. So as you're ordering throughout the course of the day, your final order is put together around midnight, meaning that just one post and packing covers everything that you've ordered in that period of time. So it's kind of like a 24-hour period, going from midnight round to midnight again. Yeah, it's a nice way, I think, because you only pay 1p and p.
That's great. Yeah, bargain. Yeah. Okay, so there you go. That's your zipper pocket, pretty much done. I'm then going to baste around the top, but I don't think we've got time for that, have we?
Well, I don't know what we've got left. We've got about 15 minutes left, but we've got lots of piles of other bits. So
okay.
I don't know if there was anything else you wanted to show
I can talk about the divider sections as well.
So
Yeah,
Lovely.
so that's kind of done. I would then baste along the top, like I say, and then move on to the next part of
So you're making the
pattern.
components to come together.
Yeah, exactly.
Lovely.
And you would do 2 at the same time. So you do that side and you do the other end at the same
The
time.
2 ends. Lovely.
Yeah.
So moving on to the divider. are we?
Yeah, we move on to the divider. Just going to pop those bits out of the way. And I just wanted to talk about this. Actually, I'm just going to grab that one again because this is one of my early ones, and I quite like this one to show you how the structure comes together for the divider one, because I didn't have enough fabric of one
I
print.
see. Okay.
So you can see it quite well how it comes together. So you can see this is one print, so that's one bit along the bottom that's on the table, and then these are 2 separate pieces. Can you see?
Right, okay, yes.
They're the different fabrics. So I just wanted to show you that that's how we construct it. So let's go ahead and do that.
Lovely.
Pop that back in.
Can't we just stick it in place and that'll give you
Thank you.
more time?
So at the beginning of the pattern, it does tell you that you're going to need to fuse the deckerville to the back of certain pattern pieces. And like we talked about earlier, that gives you the rigidity and the structure, especially once you've put your lining on and then you've done your top stitching and everything. All of that adds to it. Now you may be worried about sewing through deckerville, but please don't be. It's designed for sewing. It sticks really well to the backs of fabrics. You just want to leave it for about half an hour. So I always say, fuse it on, go and have a cup of tea, go and have your lunch, your breakfast, and then come back and it'll be ready to work with.
Fabulous, good tip.
You can work with it straight away, but it's just a bit better.
Just have to be careful. Deckerville's up on your screen if you need it. Sorry, Emma, carry on.
That's all right. So what we do with our deckervilles, we keep it out of the seams, okay? It tells you that in the pattern. That's why I include all the seam allowance on there, and I will just show you, where's my pattern piece, how I do that. So because you've only got one pattern piece for this, what you're going to want to do is you're going to cut out your outers and your lining. So you can see I've got my 2 linings there. And then what I do, and I've got my outers obviously cut out, I then fold the pattern along those dotted lines. Okay, all the way along, and then you don't need to cut it out.
Ah, clever.
Yeah, so you could cut it out if you want to, but then you have like a kind of frame.
Yes.
Which may be a bit flimsy and may get crunched up in your drawer, or what have you. So I fold off the seam allowance, then I go over, place it on top of my deckerville, draw around it, or if you like to live on the edge like me, I just cut around it like that.
Okay, fair enough.
I say on the edge
Brave
because
lady.
sometimes you can nick the
Catch
edge.
the little fold.
And then you cut the fold, but yeah.
But that's good because you don't want to be cutting any more than you need and then trimming it away and wasting it. So that's
Yeah.
good advice. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like that.
so there you go, I have nicked it.
A little bit of tape will put it back in place.
It's fine. Okay.
Lovely.
So then you interface it to the back, like I say. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to grab, no, that's not the one I want. I want the actual divider section. So I just wanted to point that out. Got my Velcro prepped up. You need to cut it to 1 centimetre width. And you want to have sew-in, not stick-in.
Okay, now we have got the sewing available. The one that we're bringing to you, I think it's a hemline one again, and this one is white. So you can see on your screen there the details if you're wanting that.
And I say about interfacing or fusing the deckerville, you don't fuse these pieces, pattern piece 9, you don't do that, but it does tell you that in the instructions.
Okay.
I'll show you why. Hopefully we can get to it. So I'll just do one. I'll do a short one. So you have the 2 short ones and then you have the 2 long ones. Oh, do you know what? I've been looking for that. I think I've got too many now. I think I cut an extra one.
You put it in a safe place.
Okay, so it does tell you on the pattern piece, the top, and that is where our fold is as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to fold it right sides together. I'm going to pop a couple of clips in. Quite like to use clips when I've interfaced. It's a little bit trickier to pin.
Okay.
But generally I do use pins and just sew over my pins. I need to go back to a walking foot.
Wonderful.
Trusty walking foot.
All the bits and pieces that Emma has been working with, you might have been making your little wish list. I mean, many of these things we may already have within our stash, which is why we've not included them in a big bundle, because that pushes all the price up. So we've got bundles where you've got your fabric, your half meters and your pattern. We've got a pattern by itself, but then we've got the kind of ancillaries. So if you're wanting things like your Velcro hook and loop, we can help you with that. We can help you with your interfacing. We can help you with your deckerville. We can help you the webbing as well. We've got that. I'd like to say we can help you with your zips, but I think they've all sold now. They've all gone. But hopefully we'll see those again. We can help you with your bias tape because we've actually got your tape maker on the show as well. So do have a look at the other things that we've not had the chance to share with you. They're all available on the website, so you can shop for those too.
Okay, so we're going to sew around the 3 edges, but we're going to leave an opening, a turning hole, in that long edge, quite generous in that middle part, and it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance, and I'm doing it on a 2.5 or 2.6, backwards and forwards to start. Needle down and pivot. Keep forgetting about the thread cutter on this machine.
Get into habits, don't you?
I know. Well, I've got a HD9, Janome HD9 at home, and you can't really use the thread cutter on thick thread.
Okay.
And that's so I just get out of the habit of using it. Anyway, I digress.
Don't worry. Just to give you a bit of a time check, Emma, we've got about 5 minutes of demo time.
Okay, no worries. That'll be good. I can show you a large part of this. So then we're going to pivot and we're going to do that last part. Going to leave a big turning hole. So I'm not going to go too much further, and you'll see why.
Yeah, this is one of the things. I'm the worst person for the turning holes because I don't really like the hand stitching thing. So it's sometimes it's because I forget, to be fair, and then the hole ends up being tiny. But yeah, don't make things difficult for yourself.
Well, and also you need it for. I'll show you why. So we're going to cut off the corners.
Okay.
Little triangles.
And why are we doing that?
Because when we're going to turn it through, we don't want that excess, and that makes your corners bulky.
Okay.
So we get rid of that. Got my point turner to hand. I'm going to turn it the right way out. And you can see, probably actually, that I've got a friction pen line there.
Okay.
Because when I cut it out, I'm actually going to show you this in the other hour that I'm on.
Okay.
Which is at 11?
12 to
12.
Yeah.
No, we're nearly at 11.
We're nearly at 11
now. Yeah, so I'll show you how I do that, so you don't need to cut on the fold. But anyway.
We'll have a different range of things that we're sharing with you at that time as well. But do say that they're absolutely amazing. I love the style of thing. And you're saying about 20 different patterns you've brought.
Yeah.
Created, wow.
Yeah. So I'm just turning that out. I'm going to use that point turner to get that nice crisp point.
Little things like this that do make that finishing touch, doesn't it? Gives you that professional look.
And to be honest, for years I used a pin, and that was totally fine. And if you are like just getting into it, you don't need to go and buy fancy things, but they make your life a lot easier.
They do. They're nice things to put on your wish list for Christmas and stuff like that, aren't they?
Yeah. And it, my mum's just getting back into sewing. My mum's my tech editor for my patterns.
Oh, is she?
She's an ex-Microsoft trainer, so she's amazing.
Oh, wow. Eyes for
with
detail,
it all.
then.
Yeah, she's fabulous. So she's just getting back into sewing. And she makes me laugh because she's like, I've got my list of tools. I'm like, Mum, you need to start sewing. You need to actually sew. Yeah, but I haven't got this and I haven't got that. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to get our pattern piece, and you can see we've got these notch marks here. So we're going to lay it over. Actually, you know what? It's going to be easier if we lay it like that. And I'm just going to mark on with a friction pen, or you could use chalk, but friction pen's going to be a bit easier for you guys to see. I'm going to mark on those 2 notch lines.
Okay.
And I'm actually, I'm not going to actually yet. Okay. Mark on the middle. Not yet. Right, so then we're going to get 2 of our divider pieces, which is our Deckerville piece. And we're going to place that inside.
Hence you need that bigger gap.
Hence you need the big gap.
Right.
Yeah, and these are cut so that they're out of the seam allowance. And I'm going to shimmy them along. They are quite a tight fit, so don't worry. If they're too tight, it means that maybe your stitching isn't perfectly, centimetre. We're not always, on point, myself very much included. Or your cutting isn't as accurate as, needed. So just trim off a tiny little slither. It's no issue, and you'll get it to fit. But the pattern pieces do kind of are, to make it super accurate.
You want it to be relatively snug, don't you, to keep its kind of style. So that
exactly.
makes sense.
And it's important to note as well, I've put it underneath the seam allowance.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you don't put it on top, you want to put it inside so it's completely encased.
Tucked away.
Tucked away. And I've nested it up against that line that I've done, that notch that I've done
Perfect. As I mentioned at the top of the demonstration, we won't have enough time to complete the whole caddy, but the beauty is that when you actually get your pattern or your kit home, there will actually be a link on there to the YouTube channel that Emma brings, and you will have your full tutorial in there. So when it comes to putting it together, you will have all the demo.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting, you know, if you subscribe to the YouTube channel, then you'll get a notification when it comes out as well.
Oh, okay.
So maybe, you know, you haven't quite got your pattern yet, maybe, or you haven't quite looked at it, maybe. By the time it comes out, and then you'll get a nice little notification if you turn those notifications off.
And I think that's, isn't it? It's like, what did they say? Subscribe and click the bell or something like that.
Like, subscribe, yeah.
That's it, yeah.
And sharing is always very, very helpful. Share the Sewing Street channel as well. It's super helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I've put those two Decaville pieces inside. Hopefully you can see.
Oh, we can see the kind of tiny gap between the two.
There's a tiny gap, yeah, and that's really important because we need it to bend.
Okay.
We want it to bend like this.
Perfect.
To get those different dividers. So I know we haven't got time, but then what you would do is take it over to the pressing mat and your iron, and you're then going to fuse it. You don't fuse it from the back, you want to fuse it from the glue side.
Okay.
Fuse that all in place. That's going to get rid of your notch marks as well, which is a good thing. And then you can sew on your little Velcro pieces.
And I'm going to bring the piece out that we've got in the caddy here, just to kind of illustrate what you were saying there, because obviously the pieces that you've got are creating the kind of the star fabric, is that the one that you've got there?
Exactly. So it's that piece there that we've made.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But it's all included in your instructions. That is the most important thing.
And the video as well has got timestamps, so you can go to the bit you need. So some people like to, I mean, I'm quite like this. If I get a pattern and then I'm quite happy with the instructions, maybe my phone isn't near me or my computer, TV or whatever, so I'll go through the instructions and then I'll kind of go, oh, I'm not sure on that bit. So then I go to the YouTube channel, and not being able to find that bit is really quite frustrating. So all of my videos do have timestamps, and if you ever find one that doesn't, please comment and let me know so I can change it.
That's a good tip, actually. Yeah, it's something I need to do on ones that I'm doing as well. Forget all about that. Busy with the filming, you forget about the kind of stuff that comes afterwards.
So much to think about.
Busy hour. And we're at the end of the hour. We're up on time. Oh, should we do it all again a little bit later, 12 o'clock?
Why not?
Yeah, let's do that. So, Emma, thank you so much. Such an informative hour, and so busy as well. So thank you to you guys for making your purchases. I'm going to say goodbye to you for a few moments. We've got Yvonne coming up for her second hour. Oh, we're doing a recap first. Oh, sorry, I thought it was a proper goodbye, but it's not. It's goodbye to Emma. I'm going for a walk. So come and join me. I'm going to bring, oh no, I've got one over there. We're okay. I'm going to bring the fabrics though. Okay. So let's take a walk. Let's take a walk and talk at the same time. Let Emma get herself packed away, ready for, maybe a little cup up. Now, the different fabrics, let's have a little look at those. I've got little bags and all sorts everywhere, so let's tidy up. So, when it comes to your pattern, which I've gone and left over there, so I do, oh Emma, thank you. Oh, you little star, bless you, thank you. I'd forget my head if it wasn't attached to my neck. So we've got three different combinations. So the connecting factor is the pattern alongside your kind of instructions. There's two different ways you can create this. You can either use the paper pattern, which is here, or you will have the actual numbers and dimensions of the pattern pieces if you prefer to cut them directly from your fabric rather than pinning out your pattern. But it's options, both of them there, whichever you choose to use. In this combination on your screen, you're going to get your K-Fast fabric as well as this beautiful solid which complements the flowers beautifully, and your pattern. Now, there are a variety of different ways for you to get hold of your pattern and template. The pattern and template come together by themselves if you want, but as a combination, if you're going for this fabric option, this is what you're going to be able to create. Now, obviously, you've got to add in your webbing and add in your different bits and pieces, but it gives you a good idea of what it's going to look like when you come to complete it. So that beautiful purple on the inside, as you can see there, and then your dividers with all that gorgeous fabric coming through. Yeah, really nice combination. So 2.5 meters of fabric. So if you are making it or going on and making more, then you can do. Just be aware, if you're making the caddies to sell, you are able to do so up to 100 times. And then if you want to do any more than that, then just contact Emma, just so as she can kind of give you the say so you continue. So that's included when you are shopping for the pattern by itself. But obviously if you're making it yourself, then that's fine. You just continue with that. So that's your first option. If you want in your cave, I'm going to pop that one over there. The one that Emma's been working with throughout her demonstrations has been this beautiful kind of watercolour floral, slightly weightier with regards to this one, so it's more of a canvas feel, but it shows that you can use different fabrics with your caddies. So you'll go through all your stash and start working on those different combinations. Comes with that dusky pink lining, as you can see there, beautiful fabric combination, and again it comes with your pattern as well and your template, as you can see there. So that is your second of the options, details of which are on your screen. The last one that we've got is a really funky version as well, and this is lovely because you've got lots of different tones of kind of apricots and peaches and pinks in there, and this particular fabric is called your cloud option. So yeah, you can kind of see that with that, can't you? It comes with a fabulous solid alongside it, complementing the beautiful pinks in there, and again you are going to get the pattern alongside it. So £22.99 for that one. That one is your cloud fabric. Now I'm going to move that one to the side and just give you the details of the pattern by itself. So if you do want to shop just for the pattern and add in your own fabrics, then you can do, and this has been one of the most popular ways for you to get hold of it. So if you fancy your idea of getting your divide and go bag, then this is what you need. Shop for the bundles by all means if you choose to, but you don't have to. The key thing is get the pattern while we have it available, because I know lots of you will be checking out your baskets after the show and potentially you could miss out on it. We've also got additional elements, things like the interface and your Decaville. We've got bias tape makers. Do check those out. We didn't have a chance to look at those, and certainly do take a look at the webbing as well to help you with your handles. We're going to have a little bit of a break. We will rejoin you in a few minutes' time with the lovely Yvonne and all things seasonal for Halloween and Christmas. I'll see you in a little while.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello there and welcome back. We're having a very busy day here. So many different fabulous designers joining us throughout the course of the day, and I'm kind of like stuck on the edge here, just joining it all together. My name's Hayley West, and I'm having a fabulous day. I hope you guys are too, and looking forward to the next segment of our morning session because we've got lovely Yvonne back again, and we're talking all things seasonal. And I love this. Fabulous projects, Yvonne, and I have to say straight away that the little runner that you've got behind you, I absolutely adore this clever use of the cat there to say welcome. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. I love it. Well, brilliant design.
You know, Halloween is such a fun thing for many people, but sometimes it's just so crass, it's horrible. And what we try and come up with something that's a bit more livable within your home. So this welcome sign, we've done it in different themes. We've got a Christmas pattern that does the same kind of thing, but this one with our Halloween cat and of course our 3D bat who's hanging on the side here. Makes a nice introduction to Halloween, but not. Couldn't agree more. Not OTT. It's not in your face. And also as well, it's a really good project for learning things as well, because you're talking about applique, then the 3-dimensional sewing as well, and also the piecework that you've got with that fabulous kind of border there as well. But it can be quite a quick make as well. You know, it's a day's workshop, I suppose. Absolutely, love it. And you put a bit of yourself in it. You don't have to position the stars. You could put, I was thinking about some little skulls. Oh, cut out some little skulls. Because for Halloween, you have the child Halloween, and then you've got the Day of the Dead goth side of things. And this is a bit of fun for the kids, I think. And it's not a scary Halloween, is it? And that's the thing, sometimes people are put off because it can be a little bit scary, can't it? But I love that. We've got the odd bit, but the overall impression is fun. I love it. And I have to say, so many different fabulous projects. And you say about it being a relatively quick project with that one, which you might be thinking, well, hang on a minute, we've only got a month to get these things together. And that's what Yvonne has done. She's put some very achievable kits together with regards to these. And you'll see them all around Yvonne as well. So it's not just about Halloween. We've kind of got a nod to autumn
as well, and some Christmas projects we're going to be sharing with you as well. Now, the welcome banner itself, we have got that. I've got that as a little pack here, and everything that you need in here, obviously bar your thread and obviously your tools that you're going to use. Make a little bit of space here, so it all comes beautifully packaged. So the quality of the fabrics is absolutely phenomenal, and all put together with love and care, and I think that's the thing as well. You can see that the pride that you have, Yvonne, with regards to your kits, because everything is thought about. Love the illustration there that shows you the difficulty level. So with this one, a little bit of sewing knowledge would be helpful.
Yeah, it's not difficult.
No, it's just take your time, isn't it?
The difficult bit, if you could call it that, is the 3D bat down here. That's the thing that's perhaps outside people's comfort zone. I've got another one here in a completely different colourway. So the packs will be random.
Okay, so the fabrics might not be exactly the same, but they're all on the Halloween theme and the similar colourways.
Yes, and I honestly can't remember what colour of a bat is in there, which is why I'm just having this little...
I think I've got black fabric for mine in this one.
Okay, well then this is the correct sample that goes with that, but you don't have to have a black bat. Of course, don't try saying that.
It's not an easy one, is it?
Because I have done a brown and gold one.
Okay.
So he's just a little bit lighter in colour, and again, not quite so intimidating. And he just can, you know, he sits on the corner.
Wherever you choose,
of wherever.
Will we need to add anything else in with the kit to complete the project?
You need some Bondi web or whichever fusible web you're using. I like to go round the images with an embroidery thread to just highlight them a little bit.
Okay, nice idea.
And some wadding if you're going to quilt it. You need some backing fabric.
Okay.
Because if you're going to put this up for a few days every year, maybe you just put a backing fabric on.
Yeah, good idea.
The sample here is quilted and bound.
Okay.
So that it really is suitable for getting out from year to year.
And I think that's the thing, an investment of your time, not a huge amount of time, but it's something you can create and then you'll bring out every single year. And I think that's half of the celebrations is when you start getting things down at the loft and getting ready for them. I know certainly with me with Christmas.
Except if you're my daughter and you're starting things like 2 days before it needs to be finished.
It needs to be ready, that's true.
Then it is possible, okay? It is possible.
Yeah, my nickname is lastminute.com, so I fall into that category. Now you've got your full-size templates as well, so when it comes to doing your applique work, you haven't got to go rushing off to your photocopier and increase or decrease patterns. And again, you can see that you've got all the assembly instructions that you've got there and all of the dimensions all included alongside your beautiful array of fabrics. Brilliant project, very affordable price at £18.99, and beautiful fabrics, and just enough fabrics that you're going to need. So not having to go off and buy half metre of each of the fabrics and finding it turns into quite a costly project. With this one, Yvonne and her team have put together exactly what you need, so you're not having to over invest with regards to the fabrics. And you can see your fabric there for your applique as well as your binding, and of course that lovely backdrop for your applique to sit on as well. Fabulous kit. Very keenly priced.
The one thing I would say, you can choose whichever fabric you want for whichever of the letters or the cats or whatever.
Oh, I see. Okay,
You don't have to stick with any particular sequence, but the W is quite big. Do the W first.
Right, yes, because
and
the
then
overall is quite a big square.
Bits. Yeah, you can get the little bits out of the pieces. You know, you can do a star or little spiders or whatever. But start with the W and then work your way across.
I love that. Good advice. Like that a lot. So $18.99, incredibly affordable, and that's your welcome sign kit that you will be bringing out every single year, and you've got plenty of time for you to get that together very, very easily. Now, just to the side of Yvonne, we have got another project which is a similar sort sort of a difficulty level, but we're talking hexagons with this, and this is brilliant. I'm going to open up the packaging for you. You can see the image there where you've got your different hexes coming together here, and it's up to you how you want to put them together. Yvonne's got them over in her area there, and she's kind of linked them together, almost making a wall hanging, but if you wanted to, you could put them together to make a table runner if you wanted to. It's totally up to you, personal preference.
Can I take it down off?
Of course you can, Yvonne. You go for it. So we're working as a team here, so I love it.
Because there are, what I love about this is it can also be a table centre.
Absolutely, looks fabulous.
If you unpin, I unpin some of these.
I like this.
Then, of course.
Oh, look at this, yes.
Look. Now, isn't that fun?
That is brilliant. You could almost have like your pumpkin. You know, that obviously you don't sit it direct onto your fabrics, but maybe have like a little platter or something that it sits on.
You know, a bowl with some. Let's turn her around. And look.
That is fabulous.
The choice is entirely up to you, whether you do them as you're suggesting as a joint together table runner, or a wall hanging, or I like this as a table centre. I think that is really
I like
works,
that look,
doesn't it? It again gives you options. You can make it unique to
whatever you
yourself.
Want. I love it, giving us that ability. So fabric wise and kit wise, you are going to get again the components that you're going to add in additional bits like your wadding, and it is mentioned with your packaging. So wadding, backing, your fusible web and embroidery threads if you choose to go down that route. Again, you're going to get the fabrics that you need and the quantities that you need, so you're not over purchasing fabrics, but you've got a considerable amount in there to help you not only with the backing but also with the backing of your applique, should I say, but also your feature fabrics in there as well. And that lovely orange with that smattering. It's almost like little pips, little seeds on there.
Seeds.
Like it. Yeah. Brilliant quality fabrics, Yvonne, I have to say as well.
I believe we've got a couple of different background creams. The hexagon that you're making, it's 3 of one of the creams and 3 of the other. That the background also has interest in it.
That's a good way of looking at it. And I like it as well because in your instructions you've also got a few serving suggestions with this as well, so assembly alternatives.
Serving suggestions, I love it.
You can keep that, Yvonne, if you want to use it. You're more than welcome.
Can I copyright that?
Of course you can. And here you go, joining them together if you want to, as you can see there, having them in that fabulous combination that we saw, and again if you want to do those little connectors there to make it into an even longer wall hanging that you can. And of course once you've got the knowledge, if you're wanting to bring in additional fabrics of your own, you can kind of extend any of these in any direction that you like, and you will find yourself using those applique patterns that you've got in there on lots of projects. They'd be fabulous on the centre of cushions and things as well.
Well, yes, and of course you can mix and match what you're putting on to any of the individual hexagons.
Love it. Very popular bundle, this one. It's only $18.99. You've got everything that you need in there, even a little shopping list so when you want to go on and create more of these, exactly what you need in each of the different elements, but all coming together in that fabulous kit there for just £18.99. Brilliant idea. Again, something that you'll look forward to bringing out for your Halloween celebrations time and time again. And it's not scary Halloween, it's happy Halloween. I think we can look at
the pumpkins have smiles on their faces.
They do, yeah. We don't want them to do scary. We don't want to do scary at all. No. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that one, then that's another nice little kit that you might like to consider. And also as well, we're talking about it's kind of like the acrobatic cats. I love this. Now we don't have huge quantities of these.
Sorry,
they do look like they're gymnastic cats.
What do you think?
I love it.
Well, I think they should be at the circus, shouldn't they?
Absolutely, they deserve a drum roll, don't they? I love it. Again, another lovely project. Again, it's one that I'm sure you'll have spied behind our Yvonne over there. You're going to get all of your different fabrics again. A sizable project on this occasion as well. So you're looking at 21 inches in height, 13.5 across, and again all of your fabrics to create your quilt top if you like. Wadding, backing, fusible web and embroidery threads. Obviously the options of how you can work with this. And as you've seen, always comprehensive instructions with all the information that you need, but also those templates in there ready for you to create your applique pieces. And a lovely kind of Halloween. Halloween's almost like bones in the construction that you've got there. And of course, your different facing cats, and even your little spiders in there as well. We only have a small quantity of these, and we're now down to single figures of them. So if you're wanting a quick and easy project to get your Halloween celebrations underway, then this is the way to do it. Again, brilliant fabrics in there, perfect for the occasion, and all included within your kit. Love it. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. Turning our attention back to the hexagons for just a few moments. Oh, I've made a real mess of that now. So yes, just the hexagons now. Going back to the hexagons very briefly, because they've been flying out. We're down to a quantity of less than 20 of these. Oh, you've got it on your screen there. There you go. So yes, if you're wanting that one, less than 20, just be aware of it. So yeah, be as quick as you can. Quick as you can. Now, very, very quickly, before we go over and have a look at the demonstration, this is the demonstration that we're going to see, your Halloween bunting. This is brilliant. I mean, look at that.
Can I talk about the cats before we move on?
We can do if you want to, yeah.
Let me have a little quick
you've got
chat
them laid out there. I do apologise.
No, that's okay. Because some people look at this and they don't like the way Halloween letters are either side.
Oh, I see, yes, yeah, vertically, yeah.
And this is me giving you permission to do it differently. You know, you don't have to do it the way we've done it in the...
This is true.
So if I can spell correctly, which is always a bit...
I'm not the right person to check.
Yeah, well, I hope I've got enough L's. L's are looking a bit... But you see what I can do. Yeah,
Oh, look at this, it's coming together.
It is. And I wobble you. There we go. And you can pop it all down.
I see, yes.
Yeah, pop it all down the side there.
Perfect.
And that makes it a little bit easier. And
perfect.
Just a different layout, and I think that's worth looking at.
I'm glad that you showed us that, actually, because it's a good... I hadn't really thought about it, but yeah. And again, I suppose if you want to do it horizontally, you could do it horizontally as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, you could have
personal choice.
But, you know, it is about putting a bit of yourself into the design.
Absolutely, that's it. Yvonne brings obviously the ideas and the suggestions, but you make it your own.
Exactly.
That's the key thing. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you for that. Another thing to complete your decor at home ready for Halloween is this fabulous bundle, which will allow you to make your Halloween bunting. So you can see all of your different flags spelling out Halloween in a similar font to the one that we saw with the cat wall hanging. So this is going to complement it beautifully. But you've also got some additional little flags that you're going to dot around as well. Again, difficulty level of 2, so a little bit of experience of sewing, but take it easy, take it slow. You don't get a prize for doing it in super speedy time.
Nope.
Enjoy the process. And again, you've got your flag templates there, including the smaller ones, and then all of your Halloween lettering applique, as you can see there. Fabric wise, you're going to get your fabric predominantly orange, as you can see, for your flag bases, but then you're going to get your feature fabrics to create your smaller flags, and then of course that solid black for your applique. It's a lovely, almost like bone-like font that you've used with this, Yvonne. I love it.
I found it by accident, I think, on the...
When you do all your research.
Somewhere.
These things find you sometimes, don't they?
Do.
You've got your ribbon in there. Is that going to act as our binding when it comes to the tape?
Yes, that holds everything together. And the thing I would point out on the sample is that instead of using a black thread to applique the pieces on, we've used white, so that it's giving you a clearer outline, and it just makes the letters pop a little bit more.
It certainly does. It's one of my favourite applique stitches, that one. It's like a little blanket stitch,
yeah, it's a little blanket stitch. It's 2 stitches in between each blanket in, so it gives you an outline, but it's not super heavy.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, you don't have to put interfacing behind or any stabiliser.
That stitch that you've done there, would that have been hand embroidery that you've done there?
No.
Oh wow, gosh, right in the nitty
my
gritty.
sewing machine does that.
Because I was looking at that thinking, my goodness, I don't know if I could tackle that with my machine, but either way you
so
could do,
it's a blanket stitch. Equally, you could use a zigzag, depends on what equipment you have available to you. You know, if you like to hand stitch, then
go ahead
and hand stitch. What anyone who knows me knows that if I have to make the same thing, they're never the same.
Okay.
They're never the same. I get too bored.
Where's the fun in that exactly?
Exactly. So I try and ring the changes a little bit so that people can see things in different.
Perfect. And I think we're going to see this as your first demo, aren't we, with the
I think this is the only thing I might demo.
I like that idea.
You never know. You never know. There might be bits down there.
Now, we have got lots of other things that Yvonne has brought to us as well, so do have a little look. If you're thinking about Christmas projects, if you're looking for something more autumnal with regard to kind of like your harvest time and the leaves falling, we've got projects for those as well. But are we going over to demo now? Yeah, let's do it. Let's head over and we'll see this coming together. So what do we need to know, Yvonne?
Well, we need to know that you have a full-size template in the instructions to make the larger flag and the smaller separating flags and the ones to just tidy off the ends of the ribbon. And the lettering is again full-size on the third page, but it is reversed to use with fusible web, so you don't have to do anything other than copy this onto the fusible web that you have.
Okay.
Full size, the correct way round to use your fusible web with. Cut all of your larger flags out. So for the purposes of the demo here, I'm not making the whole thing again. I'm just making the happy bit and showing you how I've sort of run the changes with what I've done here. So you have a solid orange, which is the back, and you have a more mottled orange, which is the front.
Lovely.
All of the applique is on the black. So 2 or 3 seconds of heat applies the Bonder web onto the fabric. Cut around your outline accurately. At this point, that helps seal the edge of the fabric. Some of the solid fabrics, the weave is not as tight and they tend to fray a bit more. No matter which black I've used, it's frayed a little bit. So always try and preserve the edges of what you're doing. So if you just score the back of the Bonder web and with a pin and then with a bit of luck you can just fold it back and you can peel it off from the center out. That way you're not making a mess of the edge as you're trying to
That's a good tip
to
as
lift
well.
it. Oh, I've been doing this for so long that now this is now about making sure that you are remembering that you are going to lose 1/4 of an inch. All of the seams again are 1/4 of an inch. So you're going to lose 1/4 of an inch along the sides of your flag, and of course you will lose a little bit at the top whenever you encase it with the ribbon. So about there looks good to me, and I'm just going to go to the iron.
Wonderful.
And as I say, 2 or 3 seconds. You're not ironing, you're pressing, so you're just going to set this down on top.
Now, we did a show earlier on today and we had a message pop up on Facebook, and I didn't see it until after the show. Christine was thanking you for your tip on the quilting and pressing from the front earlier on today that you were talking about. So,
okay. Yeah. Well, thank you.
I don't know if you're still watching, Christine, but thank you. Thank you for your feedback.
Because it does alter the dimensions.
Yes, yeah, true.
So this, believe it or not, is going to be a spider.
Okay.
I know it doesn't look like a spider at the minute, but we're going to, again, Shall I pop them on here?
Do you have to be careful with your kind of positioning of different elements? Do you have to consider where your tape is going to go so you don't kind of lose things in the top line?
As I've just said, we have to make sure that we're down from the top because it will be encased with the ribbon.
Perfect.
And we also lose a little bit on the sides, but I reckon I can just about get him squeezed in there. He's never going to fit on with the H. The H fills the block too much. Now, where we put them, you see the spiders are in different positions there. Well, I'm putting mine somewhere else.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
All for variety.
Well, it just makes it a bit more fun.
Doesn't it just? I like as well, you've kind of changed the angle of them as well. So
like they're just
rubber stamp them or whatever.
No, well, rustic isn't the right word. It's bones, aren't it? You know, they're never going to quite fit on. They're going to just be a little bit different.
It's quite a forgiving way of working as well, which is nice. Takes the pressure off.
It does, and it just allows you a bit of design freedom, which is always wonderful. Now, I have figured out, she says, hopefully, on this machine, there is a blanket stitch that will do two little steps and 2 little stitches and then a blanket in.
Okay.
Now, that allows you to be much, you can manoeuvre.
Okay. Good
you can't manoeuvre whenever you have 1 stitch in between each blanket.
Right.
Yeah, just doesn't happen.
Oh, I've never thought of it before, but yeah, makes sense actually, yeah, when you say it.
Well, now, this is me using this in anger for the first time, and standing on 1 foot, so we will see what happens.
Now, obviously, at home, you have the luxury of time and comfort. You can be sat at your sewing table with your familiar sewing machine, and
So, doing this, I'm going to have to. You always want to have your needle in a down position whenever you stop and you want to manoeuvre, and you want to be on the outside of what you are applying. And
just take it gently and slowly.
Well, this is it, and you know you're going to have to change. We're going round this P here, which has quite a gentle curve, really. But you still have to follow that line around. The difficult bit, of course, are the little indents on the ends of the letters for the ends of the bones, you know.
Okay.
But
nice contrast thread.
Well, in this instance, I'm not using white, I'm using a gold because sometimes you want to have a bit of sparkle. Well, I think you should always have a bit of sparkle in life, actually.
Definitely.
And I just like this. The gold works with the orange and shows up against the black. It's not quite as stark as the white is.
And I like this because you're kind of stitching a few stitches and then raising the foot and moving on.
Yeah.
It's very effective, isn't it, that stitch?
And you see the way I can manoeuvre because I can do it. So I've just done 2 stitches. I know it's now going to go in. So I can do that, which will allow me to get round this. Oh.
It's kind of knowing your machine and the stitches, isn't it? And I must admit, so often I'll just select a stitch and it's a pretty stitch or it's a decorative stitch, but I don't really almost dissect it and look at it in close detail. But it's worth knowing, like you say, the 2 stitches in between makes a difference.
It makes a huge difference. I spotted that this machine will actually do one that has 3 steps in between. And I gave that a little try this morning and thought, no. And in your head, of course, you do need to be counting a little bit. It's going 1, 2, in, out. But you know, sewing machines have such wonderful rhythm.
They do. They do indeed. Now, just as you're adding those few more stitches, I just need to give our viewers a little bit of an update on one of the kits. The one with the hexagons, incidentally. We don't have huge quantities of these left. They've been a very popular item. You're going to be making your 3 hexagons, as you can see here, with your applique detail on the centre there. And as I mentioned before, you've got those different suggestions with regards to how you construct and put them together, whether you're wanting to put them together in the format where they are joined, or whether you want to open up the area with little connectors, either of which are fabulous ideas, as is the centre one that we've got there, which, as Yvonne mentioned, could be perfect for a table setting, or maybe a bowl of sweets, or it could be that you've got almost like a platter with your jack-o'-lantern on there with your little lights in there. So brilliant idea. The kit itself, you've got obviously your full colour illustration and suggestions, you've got your instructions, as well as the template for your applique pieces, which are full size, making it very easy for you to do your construction. And you've also got all of the fabrics that you need for all the tiny components in there. So everything that you need is included. The only additional extras you're going to need are your backing fabric, some wadding, your Bondo web, or your chosen way of adding that fusing, and then of course your threads if you're looking at doing a little bit of embroidery on there as well. So yeah, brilliant bundle, very popular item, but you need to be quick. $18.99. I don't know if we'll have enough to see us through the whole of the show, and we've got about 15 minutes or so left on the show, so just to give you a bit of a time check. How are you getting on over there?
Well, I have a pea and I'm just going to go round the spider, because I thought I might just draw in the spider's legs kind of thing.
Shall I show everybody the kit and what they're getting in there?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So again, another kit. It's something that Yvonne does so well, isn't she? Again, full colour illustration on there, showing you that your bunting, you're looking at your largest point being 6.5 centimetres, which I'm guessing is the height of your flags, and then 72 inches with regard to that swing that you've got of your bunting, and all the fabulous little bunting flags coming together, utilising the 2 orange fabrics that you've got in here. We've also got additional fabrics for those smaller flags that are sitting in there, and then of course your fabrics for your applique. Just need a little bit of fusible web, and again embroidery threads for those finer details, and everything is included in your instructions. And you've got your templates there for your fabrics to create your tags should I say, flags even, and your applique for your lettering and your spiders that Yvonne's working on. You've got a lovely piece of bright orange satin ribbon. That's going to be your connective between, using it in the kind of the sense of your binding, and then of course all your different fabrics that you need to create all the detail of your smaller flags as well as your larger flags, and your black fabric there for your applique detail. So brilliant value again. $16.99. You're making projects that you will be bringing out year in, year out when it comes to celebrating Halloween. So if you fancy that one as a kit, the details are up on your screen. How are you getting on with your spider over there,
Well,
Yvonne?
my spider is all stitched round.
Lovely.
Now, if you look on your applique template sheet, you will see how the little legs are drawn on. And you have to remember, because your grandchildren know things like this. Spiders have 8 legs.
See, that's the one I'd struggle with, I must admit.
Yeah, I have to think about it. But grandchildren will know. And if they're like my grandchildren, they will make comment. So you just have to make sure that you are allowing yourself enough space to get, and I'm just going to finish drawing these in. And I have used just a little back stitch in black to do these little legs. You don't have to be particularly fussy about it.
Okay.
Just do some, well, actually some straight stitches, because these are quite small little legs. So I'm just doing one stitch there, going to do a back stitch there, which will secure that.
It's all those little finer details, isn't it? The finishing touches.
Absolutely. So that is one leg done. It doesn't take long. I'll do a second leg, and then we'll put the flag together. And what I have been playing with, once I have, so back stitch, long stitch. So what I've been playing with whenever I put the flags together, was how I finished them off.
Okay.
And I'm just going to, so right sides together. Make sure that you are aligned. Make sure that whenever you go back to your sewing machine, you change it onto a straight stitch.
Oh, yes.
How often have
We've been there, done that.
Haven't we just? And you want this to be a reasonably small stitch, so go to your 2.4 in length, and of course back to the position to do your 1/4 of an inch seam, because that's what we have made all of the instructions to reflect, so that you have your letters centered. So on this machine you go to 5.5 because we can move the needle laterally on these, and that is a better measurement on these machines than putting a 1/4 inch foot on. You don't need the 1/4 inch foot, you just need to go with a basic foot and move the needle.
That's it. Your sewing machine is your friend when it comes to these projects. Talking about friends, we've had some lovely comments come through during the course of the show, not only on social media but also using our messaging system, and we've got one up on the screen for you there, as you can see. So this is that Alicia? Oh, it's disappeared. So Alicia, what's that say? Gone with the new hex today. My eyesight is terrible. Welcome. And tumbling cats before. Oh, you've gone for tumbling cats before? Yes, because I think that was the one from last year, wasn't it?
I think it
that
was.
One. Always great for kits and fabrics and a lovely afternoon projects. That's so true. These are lovely projects. Like you say, they're not going to take too much time, but great results with them. Thank you for everything that you bring. So Yvonne, that's lovely. I think Alicia's echoing there what everybody else feels about your kits. Always popular. And do check out the show that we had earlier on as well, because our attention was more towards quilting and the kind of block of the month that we've been seeing as well. So yes, brilliant show earlier on. It was 9 a.m. if you want to go back and learn.
So to be able to turn these through so that you have a reasonable point, you do need to just chop off that little nose or tail of fabric, and then we're going to just turn it through and use whatever pokey tool you happen to have.
Well, this is it. It's like your tool of choice.
Yeah, exactly. Whether it's a pen, a pair of scissors, or
it's usually whatever's within arm's reach, really, isn't it? If we're honest.
I have a purple fang.
Okay.
Which they're hard to find, but that's what I have. So I'm going to cheat now. Pretend you don't see that. I'm
Shall I distract them?
Right, there we go. So this is it turned through, okay? And what I've done to just secure these, basically some top stitching down the sides. So with this Y, I hand stitched along here in black. And I
nice touch.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, but it's a bit gothic.
Okay.
So I did one in red.
Okay.
Nice. And if anyone spots the deliberate mistake, it was a deliberate mistake.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I shall move on.
Well, it all looks jolly fine and dandy to me.
So that is, and we should have one more happy here, and this one, of course, another P for the happy.
Lovely.
We need to just finish that off.
Perfect.
And all that you are going to do is use your ribbon as to encase the tops here. Start in the middle and work your way to either side.
Yes, that's good advice, yeah.
So your centre is going to be however many letters in. It's probably the A, is it? So start there and work your way out. I always think they're best whenever they just touch one another.
Okay.
Whenever there's a little bit of distance between them, they look as though they look a bit lonely.
Well, it kind of flows when you read it when they're a little bit closer together.
I think so.
Yeah, yeah. And I like the dangly bits at the end as well that you've
just got to
created,
tidy them up, don't you? So I'm just going to pop a couple of pins here.
Wonderful.
And then what I do want to show you is how you get the ribbon into the ends of the
little flags on the ends.
Flags on the ends.
Well, just as you're pinning those in place, I think we've got a couple of, 3 people I think they're going to be joining us in the studio. First time friends for me, but I am sure that Yvonne will recognise, certainly one of them, but we'll show you in just a few moments. Just as Yvonne's stitching that, and we will come back to Yvonne in a few moments. So if you are following the demonstration, then yes, do stay tuned, and we'll get that all completed in the last few minutes. But we are coming to the last few minutes of the hour, so do check out your baskets. Don't forget, we have got additional kits that we haven't had the chance to dedicate time to. So if you're looking for projects for Advent, we've got your Elf Countdown. We've also got projects featuring the 3 Kings. And incidentally, we've been referring a lot to a Bonder Web. We have got that available on the show as well. So these are all goodies that you can add into your basket alongside your chosen kits. Many of you are going for multiple kits as well. So you're going for a variety of different kind of wall hangers, and the bunting's going in there as well. And I think that it's kind of just shows the quality of the kits and the trust that you've got with Village Fabrics and our lovely Yvonne in the knowledge and the information she brings to us within those kits. So anything in your basket now is a jolly good time for you to be checking your baskets out to make sure that you do get those purchases under your belt, so to speak. And don't miss out on this Halloween. I mean, I can see that's coming together a treat over there, Yvonne.
Yeah, we've just about got Happy together here.
Lovely. Now Yvonne's seen what you are yet
what you can't quite see. Oh, this is wonderful.
Look at this. I'm going to move over to the side because these 2 little...
Hello, Vicky. And family.
I'm not on talkback, so you have to.
So who
should I come over this side?
A surprise pop in.
I love this. Never have I been gate crashed in such a beautiful way. these little girls. This is Belle.
And this is Tilly.
Lovely. Identical?
Non-identical.
Oh, see,
that makes life easier.
This is the kind of conversation mums with twins have, because I've got twins.
Have you?
Very much non-identical, because one's a boy and one's a girl.
Right.
Couldn't get much more.
They're very, very different. I think everybody who remembers Maisie when she was a little baby, she looks just like Tilly. And Belle, she's more like Kieran. She's got dark hair, dark eyes. She's smaller, but they're doing so well.
And how are you getting on? Because you've got a 2-year-old as well, I believe.
Yeah, but actually she's my little helper. She's really good.
Big sister.
She is really good. This one's very sicky, so if she gets a bit of stage fright being on the telly.
How old are they?
They are 15 weeks today.
So alert as well.
It's taken me 15 weeks to come in to make sure I get up ready before you come off air at 1.
This is actually a little screen test for them.
Yes,
so yeah,
exactly.
We'll have them mic'd up with talkback before you know it.
That's what Scott said as we went in. Have they got their mics on? Ready?
They're adorable.
Oh, they're
and
so
are you
well
enjoying
behaved.
it?
I love it. You just have to immerse yourself into the full baby world. But
absolutely.
I am really enjoying it, and I know how quick it goes, so I am just enjoying the little cuddles. But
and it's okay to stay in your pyjamas all day when you've got twins. So.
Exactly. But I'm coming back to do a show next Wednesday.
Oh,
fabulous.
fabulous.
So I'll tell you all about it then. But
I love it.
Thank you for letting me go.
Oh, no, thank you. And Yvonne's face lit up. Gorgeous, Yvonne.
Yeah.
I did have a look on the schedule, like, who's in today? And I thought, I'm really excited for you to see them.
Oh, absolutely, because I've seen both, haven't I? Because I was here whenever you left to have Maisie, and then these 2.
Yeah.
I remember you telling me you were having twins. You'd only found out a couple of days before. And
I know, they're already 4 months.
It's already it's very much a surprise, but thank you.
No,
thank you for bringing them.
I'll see you soon.
Take care, all.
Bye, girls. Bye-bye. Oh, how adorable. Oh, it's made me all broody now.
How can we follow that?
Oh, yeah, we might as well just pack up and go home, really. But we're not going to, because Yvonne wants to show us how those end flags come into play.
I just want, all that I've done is we have sewn the little black star flags together. And if you just sew a little piece across the top as well as you're going round, then you leave a little gap, which I have just inserted my ribbon into as the
perfect,
and black thread.
And just hand stitch them in place.
And just hand stitch across there. You can do a little ladder stitch, or you can just do a little running stitch. it just needs to be something that is actually going to be secure for the ribbon. So just check how you're going, that you are not missing anything on the back as you stitch, yeah?
Perfect.
So a few stitches and that
all done
is the end of the
I love it. And of course, throughout the course of the show, we've been showing you that finished bunting. Again, it's another happy project that you take your time with, you enjoy, but equally so, it's not a long project to come together. No. So you've still got plenty of time to place your order, to get it home, to get it cut out, get all that applique done, and you'll still have it up, decorating your home in time for Halloween, which I believe 31st of October.
It's usually, isn't it?
They
Usually
moved it, have they? I think it's still the same date as well. So the bunting, absolutely brilliant. So we've got it in the studio. I don't know if we'll get a chance to have another look at it in its complete format, but with regards to the kit, you've got everything that Yvonne's been working with throughout, creating your 72-inch stretch of bunting, which when you see it hanging up is even more amazing than when we talk through the project. So absolutely beautiful, and something that you'll use year in, year out as well. Keep checking your baskets out with regards to that one, because I don't want anybody missing out on those. Now, the welcome sign, which is what we teased you with at the top of the show, third of the stock has gone of this one. We've not seen this in a full demonstration. We spoke about it, and it's a fabulous little project. Your fabrics may vary, but they will still be of that Halloween theme, and you'll still have the spelling and the applique, all of those pieces there ready for you to put together. And then again, another very popular item that we've had within the show has been the hexagons, and we've got more people with this in baskets than we have stock available. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, then please do so. And the cat wall hanging, that's on the verge of selling out as well, so I'm not even going to bring that one into you. As I mentioned, do check out on the website. We're not going to give you all the individual details for these, but because Yvonne has brought them in, it's only right and proper that I show you the patterns and kits. So Cornfield, I think we might pop the details up for that one, but the Autumn Table Centre and the two Christmas projects, one of which being your Advent calendar, they're all available on the website, and by all means do go and have a little look and shop for those as well. Yvonne, I've had a lovely time with you.
Well, and you. Wonderful to see you.
And you
I'm
too.
Back in on the last Wednesday of October, whenever we do the last of the block of the month.
Wonderful.
And then I think we're visiting Christmas
at
the end of October.
Fabulous. Oh, we certainly need to look forward to that show then.
Wow, I wish I was ready for it.
Are we ever ready? That is the thing. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your words of advice, your hints and your tips, as well as the amazing kits that you've brought to us as well. And I think I need to say to you guys, check those baskets out, especially if you've gone for some of those more vulnerable items, because we're literally down to single figures, and I don't want you missing out on them. I will see you the other side of this, and lovely Emma is back with some fabulous projects, amazing rucksack, and I'm looking forward to spending another hour with her. So I will see you at the other side of this. Bye for now.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups, and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Back by popular demand, introducing the one, the only Gemporia Festive Ball. Party with your favourite presenters from Gems TV, Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. We're all together for a night that's gonna be the talk of the town. Situated at the fabulous Stratford Manor, close to the world-famous Stratford-upon-Avon. Tickets are just £99 per person, including a welcome drink, a 3-course dinner, half a bottle of wine, and music that'll have you dancing all night long. There'll also be a shop at the party, and even a tombola if you're feeling lucky. Numbers are limited, so order your tickets today to avoid disappointment. Let's make it a night to remember at the Gemporia Festive Ball on Saturday the 25th of November. See you there.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to what is going to be our second hour with the lovely Emma, and I'm very much looking forward to this. Her patterns are incredible and the kits that she's put together are phenomenal, not only because of the kind of the practicalities of the project that you're making, but her choice of fabrics is absolutely amazing, and this will give you a little insight into what we are going to be looking at in this hour. And I will introduce Emma to you in a few moments, but how fabulous is this backpack? And the backpack is available in a variety of different ways, but this is available as a kit, including your faux leather that you've got. But I absolutely love this fabric, but I love the idea of the project as well. And Emma, this is a brilliant one because quite often with backpacks, they can be quite sizable, quite bulky. You don't always have the depth that you've got with this one.
Yeah. So I always design my patterns with either me in mind or it's a request. I'll be honest. It's because I need it in my life, or I've got a loved one that does, or like somebody asks me to make it, maybe one of my members, or sometimes I get requests on the YouTube channel. So this one was a request by my daughter, who is now 12, and quite a difficult age to make things for, and she wanted a bag. So she said, I want it to be like this, I want it to hold this, I want it to do all these things. So that's where the Luna backpack came from.
I love it, absolutely brilliant. I mean, the design of it is phenomenal. It's got all the things that you would expect from a backpack. So you've got your adjustable straps with this one. You've got your little kind of hangy-uppy thing. I don't know what that's called, a little loop, I suppose. You're outside a pocket. You've also got a good expansive area on the inside. But it doesn't just look good on the outside. It's practical, but it's also practical on the inside. Because I think this is a welcome addition to any backpack that you've put in here. Ideas for things like water bottles, pens, things like that.
Yeah, I like to keep everything organised, so I often include those little bits in the patterns.
I think it's brilliant, and an internal pocket as well. And again, the choice of fabrics, absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Doesn't that look fabulous? I love it. Everything about it is brilliant. Now, the details are on your screen, so if you're wanting to create your Luna backpack in this format, then we have got the kit available for you. I've got it just to the side here. So I'll introduce that to you before we start chatting more with Emma. And this has got that beautiful outer fabric, the fabulous lining, the faux leather in there, and the all-important pattern that you've got with regards to this one as well. So you don't have to do any work with the pattern with regards to kind of resizing, enlarging, reducing, none of that. It's the right size, and of course you've got your fabulous link with regards to the YouTube channel as well, I believe, with this one as well.
Yeah, the video is up there, so you can watch it whenever you like.
Love it. And we've got other versions of the backpack that are available too. So if you like the look of that one, as many of you do, then the details are up on your screen. Lovely project, this one. I like the look of this one.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really fun because you can use it not only for like your tweens or that kind of difficult age. I've also made them I've made one for my younger daughter who is 6. And I've even got one myself because it's a good size.
Can I try it on?
Yeah, do.
Because I might need to adjust the straps. With the kit, it doesn't come with the additional bits and pieces like your sliders and your D-rings and things like that, does it? We've got those available there.
Yeah, I don't believe it does, but the fabrics have been picked up by Sewing Street, not by me.
So
it's all exclusive to.
Oh, somebody was firing on all cylinders that day, weren't they? So yeah, I mean, as an adult, because when you first look at it, you might think to yourself, well, hang on, it looks quite small, so for a child, but there you go.
Yeah, so it's kind of midi size. So
I'm just wondering if I leave it on whether she'll notice, and I can just literally, bye, I'm off now. Brilliant idea, love it. And it's not too, because sometimes with backpacks, when you fill them with goodies, you're almost going back like a turtle, aren't you, when you're ending up. Yeah, nice size, like that one. So there you go, details are up on your screen if you fancy getting hold of those. I love it. Where are we going next then, lovely Hannah? I think she's still oohing over the babies. And incidentally as well, on the end of the last hour, the lovely Vix was here with her little twin girls, absolutely beautiful. So yeah. Distracted us all. Did you get to see them then?
I got to have a little cuddle of Tilly, I think it was, yeah.
Oh,
so gorgeous. I feel very privileged.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Now, the other option that we've got for you, this is the Cafe one. And this is the Cafe. Now, I think, is this one called Paperweight? This one, I think. Was it Mille Fleur? I'm still getting used to all the different names with regards to these, so yeah, apologies if I've not got it quite right, but you will recognise it, I'm sure. And this one, we haven't got a finished example made up with this one, but you will get the idea of how it comes together because you've got your beautiful patterned fabric, you've got your lining fabric there being that lovely soft pink, and you've got your fabulous kind of faux leather. I mean, at a distance, it almost looks like leather. It's such a clever quality of fabric, beautiful fabric. All coming together, again, with your Luna backpack pattern and instructions. And again, a brilliant deal at £29.99. So what are we calling this particular one? Just Luna Roman glass. So they keep changing the names and I can't keep up. So yeah, because it's kind of the collection that's been used, isn't it? The 3 different fabrics, I suppose. So like that one a lot. So again, we're moving on because we've got another variation. And this is the green one. Lovely, look at those gorgeous fabrics. Again, we haven't got illustrations of all of the bags made up in the different fabrics, but here at Sewing Street we like to put together bundles on the hoof, on the fly, so we don't always have time to make the finished samples up for you. Now this one, a lovely one, if you're liking the look of your pattern, well, to be honest, I mean, all of the fabrics are gorgeous. Slightly weightier fabric for your outer, your lining fabric on your inside, and it's lovely. It's almost got that Art Deco clam shell look, which is lovely. Perfectly complementing the white that you could use as your lining. Would I use the white and the lining? Knowing me as I know me, probably not. But I'd use that on another project, but you could use it as your lining if you're wanting to, or you can bring in something from your own stash. Pattern, brilliant idea. Obviously having everything all ready to go, just add in your hardware and that's going to finish off everything that you need. So again, another fabulous kit, another wonderful price, £29.99 if you like the look of that particular one as well. So I think it's just 3 kits, 4 kits, because we've got, no, we did that one. 1, 2, 3 kits with regards to the Luna backpack, I think. We have got other kits as well available for you for the beach bag. So you can have a little look at those ones as well. But before we do any of that, the pattern by itself, if you're wanting to shop for the pattern, then you can do. Very keenly priced at £9.99, considering you'll be making a lot of these, not only for you, yourself, but your friends, your family. And I'm guessing the angel policy with this one similar to what we spoke of before.
Yeah, so it's the same with all my patterns. So I started off making to sell. So it's really important to me that you're able to do the same if you want to. So you are able to sell any of your products that you make from this pattern, but not the pattern. So you can make and sell up to 100, craft fairs, that kind of thing. That's totally fine. I just ask if you're going to want to do any more, that you get in touch with me and we can sort something out.
Perfect, there you go. Just keep the conversation going, that's all it is, isn't it? So lovely. So £9.99 you can get involved with this one and use your fabrics from your own stash. But I think, are you going to be using some of the fabrics that we've got on the show? I can't quite see what you've got over there.
I'm using this one. Is it the calf?
Ah, that was the, the K facet fabric, Roman glass we're calling this one.
Oh. Yeah.
Lovely. Right, so details on the screen for that kit. Don't forget, if you want the pattern by itself, then you can do. But what do we need to know? What do we need to do to get started with this one, Emma?
Okay, should we get started?
I think, getting into the throw of it. Hannah, we going for demo? Yes.
Yeah, okay. Right, so I was going to talk a little bit about cutting out, because I know not everybody, knows these kind of tips, and I always like to share a few tips as we go along. So I'm going to cut out this back bottom part of the backpack. So this is the back part where we have kind of shaped bit at the top. It gives it an extra little bit of detail. And I've used the faux, the grey faux for the top, and then the patterned cotton for the bottom. And obviously you can switch it around, do it all in the faux leather or do it all in the cotton. So I've laid out this, my piece, it's interfaced already. And what you might think, when you get patterns which say cut on the fold, literally, you can cut it literally on the fold, like so. And that's totally fine. But what I like to do, to keep it really accurate, because that can affect your seams, is to lay it on. You can see I've just drawn a couple of marks with a friction pen. So what I like to do is I just go all the way down. You can do the top sort of half, if you like. It doesn't matter that I've drawn on my pattern because it's a friction pen, which is another reason why I use a friction pen. And then what you can do is you can either put weights on and cut around that half and then flip it, or, which is what I'm going to do now, you can draw around the whole thing and then cut the whole thing with your rotary cutter.
Perfect. Incidentally, if you are in the market for rotary cutters, we have got those on the show as well, so you can add that into your basket at the same time.
Yeah, it's so much easier. I hardly ever use scissors. In fact, I use scissors for dressmaking more. I don't know why. Maybe because they're bigger patterns and to move your...
Sometimes it's almost the way that you become, not conditioned, but you kind of migrate towards that technique depending on how you learnt in the first place.
Yeah, you get used to one way, don't you?
I know when I watch the sewing bee, quite often they'll use a rotary cutter for cutting out their pattern pieces, and it just seems very strange to me. But
I think because I've always done dressmaking and larger things. I suppose because the rotary cutters came in after I started,
Yeah.
so it's a bit of that as well.
Me, I'm in that ship too, or boat too, should I say.
But then when I got, when I discovered rotary cutters, I was like, okay, this is what it's all about. So I'm just going to follow that line around. Oops. And I notice you've got the rotating cutting mats, which I absolutely love. I have one of those at home.
Somewhere. I don't know where it is. It was out on the desk, but we have got those available as well. So yes, you can shop for those. So means you don't have to move your fabric.
Yeah. So for something like this, it's quite good.
No, we're not going to detract from your demonstration, but we have got them available. So there you go, nice pink spinny around mat if you're wanting to get hold of yours.
Okay, so I just thought I'd show you how I cut that out. Right, then what we need to do is we need to get our back top piece, and we're going to place it right sides together, and I'm just going to match up the middle. So I'm going to fold that top piece, make a little mark, find the center, and I should have that little mark from earlier. I do. So then I'm going to get my clips, because you shouldn't pin through faux leather.
That's a good tip, yes, because quite often we'll do that without thinking, yeah.
Yeah, and it's easier to clip anyway, so. And you want to make sure that it's even. I don't know if you can see, but there's two little ears overhanging.
Okay.
So it does feel like the pattern piece is cut wrong, like it's too big, because it's not very much. You kind of feel like, oh, that doesn't feel right. But all becomes clear on the next step.
As I often say, trust in the pattern.
Yes, it would help if I turned the machine on, wouldn't it? So then we're going to sew that with a 1 centimetre seam allowance.
For anybody that's not stitched with a faux leather before, any hints or tips on how to work with it?
Yeah, so I've lengthened my stitch to a 3 rather than a 2.5, which is what I use on quilting cotton, just because you want to perforate the fabric less. So having a longer stitch means, you don't perforate it as much. Then I use a Microtex needle as well in the machine, super helpful. I use a 90 on nearly all projects, but because you're going to need a little bit extra strength to get through, especially when you get to the layers. We'll be doing that in a little bit.
Fabulous, but don't be frightened of it though.
Don't be frightened of it yet. The other thing as well that I always recommend is a trusty walking foot. Would not be without my walking foot. They're absolutely brilliant, and you can get them for all machines as well. So, but I think this one comes with it, doesn't it?
I think it does. Yeah, it's the 680 that you're working with there. So yeah, we do have a variety of different sewing machines, obviously on the website, and we potentially do have universal walking feet as well. So if you're shopping for one of those, or you need one of those after you've got your machine, have a little look for those as well.
Okay, so then cut off the threads. I always like to cut off the little hairies, as I call them.
Hairies?
As we go along.
I love that, little hairies. Do you find yourself covered in little hairies as you? Yeah. I'll often do my sewing and I'll do it right up into the wire, and then I'm rushing out the door and I've literally got thread all over me.
Okay, so then we're going to flip it over, as you would normally do, and we are pushing the seam allowance to the bottom. It's naturally going to want to sit like that if you have used a faux leather for the top. And we're pushing it down to the bottom, and can you see now those little ears have gone?
Oh yes, yeah.
So that's why I say don't worry about it. Then we're going to top stitch along that top edge, and this is where the walking foot really comes into its own, because it's not going to stick on that faux leather.
Ah.
And because I've used the 3 for the structural seams, I'm going to go up to a 3.5. This particularly looks nice with thicker thread, but you can also use with regular. I'm just using regular Gutermann, and yeah, it's totally fine to use that for your top stitch.
And of course at this stage it's kind of got that extra layer of fabric, hence the slightly longer stitch on this time round. But it's these top stitches that make the difference, give that professional finish. So yeah, good idea to do that.
Okay, then
Lovely.
we are going to actually fuse the fusible fleece, the H640, to the back of this panel, because we don't have it on there already. Whereas as it explains in the pattern, we have already, when we've prepped up at the beginning, we've done it for our front. I'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
So I don't know if the iron is on. Yeah, it is. Brilliant.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's good. So I'm just going to shift that over here.
We're just sorting out the details for you for your H640, so bear with us just a few moments. And it comes in a ½ metre piece. Now this is something that we love to do here at Sewing Street. We bring you cut to order, which is what we're actually doing with this as well. So you will have the details pop up on your screen for, is it a ½ metre piece, I think? But you can increase your quantities to go for your full metre, metre and a half, 2 metres. So you could stock up on this one. To be fair. Now with regards to this one, I don't know how much you would need with this one. Are we best going for...
I just need to double check on that. It does tell me in the pattern.
Put you on the spot there, I do
apologise.
That's
all right, ½ metre.
½ metre, so I should have given you a bit of warning there.
That's
so
all right.
for just $5.99 you'll have enough to create your first of your Luna backpacks. I say your first, which is why it might be worth going for multiples of these, because I think you'll be creating a lot more than just the one. $5.99 for each ½ metre there.
Okay, so we're going to put on the fusible foam, and I will just say in the pattern it does say fusible foam, that's why I've got my words mixed up. In the pattern it says fusible foam, but we are using fusible fleece, H640, which is totally fine. You just get a little bit of a different outcome. It's a bit squishier, which may be a good thing, because then, you know, if you're going on holiday or something, you can squish it in your bag, that kind of thing. So yeah, there's negatives and pluses to both. So, and it's a lot cheaper, the H640.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
So I have got a Teflon sheet on top to protect my work. I always do that when I'm going anywhere near faux leather, because you cannot use an iron anywhere near faux leather, and I'm still going to avoid it. I don't want the iron to go over that side. I'll show you how we can get around that. So I'm going to be pressing the iron, make sure I've got the right temperature and no steam. So I'm going to leave it there for a good 10 seconds.
Okay, so kind of press and then move on.
And then leave it, yeah. So the difference between ironing and pressing is ironing you're moving.
Yes.
And pressing you're just leaving it there. Okay.
Yeah, I must admit I'm terrible for that. My brain goes into ironing mode whenever I pick up an iron, and yeah, moving the fabric around is not a good idea quite often. So yeah.
Yeah.
Mindful of pressing and not ironing. Now, if you are looking at working with this, we have got something that's very similar to what Emma is working with. It's not exactly the same manufacturer, same look, but it does exactly the same project, and it's an applique mat. It's non-stick. It's 31 by 30 centimetres, so it's nearly 12 inches square with regards to that one. Good size, reusable, folds up to pretty much nothing, so nice and easy for you to keep quite close to your sewing area, and very useful, especially if you've got delicate fabrics, or maybe you've got little marks that could potentially be on your iron and you don't want those transferring over to your fabrics. Equally so, it's going to protect those vulnerable fabrics like your faux leather. So for $6.99, very affordable, very useful tool to have. So yeah, if you've not got one already, you need one of these.
It's worth noting as well that it feels like you're going to squash the fusible fleece, the H640, sorry, but it's not going to squash. Unless you do it too hot, then it will obviously kind of compress too much. But if you've got it on a medium heat, it's not going to squash it down too much, so don't worry about pressing it. Now when it comes to the faux leather, the back of the faux leather, I don't know if you can see, but that I have actually interfaced that, and that is still important to do, because it still helps to have the fusible, the H640, to stick to it. Now it is tricky to get it to stick to it, because ideally, like you saw me do before, you're going to be pressing it from the right side of the fabric, and you shouldn't do that with your faux leather. So what you can do, and I actually haven't got an extra bit, but what you could do, what I would do, is then just get another little strip, or you could do it over the whole thing, and then using your Teflon sheet, attach your interfacing to the back, it will stick really well to the back of the H640. So it's glue side down to the H640, adhere it all over. And then what you can do is you can use, if we imagine that interfacing is all over, you can use the nose of your iron to get in there so that it attaches to your seam allowance.
Oh, okay.
And it sandwiches it in place.
Oh, yeah. So it's almost like sealing it. So,
yeah, you're kind of making a little sandwich, and that really helps if you're doing this whole panel in faux leather, excuse me, or if you're using cork, anything like that that's tricky to get the fleece to stick to it, or the foam.
I love it. Top tip. Iron-on interfacing, we have got that available for you. There you go. Good size piece, a metre square. So perfect for the project that you're working on. It's always a good one to have, and hemline, so we know it's quality with regards to that one. So it's only $3.99. Pop it into your basket as well. So we've got a lovely message from, and he said a lovely message from applique. It's not. It's a message about applique from the lovely Jeanette, saying, I don't know where my mat goes. I have just bought 2 more. I think that's the thing. And do you know what? Sometimes I think if you go to classes and workshops, I know from old when I used to do this, I didn't almost kind of stock check what was around me. And I think sometimes they used to wander off with other sewers. I'm not saying they meant to do it, but so no, I haven't got your applique mat though. I do mean to say that, but that could be. You might need to backtrack yourself. But can I give you a top tip? Stitch a little label on there as well, and then you'll always guarantee it comes back to you.
That is a good tip.
But don't do it in a heat erasable pen. Yeah, for obvious reasons.
You know what else you shouldn't use heat erasable pen for is if you're ever going to photocopy something.
Yes, that's true.
I had a colleague that wrote everything out in heat erasable pen, and then she wanted to photocopy it and it all disappeared.
Oh, and
heat.
And I did it with a shopping list once. Shopping list, and then I got in the car, and I just, you know how you just like where you got your windscreen, just dropped it on the top there. By the time I got to the supermarket, the sun coming through in the heat, all the writing had disappeared off the shopping list. But you live and learn.
Right, so I'm quite stingy with my friction pen though, my heat erasable pen. I'm like, no, that's just for sewing. Right, so we're going to move along to the handle. So I wanted to show you how I do that. So I've got my handle, I'm just going to grab a ruler.
Wonderful. Now, obviously, as we're working with Emma, we're not going to get the backpack completed. An hour is not long enough for us to do that. We've only got half an hour left, but anything that we don't cover during this hour, you will be able to find it on the website. So don't worry, you can go and find that on YouTube. Where do we find you? Is it 77?
Yeah, so if you search on YouTube for Studio 7T7, and then you might want to put in that search bar as well, Luna, it will come up.
Perfect. And when we've got more time, maybe not today, I'll ask you about where the name came from, because I think it's a brilliant name for a company.
It's not that exciting, I'm afraid. Okay, so we've got that handle, and I've just marked a line in the middle. So it's a 2-inch in height, so I've just marked 1 inch. And then I'm going to grab my iron again.
Wonderful. And I've got the bag here just to show you the area that's being worked on at the moment, just so, in case you can't visualise it. So obviously the back we've been chatting about, but you've got, there you go, the little loop there. So that's your hangy up loop.
Yep. Okay, so then what you're going to do is you're going to fold in, and this is the way you make any kind of strap. You just would change the width of it. And you're going to fold in into that line. Now, because obviously we're going to use the iron, you may prefer to use a non-heat erasable pen. However, just be aware that if it's a light fabric like this, it's unlikely, but it could show through. So just bear that in mind. Sometimes heat erasable pens don't disappear, or they come back in the cold, I believe.
Yes, yeah, they can do, yes, yeah.
So I'm just going to fold that so that we've got the 2 edges meeting, okay? A little bit, looks a bit like bias binding, doesn't it?
Similar technique, yes.
Actually, you could use a bias binding
maker. That's a good point. Actually, I don't think we've got it on the show, but we have got a bias binding tool that was on the show earlier on.
Yeah, so that would be great for this. Although it might be a bit trickier with it interfaced. But anyway, I digress. Then we're going to fold it back on itself. Okay, so you've folded it into the middle, and then fold it again, like so. Give that another press. Whoops. And often I give that a bit of a steam, but I don't think there's any water in here. So
it's quite not bulky, but it's quite sturdy, isn't it? Because of the interface, and you've actually got the equivalent of 4 layers, really.
4 layers, yeah, you've got 4 layers, yeah. And then what we're going to do, if I move the iron out of the way, we're then going to stitch that along each long edge. I'm not going to start and stop. I'm just going to go along that edge just because it's quicker, and go along both edges to do a top stitch. I'm going to. Oh, sorry, go.
I was just about to say, and this kind of reinforces it and gives it that professional look again, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And you want to do the open side first, because then you've got that, you know, it's sort of held together for the other side of stitching.
Good tip.
And I'm about 1 millimetre or 2 from that edge, about 1/16 of an inch. And again, I'm doing a 3.5 length top stitch because that's what I'm going to continue for the whole bag. So I want to keep that look.
It's good to remember that, isn't it? Because it might be something that you don't think about. But then when you see those pieces side by side, you can see if you've changed the length. So no, good tip. We're all getting loads of tips today. I love it.
Remember the thread cutter.
Oh yes.
Okay, so we've top stitched all along there. It's feeling really nice and sturdy now, which is what we want. So I'm going to pop that to one side because we need to make our straps. I've made up some of the straps, but I wanted to show you how we do the straps for this. You can use webbing, but I have used that paler pink for my straps. Of course, you can choose how you do it. And we're going to do a similar technique to what we've just done. So I'm going to grab my ruler again. I'm going to mark in half. This time it is going to be, I believe it's 4. To help if I had the ruler around the right way. So yeah, it's 2 inches up.
And all the dimensions are in the pattern, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
okay.
All full step by step. And I was going to mention as well, can you see here, I've written on there, it's probably hard to see, but I've written short.
Okay.
That's just to remind me which is which.
Oh,
just as
I
I'm
see.
saying them. I don't know why. You probably don't really need to know, but because you know, it will become apparent. Then I'm going to do the same. Going to fold it into the middle. So you can see once you've learned that one technique, you're going to use that multiple times, not just on this pattern, but across all different bag making patterns.
So true. So true. You do go back over and over again with these. So yeah, all kind of investments in your sewing future, I suppose you could say, these techniques.
Yeah, transferable skills.
That's the phrase. I couldn't think what the phrase was for a minute then. It just left my head.
It's all right. Turn it up a bit hotter. Get it really nice and crisp. Yeah, that's better. So we're just going to go all the way along.
And is it 4 pieces that you need?
Yep, it's 4. You need 2 longer and 2 shorter.
Oh yes, of course, that makes sense. Looking
Yeah.
at the back pattern now. So yeah, you've got the piece that kind of goes into your buckle and comes back on itself, and then because it's an adjustable strap you're making, which is good.
Yeah, yeah. So the shorter ones go at the top and the longer ones go at the bottom because they kind of double over a bit more.
Perfect. Don't forget, if you are shopping for any of the kits, to make sure that you do add in your bag hardware as well. Oh gosh, that was noisy, wasn't it? Moved the tray a little bit too quick. So the silver tone, purely because I've got the silver tone on the bag that I'm showing you here. You've actually got 2 sets because you've got 2 straps, so it makes sense. So go for multiples of these, because when you start making these bags, it's good to know that you've kind of got a stock of these in your sewing room. So £4.47. Got silver tone. We've also got gold tone as well. So if you do prefer your gold tone, then you can get hold of those. And as you heard as well, they're pretty solid there. So yeah, good quality with regards to those for yeah, a phenomenal price. So yeah, give those professional finishes. It's those little finishing touches that make all the difference.
Yep, indeed. Okay, so I've ironed it all the way along. Then, because I'm having a sort of sewn in end and not a raw end, we don't want those raw edges, do we? You can get the kind of strap ends, which makes it look, you know,
yes,
elevates it even more. But if we don't have those, we're going to imagine we don't have those. So I'm going to open it up again, and I'm then going to place it right sides together. It's a little bit like, or actually not yet, sorry. Before I do that, I'm going to fold it in. So I'm opening it up. I'm going to fold the end in by about 1/2 inch. Okay, and then I'm going to press that. So it's wrong sides together is how I folded it. And you'll see why in a minute. Okay, then I'm going to move the iron out of the way. And then, now that that's folded in, I can then fold it so that it's right sides together. And I'm going to stitch along that fold line.
Oh,
excuse me.
okay. Have you got a glass of water over there, Madonna?
Yeah, I might have one.
Yeah, just go for it. Go for it.
Good tip.
So yeah, I mean, I love little tips like that because those are things that you only experience when you're actually in the process of bag making, and it's good that we've got the opportunity that Emma can share that with us. So yeah, it's a good tip to remember.
Yeah, so this just takes a little bit of guesswork out because you've got that line there that you've pressed. So now I'm going to stitch along that line, but I'm not going to go all the way till the end. Okay, so I've got the open edges there. I'm going to start about 1 centimetre down and go all the way along that fold.
Okay.
And all will become clear in a little bit.
We've got the details for the pattern up on the screen, incidentally. That's the pattern by itself, so adding in all of your own fabrics. We have got a variety of different kits available as well, so yeah, we might have a little look at those as the hour progresses, but whichever way you're shopping, you can get all the instructions and the link to the video as well.
Okay, so now I've stitched that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to snip off the seam allowance all the way along, and I'm going to go down a little bit there, so that it goes down just past the stitching. You see that? Then I'm going to fold it in. I didn't grab my pointer. Now where's that gone? There we go. I'm going to push out that point, that corner. And then I'm going to, you can sort of press open, just finger press it, the seam allowance. Hopefully you can see that. And then you can fold that end in, and you can get a really nice, neat end without having to fold it over and over and make it super bulky on your machine.
Brilliant idea, yes.
You see, it's going to come together like so.
Wonderful.
So it's really neat.
So neat.
And then I'm going to clip it along. Unlike with the handle, I'm not going to not clip it. I'm going to clip this one because it's a lot longer.
Just as Emma's doing that. Obviously, within the pattern, it will tell you how you can work with your handle piece. So you'll have all the instructions in there. If you're thinking to yourself, do you know what, I want to take the short route, well, you can do. We've got some fabulous webbing that you can actually utilise for the straps as well. So a variety of different webbings available, different widths, different lengths. Some of them are cut to order as well. So yeah, do check out on the website if you are wanting to get hold of webbings. We've got a variety of those available to you. I'm not going to go through them all, but check out on the website should you need those ones.
Just be aware, if you are going for the wider straps, you're going to need the wider hardware.
Of course, yes, yeah, that's a good point actually. Yes, check your measurements.
So we're doing a 3.5 stitch length again. I did a 2.5 on that last sort of end. Now we're doing a 3.5 top stitch. Now, if you find that your straps are kind of curling as you stitch, you need to ideally start from the same end on each side, and that will stop that twist. However, because I haven't, and if I had a strap end on it, then I would do that. But because I haven't, and because it's cotton as well, if it was faux leather, I would be more inclined to start and stop, start at the same end each time, each side. But I'm going to go around that bottom and then back up, that short edge and then back up.
All coming together again. You'll have 4 pieces that you'll use this technique for. So you've got your 2 shorter and your 2 longer. And just to illustrate, just while Emma is stitching that, the part that she's working on at the moment are the straps here. So the strap is actually made up of 2 parts. The shorter part will be your connection from the shoulder, so to speak, down towards where you've got kind of your buckle length, and the other piece will come the other way. And the reason being that it's 2 parts is because it's adjustable, which is brilliant when you're making it for somebody that you don't necessarily know what sort of area they need. I'm going to pop it back on again just to illustrate, because when you look at the bag, it looks quite small, but the amount of storage you've got in this is phenomenal. Good width with regards to it as well. And before I pop it on, I'm just going to open it up and show you, because inside the design is brilliant, because I just fold that back a bit so as you can see, you've actually got the ability to store things like your water bottle in there, little pocket in there maybe for your keys, or a little purse, maybe your phone. And you've also got these lovely little dividers which are perfect for your pens as well. This is actually one of the options that we've got with regards to the fabric as well, which has been the most popular one, featuring your dark blue faux leather, but it's a really good size. Obviously with the adjustable straps you can make it to fit the person, but I wanted to show that you might look at it and think, oh yeah, it's like a little kiddie's backpack, which it could be if you wanted it to, but I'm not a kiddie, I'm a fully grown woman. There you go, it fits me. And yes, I'm very envious of whoever gets this one because it's beautiful. So if you, I'm getting paid like a grown-up. very, very quickly, because I know Emma's just finished those straps. This is the kit that references the bag that I was just looking at. So you've got your pattern. The pattern is available by itself, so if you do want to shop for that you can. But then the two fabrics for the outer and the lining, as well as your faux leather, all included within there if you're choosing to go for that. And that is the most popular option. Don't forget your bag hardware as well. But there you go, details on your screen with regards to that one as well. Just very quickly before I hand back to Emma, we have got obviously your fabulous pattern just by itself there, which is just £9.99. So if you're wanting to get hold of those. But I'm going to let Emma continue with the next part of her demo, if that's okay. I might show you the other kits when we come back.
No worries. Okay, so I've stitched those up. So we've got our 4 straps ready to go. 2 are shorter and 2 are longer. It's important to remember, which bits go where. I've also done that same technique with the 2 strap connectors as well. And here's the pattern piece for that. So I just there's some notches on there that I need to make sure I mark onto the handles. Okay, so I haven't actually cut them out, but I can still kind of transfer the data. So we've got you'll see they're different. So these are a bit closer to the ends, and then we're going to shift that across and put those marks there. If you wanted to do this before, you could use a non-heat erasable pen before you iron it, and then it would stay on there, or chalk you would want to use, wouldn't you? Not a pen, of course, on the outer. Although, to be fair, this does go into the seam allowance, so probably be all right with a real pen, but I still err on the side of caution with
It's
that.
not a bad habit to get into, is
No.
it, to use your erasable pens?
So then I'm going to place on my rectangular rings, pop a clip on, and you can see that those marks are then like so, kind of a step. I want to make sure that's on the outside so I can see my marks.
And this is all part of the experience, isn't it, when you're making up one of these bags? It might be the first time that you've worked with bag hardware, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to change my foot over to a zipper foot, and then I'm going to stitch close to that rectangular ring.
Lovely. Are you working with the silver tone there?
Yes.
Good choice with regards to the pink, yeah.
Yeah, it goes nicely, doesn't it?
And the pink fabric that you can see that Emma's working with, that's again one of the options that we've got. The faux leather that works with that one as well. Just while Emma's changing the foot, let me sneak these in to show you, because I can do. Takes pressure off of changing the foot. The pattern, naturally, that is included. You've got your faux leather, you've got your lining, and you've got that fabulous pink fabric that you see there. Yeah, just make sure that you're adding in anything else that you might need if you want in your bag hardware, because that's not included in there. But fabulous a starter bundle to go with, details of which on your screen. Pattern's still very popular by itself as well. How are you getting on over there, Emma?
Okay, so I'm going to do not a 3.5 but a 3, because I want it to still be a little bit stronger than our top stitching, but not as skinny as the structural seams, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So I've got it right up against that rectangular ring, and just stitching as close as we can to keep that nice and secure. What you can also do as well is do a little, let me just cut the thread. You could do a little kind of square or a barn door in there as well, just to keep it, really strong and secure. Reinforcing it.
I love it. Now, just to give you a bit of a time check, we've only got about 10 minutes left on the show.
Ah, okay.
And I know we've got the beach bag that we were going to have a little chat about as well. So we need to make sure we've got enough time to chat about that, because it's brilliant. You can just about see it on the edge of your screen, actually. This fabric, how amazing is this? But we will talk about it in a few minutes.
Yeah, I will show you how this goes together, and then you'll get the idea. Okay. So now we've done all that, then it comes the part where we need to place it actually onto the back. So we're going to place our handles or handle, sorry, in the middle, and we want to have an overhang at the top, and it tells you all of this in the pattern, so don't worry. I'll explain why we have an overhang in a little bit. You would look at the notches and make sure it's in the right place, but for speed I'm just going to place it by eye. Okay, so that's going to go like that. Then you're going to get your 2 shorter straps and you're going to place those again on the notches, and you're going to use a ruler to measure down, and I just need to check the measurement. It is, I think it's 15 centimetres from memory. So you would measure down 15 centimetres, and your straps will be on that notch, and then that will give you the right angle for your straps to sit at.
Ah, okay.
Because
yes.
the measurement, it might not be 15, so you'll need to check. Oh, it is 15. Yeah, that measurement is where those 2 cross, and if you do that, then they're going to be in the right place. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes, yeah.
And then these are going to overhang as well by 1.5 inches. Again, I'm just eyeballing it, but you will do it properly. And then we would baste that in place. Then when it comes to our strap connectors at the bottom, we're going to do the same thing, but you see those notches, hopefully you can see them.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to place them, and it tells you exactly how high up on the pattern as well. But those notches is where it hits the edge of the bag, and again, that gives you that correct angle so that you've got it sitting in the right way. Does that make sense?
It does indeed, yeah.
And
very
then you're gonna,
clever the way that you kind of phrase it as well. So yeah.
And then you baste it all in place. And the reason why we have these overhangs is so that you can, if you want to, put rivets in, and that's going to reinforce your handle so that when you have stitched it, when the bag is a bit more together, you can then pop some rivets in there. It will go through the edges of your handles and keep that even more secure, like so. So it will be flipped like that.
Yeah.
And then you'll have your rivets there.
I love it. Emma, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And perfectly timed as well. So there is another option with regards to the rucksack, but you'll find that on the website. And the reason I'm scooting along is because I've got to show you this bag. This is brilliant. I love it. Now, this is fabulous. It's a beach bag. Now, we've got it available in a variety of different formats. We have got the kit available for you to create. This is a sample version, so it's not exactly the same colours of this one. But first of all, instructions by itself, which are available, details of which are on the screen. Now, it's the first time that we've brought this to you at less than £10 as well, Emma. Emma, you've got a tear in your eye as I say it. This is a useful bag, very useful bag. I mean, we're calling it a beach bag, but to be honest, it's a good size bag for any occasion, but with the fabulous pineapple fabric in there, perfect for the beach.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier in the previous show, I can actually fit the divide and go. It fits perfectly. I don't know why, it's just complete fluke. But I put my divide and go in there with all my tools. Then I have my patterns all segmented for my shows, and it all fits in there. It's ready to go. So
really good size.
It's a really big size, but don't let that put you off because it is super, super useful. I also use it every single week for my daughter's swimming lessons.
Oh, okay.
And it's absolutely fantastic because obviously it's waterproof. So when you're in the showers, my little one, you know, she needs some help in the shower. So I have the shampoo and the conditioner in the outside pocket.
Which I think is a brilliant
and then
idea.
you can just grab it and, you know, everything is separated. Have the goggles in another pocket.
Yes, I love it.
My phone in another.
It's got little internal elements in there as well. So the pockets and dividers. You know, we were talking about water bottles before. You can actually fit those in there as well. So you can see as well. Absolutely love it. So let's go through the different options. Hardware is available as well if you're wanting to get your magnetic clasps, but you'll find those yourself. So we have got a couple of different ways for you to get hold of it. So we have got your pattern. That's a given. You're going to need the instructions, aren't you, with regards to that. So the pattern is available by itself, but if you want to go for the pattern by itself, $9.99. However, it is in the bundle. That's the equivalent price within the bundle as well. Now, in the bundle, you are going to get your fabulous fine, I love this, your pineapple clear vinyl. Now, I know Emma wants to talk about this because it has got a protective cover on it, which we'll go over to her in just a few moments. I love this. You've even got the wrap around here that Emma has done. She's not using plastic or anything like that. She's using things that are good for the planet, which I love. To be honest, I wouldn't be throwing that away because I'd find a purpose for that. Maybe putting your magnets in place, things like that, always useful. Fabric wise, you are going to get your fabric, so you're going to get your faux leather, you're going to get your gorgeous purple on this occasion, and you also, and that is, I'm sorry for the packaging, but you're going to get your zips. But I don't know, can you see the zip pulls on these? I will get them out in a few moments. It's going to be very crinkly, so you might want to drop my mic. But you have got little pineapple pullers on this one as well. I think it's brilliant. All for $54.99 if you're wanting to go for that. But more excitingly, you could just be getting your pineapple vinyl by itself. So the vinyl and the zips do come together as a bundle as well. Let me move that out just a few moments. Now, normally be paying £31 with regards to this one, but you can see already that price has come down to $24.99. And you've got your clear vinyl in there. It does reference the backing on being on there, but we'll have a look at that in a few months. So if you're just wanting to shop for the zip, which is amazing, and that vinyl, then the details are on your screen. Now, just as Emma is taking you through this, I am going to open up the packaging. So you might want to take my mic out, John. It's a bit crinkly. Emma, over to you.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's because it's all compostable packaging, so that's why it's so noisy. Okay, so this is... John always tells me off. This is the pineapple clear vinyl. Now this is a TPU and it's often referred to as a jelly vinyl. It's really malleable, it's really soft to sew with. You're going to want to use your Microtex needle. You can use a Teflon foot or a walking foot, like I always talk about the walking feet, and it will sew perfectly fine. It's very similar to cork or faux leather in that once you punch a hole in it, that's the hole that's there. So you don't want to use your pins, you want to use your clips, your quilter's clips for this. And I just want to, and you can see, you probably saw just now, but it really catches the light, but it's still see-through. So you can see through to the other side. Some angles you can't, which is quite nice. Got a bit of privacy there, but also it is still see-through so you can see what's inside. And it's super shiny and iridescent. It's so pretty, so it really catches the light. So one thing I wanted to talk about with it, and this is across the board with these kind of vinyls, I have seen other people talking about it, and I almost missed this, but I caught it just in time, is that it does have a protective film on the back. So when you get it, it might feel quite rigid. This is one without the film on the back. You see it's quite soft, it's malleable, it moves really nicely. This is a bit more rigid. It may be hard for you to see the difference, but it's a little bit stiffer. So you may think, well, it's not like she showed me, but what it means is that there is a protective film on the back, and it's really, really hard to see, but you just have to trust me that it's there. Because what you need to do is you know what I might do is I'm going to cut off a little bit so you can fully see what I mean. So if I just cut along there, notice I'm not using my fabric scissors, really important. Just cut that slither off. And what you need to do is you need to grab a corner, and hopefully you'll be able to hear it in a minute. Can you hear that?
Oh yes, yeah.
That is the protective film, and you'll be able to see it now. Can you see? It might be hard to see, but it's kind of gone really like wrinkly on the top. You'll see in a minute when I actually do peel it off.
So it's almost like you're kneading the corner, really, isn't
it?
Yeah.
It looks tricky, but it's not once you get that first corner up.
And you only need to get that first bit, don't you? Because you've got a grip then on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll see it starts coming away.
And it's lovely because you don't want it to fall away easily because you don't want it to get damaged in transit. So
yeah, exactly. And then you can just see
there you go, got it.
It pulls off.
Perfect.
And then you've got that super malleable. And you want to make sure you do that. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world if you didn't take it off before you sew, but it might be really annoying to try and take it off after.
Quite tricky, yeah.
So that's why it has on the sticker a little reminder, please peel off the backing film before sewing.
I love it.
So that's what that's.
Well, thank you for the warning on that one. And there you go, easy enough to cope with. But now I have unwrapped the zip. You can see, I mean, I wouldn't even know that this kind of zip existed, let alone going and trying to find somewhere. Because obviously the continuity of a project gives it that professional finish. So you've got the pineapples on your vinyl. You've also got the pineapples on your zip, as you can see here, your zipper. But just to add the cherry on the cake, I mean, where on earth would you even think about about getting your pulls that have got pineapples on there.
And you can't get that, you might be able to get the pulls, but you cannot get the zipper tape and the vinyl anywhere else in the UK that I've seen.
Perfect. There we go. I love it. So we had lots of sellouts with regard to the zips that Emma's brought to us, because she's got such an eye to detail, and you snapping them up while you got the chance. So there you go. If you want to get hold of those, less than £30 for the first time that we've brought those to you. So do not miss out. And of course, they're key for finishing off your projects. Emma, thank you so much. Do we know when you're back again?
Thank you. I think I'm back in November.
Perfect. We'll look out for it, and I will lock any of the other presenters in a cupboard so I can do the show myself. So thank you for spending the day with us. I'm going to be back with you tomorrow, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So we've got all sorts of fabulous goodies to look forward to. We've got designer fabrics, we've got bags with the lovely Lucy Picklesey, blueberry, bumble fabrics, isn't it, tomorrow? Bumbleberries, bumbleberries. I knew it was bumbleberries, but I don't know why I said bumblebees. And then we've got lovely Lucy's going to be back again, and we've got some fabulous tools and gadgets as well. So another amazing show. Don't forget, we've shown you lots of different products during the course of the day. Doesn't mean that now that we're coming to an end on Sewing Street with the live hours that you can't shop for those goodies. If they're still available, get them in your basket, get your baskets checked out. So do go back and have a little look to see what that early bird deal was. In fact, we had 2 of them today, and they may still be available. So add those into your baskets, and make sure you're taking advantage of all your fabulous patterns and books that we've seen from the lovely Yvonne, and of course the fabulous Emma that we've just seen. So I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. I'm off for a little cuddle of babies. I can hear them in my ear. They're cooing. They're so adorable. See you soon.